Peace, everybody. Peace. We're gonna give everybody like one more minute to get in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. I'm about to come on in 1 minute. Just give everybody some more time to come in the building, and we're gonna get started. Shout out to everybody in the building. Okay, everybody, we got to get started. Shout out to everybody in the building. I'm sorry, it took me a little bit longer than I wanted to get started. I was a little bit under the weather, but you see, I started earlier than normal. I've been starting this week. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter in the building. Shout out to Visionary in the building. You already know RBG, BYB. Also, shout out to Visionary. I see that you donated jewels 4 times. Much appreciated, bro. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Family, also the best way to support the stream if you don't want to be seen, or if you do want, you just want to do it, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. I take it all. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. You just donate. I take that, and you let me know if you want a shout out or not. Also, family, make sure y'all hitting that like button. Make sure y'all supporting the stream. Shout out to WT in the building. Shout out to McKinsey in the building. Yes, because I've been starting my streams at like 2 in the morning. This is the earliest I started in like a week. Shout out to Julius in the building. Shout out to Justin March, my first moderator. He's in the building. He just gifted 20 memberships. Family, if Justin March gifted you a membership, make sure you thank him and make sure you keep it going. You can make it higher, you can make it lower, but make sure you keep it going. Make sure you keep it going. Much appreciated. Shout out to everybody in the building. Yeah. I think we can start off tonight with some real bad news. Family, I'm trying out my glasses. I'm trying to see if these glasses are good, because I got some reading glasses, but I'm trying to see if they could go good with the screen. And also, you know, they go, my computer has been messing up with the screens, but we're gonna just try to get to it like this. Let's start the show. For all you who don't know, we had a horrible situation with the Supreme Court. Horrible situation. I can't believe this. I'm going to just let them get into it, because, again, I didn't look into it too much myself because I haven't been feeling good. But we just going to go from here. Here we go, family.
Joining us now, Melissa Murray, former law clerk to Judge Sonia Sotomayor and an MS Now legal analyst, along with Leah Littman, law professor at the University of Michigan and the author of Lawless. Leah and Melissa, both co-hosts of the Strict Scrutiny podcast. Also with us, Andrea Flores, founder of Securing America's Promise and former DHS official and White House advisor in the Obama and Biden administrations, along with Amanda Carpenter, writer and editor at Protect Democracy. Melissa, what is at stake with these rulings?
Well, everything is at stake in these rulings. As Justice Sotomayor said in her dissent here, this is absolutely catastrophic and consequential. More people will die at the border. This is part of a bigger trend, Alicia. Over the course of the last week, the courts issued a number of rulings. They all amount to one basic thing. Regardless of whether Congress has enacted statutes that provide certain legal protections for various groups, those protections are effectively nullified and unenforceable under these courts' rulings. They are basically parchment promises. We have an asylum law that basically guarantees that individuals seeking asylum will not be turned away from the United States. That was passed in the wake of the Holocaust and the fact that we did once turn away asylum seekers from Nazi Germany, and those people died horrible deaths at the hands of the Third Reich. We were trying to not repeat those mistakes. Now the court has effectively said, if the United States government artificially imposes limits on those who may enter the United States seeking asylum each day, if you are on the other side of the border, right at the US border, if you have not been admitted, you cannot go forward and seek asylum, despite the fact that those statutory protections for asylum seekers exist. On Tuesday, they issued a decision in a case involving a statute that protects the religious rights of prisoners, that those rights are not enforceable if prison officials do not consent first to be bound by those laws, which of course no prison official would do. So the court is taking these protections that Congress has provided and effectively nullifying them and rendering them unenforceable.
Disgusting, beyond disgusting. Because again, the Supreme Court handed down two disgusting decisions yesterday. Two disgusting ones. This is what I was talking about was going to happen with Trump winning. He's going to give us this activist Supreme Court. These are not neutral arbiters of the law. Like I know people, nobody can believe that or think that anymore. These guys are just partisan. They're partisan hacks. They're just going to agree with whatever Trump says. Like, these are laws. How can Trump just rewrite law willy-nilly like that and the Supreme Court just rubber stamps it? Like, yeah, Trump can do whatever he want to do. Yeah, we know it's in the law that he can't do that, but Trump said he want to do it, so we're going to say he can do it. We're going to have like 40 years of this. 40 years of this. 40 years of dealing with stuff like this.
Andrea, the TPS decision that we're talking about, it related specifically to protections for Syrians, for Haitians. How long before it affects those who came here from El Salvador?
I think we're expecting a decision soon, and it will be devastating because El Salvadorian TPS holders have been here since the early 1990s. And so the TPS population it's large, it's well established in our communities. To get TPS, you have to come forward every 18 months to be vetted. And these are people who contribute $6 billion to our economy every single year. And so President Trump must be feeling enormous pressure from the business community, because today's decision means that 1.3 million people are at risk of losing their legal status. And
Donald Trump don't care about the business community. That's a myth we got to stop telling ourselves. Donald Trump don't care about the business community. He doesn't. He only cares about people he getting money with, who he likes. Otherwise than that, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about hurting the economy. You just heard Trump the other day talk about he don't care about inflation. He don't care that, oh, what you're doing is hurting the country. He don't care. He does not care.
And so that could be the biggest delegalization moment we've ever seen in modern immigration history.
Leah, listen, I'm not an attorney. That's why I have 3 attorneys on this panel. But reading the ruling, reading the dissent, it felt a little bit to me like the justices were hiding behind judicial review. They weren't actually willing to contend with the core question here. Specifically, immigration advocates had argued that terminating TPS was motivated by race. It violated the right to equal protection. The conservative justices absolutely rejected that argument. The liberal justices vehemently disagreed. This is from Justice Kagan about Trump's derogatory comments about Haitians. The statements fairly shout, in their racial undertones and overtones alike, that race entered into the president's resolve to remove Haitians from this country. Your thought on the majority opinion?
I think we should read this majority opinion as effectively legalizing the president's gutter racism. The court basically plugged its ears and closed its eyes. It wasn't just the president's attorneys who refused to recite the president's remarks at the Supreme Court. The majority of the court that upheld the president's cancellation of TPS for Haitian nationals also refused to recite the remarks that the president had made. And those
cowards. They can't even stand on their racism. They can't even stand on their racism. They doing all this racist stuff and they can't even stand on it. They can't even stand on it. Like disgusting. This was obviously motivated by race. Not only is this is illegal because it was like, again, it goes against the law, federal law, but it's motivated by race. This is totally racist. And the courts is saying it's okay. It's okay. This total disgrace. I can't believe this. Like, we got to live through this again in America. We got to live through this again, having a openly racist government that just does things openly racist. Like, they're not even trying to figure out how they do this and try to justify it and claim this is not about race or something like that. Just being racist and refusing to even hear people out when they talking about it. Just act like it's not even happening while doing it. Disgusting.
remarks were grotesque and filthy. The president talked about how Haitians would poison the blood of the country. If that's not a racist remark, I'm just not sure what is. So Justice Kagan, for the Democratic appointees, included the president's remarks in her dissent and basically accused the majority of being too cowardly to even acknowledge them. And this is just another case of the court giving the president a free pass for racism.
Amanda, we talked yesterday about Stephen Miller's latest tweet. Can we put it up on the screen? Change the voters, change the country. We also, after all of this reporting about how he was getting sidelined at the White House, he showed up with the president yesterday to Capitol Hill for his meeting with Senate Republicans. He was lurking.
Yeah, all that Stephen Miller was getting sidelined, that was just wishful thinking. He's not getting sidelined. Why would Trump sideline him? This is his number one go-to racist ghoul. Why would he sideline him? For what?
Just over his shoulder. I mean, this is his dream, rubber stamped and set in motion by the Supreme Court.
You know, it's a really good point. It is wild that the court doesn't take into account the context in which they try to pass these laws. Like, they go into this hermetically sealed chamber and say, we will ignore all the racism, all the dog whistles, all the thing they're trying to do out in the open that we all see, and evaluate this as this is like an ice skating competition. But, you know, I always just think back to all the Republicans that said people had to support Trump because these things would never happen. Stephen Miller will never be running White House immigration policy. We'll never have the National Guard deployed through the cities to do whatever, like monitor and arrest people at reflecting pools. We won't have ICE agents dragging people out of their houses. All of this is happening. And yet, again and again, the conservative Supreme Court keeps handing this president more and more power, ignoring the context of everything that's happening. And this is really hard to square as someone who cares about limited government, because it would be one thing if we just wanted to talk about the unitary executive theory and how it's good in the abstract. But we don't have like a benevolent president who's working in the best interests of the country. Again and again, he abuses his power to advance these radical and extreme goals and enrich himself and his allies.
I'm thinking.
I don't know. Like, I think anybody who really honestly thought Trump wasn't going to do all these racist things was like literally stupid. Like either I don't want to call people stupid, but a lot of people were just stupid. Like, come on now. You really thought, like, we just saw what Trump did the first time he was president. What makes you think he wasn't going to be worse the second time around? Shout out to you, Sui. Yeah, you already know. I don't have to be mean-spirited. I'm not being mean-spirited at all. Yes, you already know. Oh, shout out to Red Pill Zulu in the building, coming through with the 50, setting it off to help me reach my goal for tonight. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Yes, Project 2025. This is what I'm keep saying. That's what I was just about to mention. Thank you for mentioning it. Project 2025. All these people saying, "Oh my God, they said they weren't going to do all this." Duh. Of course they're going to say they wasn't going to do all of it because it came out. They plan leaked. Project 2025. Like, we here now. It's too late. It's too late. That's what hurts, man. It's too late. Like, and people, we could have stopped this. I know people are stupid. Like, I was just trying to figure out a better way to say it, because it's like, you got to be stupid. If you really thought Trump wasn't going to do this, you got to be the most naive person in the world, or stupid, or you think other people are stupid so you can get away with just saying that. Like, ridiculous. Yes, it's called temporary, and it's supposed to still be going because these countries are not safe for them to return to. And what Trump is doing is motivated strictly by race. It's just racism. That's it.
Andrea, about the points you made about Salvadorans having been here since the 1990s. I think a lot of us live in communities where the people we're talking about are our neighbors and our friends. And if you think about someone who came here in the 90s as an adult, that means they have US-born children. It means they have started businesses here. It means they own homes here. It means they are deeply woven into the fabric of this country. One immigration advocate texted me today and said about the TPS ruling, well, the Roberts Court has absolutely decimated Miami's healthcare system, right? The number of workers, the way in which we rely on, we're not.
People got to stop making this argument about, oh, look what Trump is doing. Like, oh, like that's some type of gotcha. Like, oh, he's decimating the nation. I bet you he didn't understand what he's doing. Like, I bet you Trump's going to feel real stupid because he's destroying the country. Trump is a racist who doesn't care about the lower classes. That's what most racists are, by the way. Most white supremacists are white supremacists because they hate black people. They hate people of color. Not because they love white people. They don't care about the majority of white people. They are eugenicists. They would kill the majority of white people if they could. They don't care about, oh, if you do this racist thing, guess what? A bunch of white people are going to suffer. Who cares? They just want to do the racist thing. That's it. Like, people keep forgetting this. Like, the Nazis' first victims when they came into power were Germans. They were killing Germans. Those were the first group of people they killed. They were killing disabled Germans. They were killing Germans who didn't agree with them politically. While they sitting around talking all this German master race, Aryan master race stuff, they are killing their own people. And their people standing of living dropped under them, and they didn't care. They didn't care. Shout out to Visionary for coming through with the 199. Yes, the new black media downplayed it because that's their job to downplay Project 2025 and all the harm it was going to do. That's their job. Like, people got to stop thinking like, well, that's some type of gotcha by pointing out that, hey, this is actually going to hurt America. This is actually going to backfire. If you don't know by now, you ain't never going to know. Trump don't care. He don't care. His war with Iran is backfiring, hurting Americans. He don't care. Everything he's doing is hurting the country. He doesn't care. How much money are we just wasting giving to DHS? Not only, like, I'm not talking like it's wasting trying to round people up for no reason, but a lot of it is being lost to fraud. A lot of it is being embezzled. Like, think about this. Trump has removed all the stops, and he still has not deported more people than Barack Obama. Like, if we compare where he's at in deportation and where Barack Obama was in deportation, Barack Obama is higher. So was Bill Clinton. And Joe Biden is a little bit lower. You're doing all of this, spending all this money, and you barely getting a result. You're not even barely, you're not getting a result. Like, a Democrat working with half the amount of money could have did better than this. Way better than this. And wouldn't have had hurt the economy as well. Disgusting. You said I'm not very smart. I'm smarter than you. I bet you're a Trump supporter. You said, oh, I just looked up. You just said the Germans who were Jews. Are you stupid? The first people the Germans killed, it was euthanizing disabled Germans, and they were killing German political prisoners. Like, you can't be that stupid. You can't be that stupid. You cannot be that stupid. But yeah, we're going to continue on.
not talking about undocumented people here, Andrea. We're talking about people who had status. This is the largest delegalization effort in the modern era.
That's right. I mean, the Supreme Court conveniently just ignored any real life impact, which they often do when it comes to issues of immigration and issues related to race. And here they ignored the fact that Haitians are some of the, most common caregivers in our community. So you just think of the American families today who are going to have to fire their elder care workers, child care workers. Think about communities, I think about in states like Pennsylvania, in Ohio. I mean, the Haitian community is part of the fabric of our nation because we have been providing TPS to Haiti since the 2010 earthquake, right? We're talking about people who've lived here for now over 15 years. And I think people need to sit back and recognize that what could happen now is what will be required to deport these people will need, you'll see ICE agents going to communities again. I just want to say, to deport this many people will require more state action and more federal force. And that is what the Supreme Court is also unleashing today, which means more racial profiling of predominantly Black and Brown communities and more deployments. And so you can't disconnect the fact that—
Oh, that's another thing. Because now people have a free reign to, again, attack Black people. All they got to do is say, I thought you was Haitian. And that's their get out of jail free card to do anything they want to do. Because remember, like we went over before, they don't, the type of warrants that regular police and all these other stuff need, immigration doesn't need. The people who do immigration, they don't need. They do not need. And they can just use immigration to help them go into people's houses. Just like we saw in Chicago, where they busted down that whole apartment complex. And they went in people's houses and told them, listen, we don't care if you're not even here undocumentedly. We going to check everybody. We're going to check everything. And we find any crimes, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. You are going to jail. That's right. They legalize racial profiling. Legalize racial profiling. Oh, visionary. Please don't delete anybody like that. Like I think you deleted the dude. Or I think you blocked the dude who I was talking to because I was about to roast him up. Yeah, just don't again. If you put people on timeout for spamming or calling or being very disrespectful to the chat, but otherwise than that, don't time them out. And definitely don't block anybody. But yeah, let's get back to this. Ridiculous.
First, it hits the economy, it hits employers, it hits families, and then it's going to hit American citizens, both through their cost of living and also through the fact that there's going to be more immigration enforcement to carry out removing 400,000 people to Venezuela, 300,000 people to Haiti, 6,000 people to Syria. I mean,
we don't do that. You don't talk. I'm putting you on timeout now. You don't get to talk that way to my moderators. Also, family, remember the best way to support the stream: PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, and they just let me know if you want to get a shout out for if you support through there or not. But yeah, let's go.
And that is just only 3 countries on the list of people who have TPS right now.
Melissa Murray, I'm thinking about these decisions side by side, right? TPS deals with people who are already in the interior of this country, people who have roots here. The asylum case is much more about future flow. It is about people who would want to come to this country. It also, though, I think begs an existential question about who we are and who we want to be as a country. Justice Sotomayor, your once boss, read a nearly 12-minute long dissent from the bench in the asylum-seeking case. She called it, quote, egregiously wrong, drew comparisons to refugees that arrived after World War II. If the court is saying that refugees have not arrived in the United States by showing up at the U.S.-Mexico border, and therefore they cannot claim asylum, doesn't that then just incentivize more people to cross the border however they can?
Well, it incentivizes a number of things. It incentivizes this administration to put artificial limits on those who can enter the country because the court has essentially said, if you are not physically in the United States' office, if you're at the border and you've been prevented from coming in, then you cannot apply for asylum. And it is, as you say, an incentive to those seeking admission to this country to just use whatever means are at their disposal to do so, to not try and do this the lawful way by—
Exactly. They just made it worse because now people are going to, instead of stopping at the border and turning yourself in, people are going to run across the border to now try to figure out how to claim asylum by going into America and going, like, trying to find a place to claim asylum. They're not going to stop at the border no more. Like, this just made everything worse. That's another thing about Trump. He's an idiot. Just like most racists, it cooks their brain, and then they're just stupid. They're just stupid.
Seeking asylum. And again, we have to underscore that point. This isn't a question of undocumented immigration. These are people who have a statutory right under statutes that Congress, our representatives, enacted, allowing for those who are in situations in their home countries where it is unsafe for them to come to the United States seeking asylum. And we are effectively authorizing this administration to say that we can turn them away, we can limit the number of people who can seek asylum at any given time, and we can do that for as long as the administration believes that it is necessary to do so. They don't have to justify it, they don't have to account for it, they don't have to do anything with regard to dealing with how this statute is enforced. They get to make the rules, and it is going to lead to more unlawful immigration. It's going to lead to a lot of people being unsafe in the situations that they're in, and this country no longer being a refuge for them.
Executive. All right, MS Now legal analyst Lisa Rubin joins the table. I know we're still early in this, but it's a 6-3 Alito decision on this temporary.
Yeah, sorry about that, family. My audio cut out. Shout out to Bushmeat Bill for sending that, for sending them jewels. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Protected status for Haitians and Syrians. What are you thinking so far? And I know this is early. Joyce is like, thanks, Steph.
Yeah, I mean, I have not read the opinion. I have made it through the holding. This is the catastrophic outcome that we feared. The court has held that the administration's decision to end temporary protected status cannot be reviewed in the courts. And so we need to—
Why wouldn't it? Why?
Because by statute, they say it wasn't intended to be. Look, this will be a very controversial ruling. This is a further indication that the Supreme Court is intent on consolidating power in the hands of the president, part of this larger unitary executive theory that this White House has pushed. But temporary protected status is just that. It's temporary status that applies to people who immigrate to this country because of unpredictable impact in their home country. It could be weather. That's the Haitian group that's part of this population here. They had temporary protected status following weather developments in Haiti. They were here from 2010 onward. Their status has expired. Now the court has said this administration can force them all to leave the country. Their temporary status is revoked. It's a humanitarian tragedy in many ways. It's a very personal tragedy for people who have lived here for a long time with no path to citizenship. But this was a bright line in the culture wars, and the Supreme Court, in a 6-3 opinion, authored by Justice Alito, your neighbor, so you can go check the
There
flag.
you go, checking the flag tonight.
Has ruled this is the worst outcome. I'll tell you, Steph, the hope had been that the court might, for instance, say the administration could end TPS in this case, but that there could still be judicial review. They've foreclosed judicial review, apparently.
Madame Rubin.
Well, one of the things that the court is saying is they have foreclosed judicial review with one exception, and that's if you articulate constitutional claims.
Can I pause?
Yeah.
Say that, explain that. Speak to me in New Jersey.
I'll speak to you in Southern California, where I'm from.
There you go.
So you can't go to the court and complain that you don't have temporary protected status anymore because they say the statute says you can't go to courts to overturn that decision unless you have a constitutional objection. And here the Haitian immigrants said, look, your ending temporary protected status was motivated by race. You did this only because you had racial discrimination in your heart. And to that, the court says something that I think is really interesting. They say, look, the Haitian litigants here gave us a bunch of examples of things that people in the administration said about Haitian immigrants and Haitian refugees that would have scandalized us. This is the majority's language, would have scandalized us just a short time ago. But whatever you think of these statements, they're insufficient to show that this administration was doing so based on their race. Why?
I can't believe that. Like we all hearing this, right? Like insane.
Because they say the race neutral explanation was because this administration just doesn't like immigrants generally. And that's stupefying to me. Well, this is
exactly this administration that doesn't like immigrants generally, but rolled out the red carpet to white immigrants. Trump is still promoting how can we get more white people into this country while trying to figure out how to get as many people of color, especially black people, out of this country. You can't make this up. He just don't like all immigrants. Like, that's something you would say to stupid people. Like, oh, Trump isn't racist when he's all this anti-immigrant stuff. It ain't racist. He just don't like immigrants, period. He just don't like immigrants, period.
They say, again, stuff I'm reading from the court's decision, that they've identified, meaning the Haitian litigants have identified a strong race-neutral explanation that this present administration has a stance on immigration and an antipathy toward past administrations' TPS policies, meaning they're hostile to the fact that the Biden administration wanted to make this country more welcoming to people from Haiti, from Syria, from a number of other countries that were suffering humanitarian crises. And that combined with their general preference against liberal immigration policies, that explains the fact that they've cut this off for Haitians and Syrians, not the fact that they've got some racial animus in their heart. I suspect that the three liberals in dissent have quite an answer to that.
Okay, can I summarize that?
Please do.
The court is saying that because there's obvious racial animosity from the president that leads him to be anti-immigrant, he enacts policies that are anti-immigrant. And because he enacted policies that are anti-immigrant, these particular policies can't be about race.
Correct.
Great.
Thank you.
You bet.
You know, I'm
Nonsense. Again, this is the nonsense and stuff that they're going to do. They're going to keep saying, they're going to keep doing racist stuff. When they finally rule against reparations and they rule against the 14th Amendment, because we know we got a lot of FBA bozos celebrating this right now. This is an out of control court that's making excuses and justifying the Trump's racism and claiming that it's not really racism. What do you think this court is going to rule when reparations is before them? What do you think is going to happen when they get the 14th Amendment in front of them? What do you think is going to happen then? What do you think is going to happen then?
Reminded of a case my husband once tried where his client, a civil case, was accused of discriminating against women. And the defense was, our client, he's not just a jerk to women, he's a jerk to everyone. And it took
he's just a universal jerk.
I mean, it took the jury 5 minutes to render a verdict against that defendant, right? Now the Supreme Court is saying, well, this is just common sense. You know, there can't be a racial motive here. It's an appalling decision. You know, some decisions do not stand the test of time. This one, I suspect, will not stand the test of time.
This is going to have an impact on our labor force, right? When you think about the amount of immigrants we have working in this country, especially at more blue-collar jobs, we're going to hear from so many employers across the country, loads in red states.
Of course. And of course, we're not talking about people who are undocumented, right? We're talking about people who, by virtue of having temporary protected
status. Okay, can you just explain that one more time? Because I think that people are going to go, but it's about undocumented immigrants. It's not.
No, it's about people who, many of these cases are about people who in one way or another have permission from the government to be in this country and to lawfully work. And
Exactly. These people are not here illegally. What Trump is doing is going to incentivize people to be here illegally, to not follow the rules, because the majority of people that they're going after are people who are following the rules. That's another thing, too. Trump has pulled out all the stops, and he still has not deported more people than Barack Obama. And the majority of people he's deporting are people who are here legally. He's stripping people who are here legally of their legal status to be here and then deporting them. While Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, and Biden, the last three Democratic presidents, all have deported more people than him by just deporting people who are not here legally without spending all this extra money and making this big fuss. That's how incompetent he is. Because I said Trump has supported a little bit more people than Biden. I take that back, because all the people that Biden was deporting was people who were here, not here legally. Now imagine if Biden was going after people who were here legally. How many more people he would have deported? Trump is barely deporting more than him, going after people who are here legally, when Biden was not. He's a bozo. And you're right, Mackenzie. Oh, like America opened its doors wide open to European immigrants, and Trump is doing that right now. Remember, all those South Africans he brought here, white South Africans, all the Ukrainians. Is Trump trying to get the Ukrainians out of here? The Russians out of here? No. No, he's not. Can't make this stuff up.
We were talking about in this case is people who were granted a temporary protection to be in this country, largely because they were escaping some sort of humanitarian crisis or war in their country of origin. And a prior administration said, we will grant you permission to be here. And yet the administration here is basically saying, no, we don't want any of these people. And I want to say one more thing about the race thing that Philip and I were talking about. In her dissent, Justice Kagan is saying, look, the evidence is clear in the president's own statements that this was about race. And we know it's about race because the statements are so ugly that even Justice Alito, for the majority, can't bear to repeat them. That, you know, to your point about whether or not this is going to last the test of time, the fact that the majority can't even bring itself to cite the statements that the Haitian litigants here brought before the court, I think speaks to the ugliness underlying the decision to revoke this permission to be in this country and lawfully work here in ways that have reverberations, Steph, to your point, to all of us.
Let's bring Felon.
Exactly. Again, that's why, again, it's not even about that they anti-immigrant. It's that they're stupid and they're incompetent. They can't even figure out how to do it without hurting the whole damn country. But again, Trump doesn't care. They don't care. Even if they did care, they're too stupid to actually do it right. You are correct, Justin March. They failed an open book test. They failed the open book test. They failed it. You're right, Sima. Is that your name, Sima? Sima? Yeah, FBA is gonna still try to blame black immigrants for them not getting reparations when the Supreme Court hands it down. They're gonna say the black immigrants is celebrating, or they wanted this to happen, or it's because too many of them is in the country. Now the white man don't know who to give it to, and that's why he say he ain't giving it to us. Yeah, disgusting. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's keep this going.
Felon Gallagher into the conversation. Felon, you have gone through all the documents. What's your take? I don't think she can hear me.
I can hear you now. I got you.
Felon, what's your take here?
Yeah, Steph, this is, of course, one of the two biggest immigration cases that we were waiting for. And honestly, one that I thought was going to come on the last day of the term. This was the last case that they actually heard. And this was always going to be kind of messy. This could have gone in so many different ways. But as Joyce has been saying, this is probably the worst possible outcome for those TPS recipients, those Haitians and Syrians. The court on ideological lines here saying that they don't even have judicial review. They can't go to the courts for this. And the liberal justices were really worked up about this. And I just want to read very briefly from this dissent. This is, of course, Kagan dissenting, and she writes at the very end, at this juncture, both sets of plaintiffs ask for only one thing, that they may stay in this country while they continue to litigate their claims. For all of the reasons given, they are entitled to that relief and should not instead be consigned to devastating and indeed life-threatening injury. And we've been making this point on air, but these are people who are here legally. They're here under protected status because it's not safe to go back to their countries. Of course, in Haiti, there was that devastating earthquake, and that's why those people have been here. And so now this will go back to the district courts. These were two separate cases that the court consolidated. One came through D.C. here, and the other one came through Massachusetts. And so these will go back to those courts they're reversed back there to the district courts, and the judges are going to have to relook at these cases because the Supreme Court here today is saying that they don't even have the option to seek judicial review for non-constitutional claims.
Disgusting. So again, people can't even go to court and fight this. They can't even go to court and fight this. So now what? You're gonna have ICE agents getting what, $100 trillion now? You know, I'm saying 100 trillion, but it's like, you know, $100 billion now to go try to figure out how they're going to round up Syrians and round up Haitians. And another thing I want to say this about these stupid lefties. How does Trump help everybody now? How does this help Gaza? Because remember, all these lefties was like, we can't support Kamala Harris no matter what because we got to punish the Democrats. Now how y'all feel about punishing the Democrats? This also goes to a lot of Middle Easterners who decided that they wasn't going to vote for Kamala Harris because they got to punish the Democrats because of what Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel is doing in Gaza. This is what happened, right? Y'all was going to punish America, right? Y'all was going to punish the Democrats. Not punish America, punish the Democrats. Now look, you let Trump in there. What is he doing with his power? He's kicking Syrians out. Now you got to go back to Syria. He's going to start targeting a bunch of Middle Easterners. You did not help anybody by doing this. But we know the white lefties didn't care about the Gazans. They don't care about black people. They don't care about none of the people who's going to be hurt by Trump's disgusting behavior. They didn't care. They didn't care. They don't care. That's just what it is. That's why we have what we have right now. This is why it's going on what was going on right now. Because the lefties, they push this line and look, they know where to be found now. We are the lefties. Where are the white lefties? Let's just say that I say correctly. We are all the white lefties. Like, you think it was worth it now? But yeah, let's keep it going. Oh, shout out to let me see, who is that? Bushmeat Bill for sending jewels, and shout out to the Visionary for sending 2 jewels. Yeah, thank you.
Because it's like, if I think about this country, the whole foundation of this country was that we were a place you could come. And my great-grandparents came here because they were fleeing the pogroms in Ukraine. And now we are saying, basically, I mean, this decision ultimately says, like,
no, white lefties are not my master. Talking about they my master. Like, you sound weird. Get up off that.
no, that's not what we are anymore.
What's going to be the fallout after this, right? So we see how this directly impacts these immigrants who are here legally, but what does it mean going forward?
Right. I mean,
oh, thank you, Justin March, for bringing that up. I forgot to bring that up. Yes, they are accelerationists. This is why they did what they did. They knew it was going to hurt. They knew it was going to crush people. That's why they kept pushing this. They kept pushing, you can't support the Democrats. You can't support the Democrats. Why? Because they wanted Trump to win so he can do all this bad stuff. So now they can come, take over the Democratic Party, and now they can say, we the only alternative, vote for us. And their plan is working, by the way. It's working. Shout out to them. Like, I'm not a player hater. I'm a congratulator. They had a political project. They pushed it, and now it's coming through. Nah, they're not the same, Vegeta. The white lefties are they know what they're doing. The black lefties are the bozos who hanging on their nuts, who don't know what they're doing. And then by the time they figure out what they're doing, it's gonna be too late, and they're gonna cry, and they're gonna make videos about why I left the left, and it's gonna say the white left, and then the white lefties are gonna roast them and continue to be in power and push the line. We got another bozo in here who don't know history. What's your name? Censored American? Like, come on, man. You don't know the party switch? Come on. Cut it out.
this means going forward that people lack certainty. And of course, uncertainty is never a good force in a community. Steph, let me read from the dissent and just put a personal face on what kind of people our country will lose as a result of this decision. Justice Kagan writes, take as examples two of the individual plaintiffs here. Fritz Emmanuel Leslie Miot is a Haitian national who has held TPS for 15 years. He lives in California, where he works in a laboratory researching Alzheimer's, a job he can only hold because of his TPS work authorization. He suffers from type 1 diabetes, easily treated here. In Haiti, she writes, the same disease can be a death sentence. This opinion does not make America greater again.
Holy cow. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem had said the presence of these, I want to make sure I have the quote right, of these Haitian and Syrian people in the U.S. with paroled status was contrary to U.S. interest. Where is there an example of that?
There is no example of that. That's only true if you're a racist. Since an American, you sound stupid. You said parties don't switch, only politics. If the politics of the party switch, that means the party switch. Hello? A party is its politics. Nothing else. A political party is its politics. If its politics switch, it switch. Yes, benevolence. The liberal era is over. Oh yeah, benevolence. I just looked in the back of my email. Yes, you did send me something. I forgot all about that. Please don't wait till long to remind me, because that's crazy. That was like months ago. But I got you though. I'll have it done for you this weekend. I got you. Thank you for all your support. But yeah. Oh, shout out to Visionary for coming through with some more jewels. Shout out to Brandon for coming through with some jewels twice, I think 3 times. Thank you. Shout out to you for that. Let's keep it going.
There isn't. I mean, I think one of the things that the litigants were bringing before the court is there wasn't any sort of measured deliberation at the Department of Homeland Security before revoking the status. They were saying this was done at a whim. There was no paper record.
Oh yeah, I am working on that. Oh, I am working on it. I am working on it. But I'll talk to you off after the show. Like, make sure you email me. Make sure you email me.
Reflecting that people had long and considered conversations about the fact that it was against the country's interests. This was done at the drop of somebody's whim to please a constituency of one, the president, who has a very well documented hatred of immigrants. There is no demonstration that this is against our country's interest. And Steph, I just want to underscore, if Joyce was taking it down to the very person, let's zoom out and talk about how many people are impacted potentially by today's decision. Felon reminded me in our Slack conversation, 350,000 Haitians and Syrians are potentially affected by this decision, and as many as 1 million recipients of temporary protected status across the country from different nations. We are not talking about a small group of people. We are talking about hundreds of thousands of people that are embedded in the fabric of our country and who do jobs that aren't just essential in the blue-collar sphere, but matter to the health and safety of Americans, as exemplified by the lead plaintiff here.
Then how does this work, right? A decision like this happens. What's the time frame on this?
I mean, look, this will become effective fairly shortly. We'll go back down to the district court, and I don't know that there's much more to litigate here, right? If their claims don't, the court is saying that their claims cannot be litigated because the statute bars a court from making a decision, and this court is saying their constitutional claims likely fail. It's not clear to me how much more there is to decide in a court, and that means that temporary protective status for these two groups in particular could be revoked very soon.
Like, right? Your job ends next Monday. Pack up your house that you've lived in for potentially decades and you're out.
I'm not sure if it's next Monday, and I couldn't tell you the exact time. But yes, we're talking a matter of weeks, not months, not years.
Hello? Oh my God, I can't believe this. I'm sorry, y'all. The sound cut out twice. I'm sorry. Shout out to Romario. I'm sorry. Shout out to Romario. Thank you for sending the 2. Much appreciated. I am sorry. The sound cut out again because, again, like I said, I'm trying to do it like a double screen thingy, and and I'm still working through it. Shout out to Romario for the 2. Yeah. Where is the bozo who said that I didn't know what I was talking about the Nazis killing German people, that the first people they killed were other Germans? Where is he? Is he here? Is he here? Is he here? Nope, he's not here. I guess he don't want, his history lesson. Should I give the history lesson? Because should we go to something else? Put a 1 in the chat if I should give him that history lesson. Put a 2 in the chat, or we could go to something else. I think he fled too, Mackenzie. I think he fled too. I think he fled too. And shout out to everybody who let me know that the sound wasn't working. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I got a 2. We're gonna go on to something else. Yeah, if he come back, he'll get that history lesson. But yeah, we'll go on to something else. Oh, speaking of going on to something else, right here, we got the bozo Tariq Nasheed in the building. We got the bozo Tariq Nasheed in the building. Yeah, he fled like FBA. That's what he do. Yeah, we got the bozo Tariq Nasheed in the building. He's talking about the topic. Let's see what he got to say. Shout out to everybody in the building.
If you have not heard, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not heard, the Supreme Court.
Tariq been on my meat too much. Now you going. If you not heard, if you haven't heard. I say that. That's what I say. If you haven't heard, or for all those who don't know, when you started saying stuff like that, Tariq, you listening to me too much.
Court made a landmark ruling today. Man, in the 6-3 Supreme Court ruling, Mullen versus Doe, that ended temporary protected status for over 350,000 Haitians and 6,000 Syrians. So that's a major shift in immigration enforcement. So this is a harsh lesson in political leverage. It's a harsh lesson in proximity and the consequences of alienating the only true grassroots vanguard in this country, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God. Tariq just said a whole bunch of nothing, and now he's claiming that this is happening because people have alienated themselves from FBA. FBA who has no political power, FBA who was pro-Trump. Like you can't make this up. And yes, he got a duck face like a little hoe. You can't make this up. Like you can't. Like this is crazy. So matter of fact, I'm gonna let him keep talking.
Man, the block is hot for the Haitians right now. Where are the Haitians? The Haitians? Because usually it's a lot of them in here talking greasy. Now, shout out to the sister who was Haitian called the other day, giving respect. But usually the Haitians were coming in talking greasy. What's up, Samantha? How you doing, Samantha? Man, boy, the block is real hot. That's now you see why people were mad at us for delineating.
How does delineation help or hurt this situation? How does it help or hurt this situation? Because I got a feeling he's going to claim that if black people, if FBA didn't delineate, quote unquote delineate, then they could have stopped this from happening. Or they would have been able to say, Trump, don't do this. And Trump would have said, okay, I bow before the mighty FBA. I won't do my racist immigration policy. Like, you can't make this up. And again, Tariq doesn't see how this hurts black people, because now they'll use this as a way to attack black people in America, just like they did in Chicago. When they, like I said, when they raided that whole place in Chicago, what did they do? How were they able to raid everybody's apartment? They used immigration as a justification to do it. Because for all you who don't know, the law around immigration running up in people's crib and stuff like that and detaining people is different than regular law enforcement. That's why when they ran into that apartment complex in Chicago, they had ATF with them. They had, who else they had with them? I think they had U.S. Marshals with them. They had a whole bunch of other law enforcement agencies with them. And what were those law enforcement agencies doing? They weren't looking for undocumented people. They were checking people's houses, looking for drugs, looking for guns, looking for people with warrants out for their arrest. They were able to hit that whole apartment complex up the way they did because of what reason and one reason alone. Because they was talking about immigration. They was talking about immigration. And again, what's stopping people from just attacking black people on the street and being like, well, I thought you was an immigrant. I thought you was a Haitian. Also, this is an out of control Supreme Court. This Supreme Court is out of control. What do you think a Supreme Court that made this unjust ruling is going to do when reparations is before them? What do you think they're going to do when the neo-Confederates bring the 14th Amendment before them? Can't make this up.
See the consequences of how things work. You see the effects of delineation. All right. Do you see the effects of it? The legal reality is that, listen, the Supreme Court ruled that the federal courts, they cannot second guess the Department of Homeland Security's decision to terminate a country's TPS designation. So this immediately strips work authorizations and protections and removals from hundreds of thousands of people. See, now that model immigrant delusion, no.
There is nobody who's running around as a model immigrant who's affected by this. When has Syrians been considered a model immigrant group? When has Haitians been considered a model immigrant group? You're just saying stuff. You're just saying stuff. And it's like the FBA bozos, they so thirsty for a win. Because again, the majority of people who are FBA are unaccomplished bozos who got nothing going on for them in their life. So when they hear about other people suffering and doing bad, it makes them feel good. They are the same as the white supremacists that they cry about. The same white supremacists that they cry about who celebrate bad things happening to black people while they live in a trailer park with nothing, getting on every type of government assistance known to man. That's FBA. So when they took that lineage stuff, they right. Y'all the same lineage. Y'all the same lineage as those white people. Those same white people y'all cry about, y'all the same as them. Y'all no different. Y'all no different. That's what I'm saying. Exactly, diasporian. Model minority is reserved for Asians. That ain't reserved for nobody else who's not Asian. East Asian specifically. So what is Tariq talking about? Again, this is just a way to feed their delusions and make them feel like they so powerful. What you said, bye-bye, Tether? No, bye-bye to you, because I'm blocking you. Yeah. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Exactly. He's saying this like they the saviors. And again, that's not it. But we don't let him keep going.
See, a lot of these immigrants, they come to the U.S. under a flawed playbook. They think if you assimilate and basically try to throw us under the bus and distance yourself from us and criticize us, you're going to get some kind of permanent systemic protection. See, you bought into the illusion if you come over here and just throw foundational Black Americans under the bus or undermine foundational Black Americans and adopt the talking points of the dominant society, you're going to be safe. Boy,
just like they asked Trump, just like they asked the people for Trump, how are the Haitians messing up the country? How are they doing this? Just like Trump and them couldn't give any examples, Tariq can't give no examples about how exactly are Black immigrants undermining Black people in America. Like he cannot give you any examples of this. He can't.
Or the Supreme Court shattered that illusion, didn't they? Man, boy, things went left. See, a lot of these people, oh, they were crying. Oh, yeah, the crying is real. Oh, yeah, they were crying in the whole shebang. Oh, yeah, this hit them hard. See, there was a grave miscalculation of proximity to whiteness. I love TikTok Shop, by the way. See, a lot of y'all wanted to cozy up to the dominant society. See, you assume that if you get some proximity to whiteness and you help the dominant society push anti-FBA narratives, that was going to be some kind of permanent shield against deportation. That was a fatal strategic error. The dominant society, they only use you to undermine us. That's really your only goal for them. They don't really give a damn about you. You thought these folks would come over here. It is the white man helped me. The white man brought me here, nigga. You did nothing. I must give props to the white man. Y'all on that vibe. Understand, your only reason for them to even give you props is to undermine us. Now that we've delineated, we've neutralized your ability to undermine us. Now that you are useless in undermining us, they look at you as useless for being.
You heard what he said. He just said that Haitians was brought here to undermine foundational Black Americans. And now that foundational Black Americans have delineated, their undermining no longer works. So now white supremacy is getting rid of them because they can't undermine FBA anymore because FBA has delineated. Like, he still has not explained or shown how delineation has helped the community. It has not. And he can't show me that Black people are pushing this delineation. They're not. This is some internet stuff that they made up. It's fake. It's fake. Shout out to Visionary for coming through with the 199. Exactly. Like Tariq might not get targeted because Tariq lives in an all-white neighborhood and he's rich. The average FBA bozo on the street don't know that, yes, this will be used to target you. This will be used to target you. It's already being used to target Black people in America. But, you know, like I said, they just like their white daddy and a white mommy in the trailer park. They don't care that these policies are going to hurt them. As long as they can feel like it's hurting somebody else more, that's all they care about. That's all they care about.
Being here. Why are you even here now? If you can't undermine them FBAs, well, damn it, go on back home somewhere. Wow, that's why people don't like delineating. They know what it is. They know that you ain't a damn thing without us backing you up. And your job is to undermine us, and we're not letting that happen no more. And they are looking at you as useless now. Man. See, yeah, they'll use you to undermine us, but when the political winds shift, that proximity, that gives you no protection. Listen, I want y'all to understand, all you foreigners, where's revenue? Where the tethers? Where y'all at? Y'all real quiet. The tethers have been real quiet.
Tether is a slur, and FBA has not protected anybody or helped anybody. Again, this is a hate cult that's done nothing for nobody. And now he's going to make it seem like they were out here protecting Black immigrants all along. You can't make this up. You correct, Justin March. Weapons grade babble. Weapons grade babble. Weapons grade babble. Like they're again, like I always keep saying, there are adults who listen to this FBA nonsense. There are adults. If you don't believe me, there are adults who listen to this. Shout out to Brandon for coming through with the 5. Tariq says so much stuff. I'm pretty sure. Brandon. I'm pretty sure he, like I said, like earlier, like I said, like he was like, if you Black immigrants didn't undermine us and y'all would stop trying to be have proximity to whiteness, we could have stopped Trump. We could have stopped this from happening. That's all they like. It's just I can't believe this is again weapons grade babble. That building's grade babble.
Today on TikTok, ain't they? Where they at? I mean, boy, y'all real quiet. Tethers, are y'all in here? Let me do the tether whistle. Tether. Tethers, where are you? Man, y'all come on in here. Y'all very vocal about so much stuff. Where are you now? Come on here and tell us about how hard whack is very important. Come tell us about it. Come tell us.
Of course, hard work is not important to somebody who never had to work hard a day in their life. Trump never did a hard day's work a day in his life, and he's a bozo. He doesn't care about hard work, and he doesn't care about how his decisions are hurting the American people. But you know what's so funny about this? There will be a Democrat in office in 2028. If Trump doesn't steal the election or something crazy doesn't happen, a Democrat is going to win by a landslide, and then the Democrat is going to win in 2028, be in office in 2029, and they're going to reverse all of this. They're going to reverse all of this, and they're probably going to give people reparations too. I can see it now. I can see it now. I can see the reparations flowing. I can see it, and y'all going to be crying. While it's going to be illegal for y'all to get reparations, everybody else is going to be getting reparations. Oh, McKenzie, don't be too hard on yourself. Because, again, you said back in elementary school. What is that, like 4th grade? Like, yeah, I believed a lot of stuff in 4th grade that I do not believe now. Shout out to you. Who is this? Are you stupid? Joseph, what is his name? Joseph Brady? Like, are you stupid? Yeah, let me just put you on timeout because you're stupid. But yeah, let's get back to this.
About how you came over with $2 and you whack hard and you want to show FPS how to whack hard like you and stop complaining about the white man, right? Come on. Where you at? Y'all told us to stop complaining about the white man. Okay, we did. Now look at you. It didn't work out too good for you, did it? Hey, wait. The white man is a problem now, nigga. Help me. Oh, no. No. Let me pull yourself up by them flip-flops.
So he's just basically going to babble and run up the running time because he has nothing to say now at this point. Shout out to Kung Fu Kenny in the building. Yes, that's the closest thing to hard work Trump ever did. Or getting into that garbage truck. Yeah. Hardest thing he ever did. Shout out to Visionary for coming through with another 199. Yes, that's the real trick bag. That's the real trick bag. Oh, yeah, he definitely needs that. He needs some BYB education. And he needs that edification. You already know that's going to happen. I'm getting that together as we speak. Shout out to everybody in the building. Oh, let me see something. Oh, shout out to Lee in the building. Yeah, we ain't start at 2 a.m. today. We ain't start at 2 a.m. today.
Let's hear that. Man. But listen, Foundational Black Americans, we were the only group whose civil rights struggles and protest and blood equity, we were the ones forcing the creation of the 1965 Immigration Act. That allowed.
Know what's so funny? One, nobody who calls himself FBA participated in the Civil Rights Act. Two, y'all all civil rights movement. Y'all all attacked the civil rights movement. Like Tariq was just attacking the civil rights movement the other day. The Black Authority just attacked the civil rights movement the other day. So did Professor Black Truth. Y'all constantly attacking the civil rights movement while trying to claim the victories of the civil rights movement. Y'all bozos. Y'all total bozos. Y'all attack the civil rights movement while trying to claim all the W's of the civil rights movement. And another thing is, too, Black immigrants and people who are descendants of Black immigrants participated in the civil rights movement. Like, he don't even get that. Some of the biggest people who helped the civil rights movement and led the civil rights movement were Black immigrants, or people y'all would call Black immigrants. Who has the most civil rights W's in the courtroom? Constance Baker Motley. Who started the Black Power era? And the Black Power era. Kwame Ture. Who's the one who actually kicked off the civil rights movement? I'm talking about the movement where Martin Luther King and them is marching throughout the South, trying to build the momentum and build enough pressure that the civil rights legislations could be passed. Who did that? Harry Belafonte. Like, Tariq doesn't even know what he's talking about. Ain't no civil rights movement without black immigrants. Like, if I take away all the contributions of all the black immigrants or people y'all would call black immigrants, there is no civil rights movement. There is no civil rights movement. There's no civil rights era. There's no civil rights struggle. It damn sure don't succeed. Nobody can challenge me on that. Harry Belafonte was not a disciple of Martin Luther King. Harry Belafonte was doing civil rights before Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King called Harry Belafonte trying to be down with him.
Immigrants and Africans from the Caribbean and Africa to come over here to the U.S. in large numbers. So historically, foundational Black Americans, we were political shields for all Black people globally, to be honest. We were the only people helping all of you folks without exploiting your ass. You understand that? Foundational Black Americans, we were the only group who would help African and Caribbeans unconditionally. We were not trying to exploit you.
Look, he left the Syrians out of it. Remember, Tariq only mentioned the Syrians because he don't want people to be like, see, you only attack Black immigrants. So if somebody point out like, hey, Tariq, you're only doing this because you want to attack Haitians. Well, don't you see I got Syrians in the title? Don't you see I got the Syrian flag? You see how after the first time he brought this up, he hasn't mentioned Syrian yet. He has did a fake African accent. He's been attacking Black immigrants, all of that. But he has not mentioned the Syrians. The whole point of this was just to attack the Haitians. That's it, because he's a bigot, anti-Black bigot.
We were the only people genuinely trying to help you. And what did you do? Y'all send your tethers over here to undermine us and do everything they could to disrespect us. But somebody said FBI is delusional. Wise, hop on in, Wise. Oh, Wise, hop on in, sir. You're very vocal.
Well, that person is kind of wise because he got the name Wise and he said FBI is delusional, which they are. FBI is delusional. Can't make this up. Shout out to everybody in the building. That's what I want to know, WT. That's what I want to know. No, Mackenzie, I'm not saying you said nothing wrong. I was just saying, like, nah, he wasn't his disciple. But, you ain't got to apologize to me. I understood what you were saying. I was just bringing some clarity. Like, yeah, they was together. Yeah, they rolled together. But shout out to you. Ain't no smoke. All love.
All right. Wise computers, hop on in, sir. All right, Wise, hop on in. Don't just be talking in the chat room. Well, let us know what's on your mind. All right, Wise, don't be saying stuff and now you scared to get on because now you scared that ICE is gonna pull up on you now. No, come on, Wise, say it with your chest. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Come on, Wise. Wise up here packing them bags right now. He's getting some canned meats in his luggage so he can make that trip back. All right. Oh, yeah, you mad. Don't be mad at us. Man, hop on in. Listen, we were the political shield for all of you people. And you disrespected that specific lineage. And you alienated the historical architects of the American civil rights movement. That was a very bad tactical failure.
Tariq is just babbling. This is weapons grade babble. What does this even mean? What is he trying to even prove? What is he even actually saying? Again, you attacked the civil rights movement. You attack the people who did the civil rights movement, but somehow, some way, you want credit for the civil rights movement. And again, these people have not alienated themselves from the people who had done the civil rights movement. They have not done that. And the people who did the civil rights movement is still fighting. There's nobody who was an active participant in the civil rights movement walking around today clapping their hands saying, yes, Trump, deport Haitians because they was undermining FBA. Nobody is saying that. Tomato, tomato, tomato.
Yeah. See, you thought, okay, you're going to get over here off of all of the laws that we push to help get you here and then kick the ladder away and talk shit once you in. I'm in here.
Mind you, Black immigrants have been coming to this country for like over a century before the 60s. Matter of fact, not over a century. I wouldn't say over a century, but close to a century. Like, yes, like since like the 1880s, 1890s. Like, Black immigrants basically built New York. Like the Harlem that we all know with all the Black businesses and having the great Black businesses, that was all Black immigrants doing that. They was already coming here. Like, y'all keep making up this fake myth that Black immigrants weren't allowed in America until FBA decided and say, you know what? Black immigrants should be here. Let them in government. And the government said, okay, we bow before the mighty FBA and we let Black immigrants in. Can't make this up.
Not nigga, I cannot leave. I hate you niggas. And then you wanted to show out once you got up in here. Oh, you thought it was sweet. It wasn't as sweet as you thought it was, huh? You see? See, for decades, foundational Black Americans, we marched, protested, we gave a lot of our political capital fighting for the global diaspora issues without demanding anything in return. And that era is over right now. It's over. We've shifted to strictly transactional political frameworks right now. So if anybody comes to the U.S. and you disrespect the foundation, you offer no mutual respect.
Exactly. What did FBA do to help that? But you know what's also so funny? FBA ain't no different than those racist white people who are part of the Republican Party. Talking about, oh, my family fought in the Civil War. They fought for the Union while they are currently a part of the Republican Party waving a Confederate flag. It's like you trying to soak up clout for what somebody else in your family did or ancestor or from your area did that you are currently diametrically opposed to. You didn't do it and you're currently diametrically opposed to it. But somehow you want credit. Somebody said something? That's not true. That's not true. Teaching with technique, you're the goofy. You're the stupid one who actually believes what Tariq is saying. You're dumb. Now explain to me how your efforts got Beyonce's family here. Her father's side of the family here. Explain how your efforts got Shirley Chisholm's family here. Explain how your efforts got Constance Baker Motley's family here. Explain. Irvin Palmer. You said that that's Brennan. That's Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. He switched his name. I don't know too much about that comment. I got to look into that. Shout out to you though. Stephanie St. Clair, you're right. Not true. And again, like I said, the efforts you're trying to make mention of, there were Black immigrants involved in that too. In fact, the push to really change the immigration laws was Black immigrants. Like, again, you just saying stuff, But let's get back to Tariq the Bozo.
Respect and no tangible deliverables. We ain't rocking with you. Just fight your own battle. Fight your own battle. And family, this goes to show, we've been telling you, there's going to be an immediate collapse without the foundational Black American vanguard. See how things go bad quickly when we ain't stomping for you? The moment foundational Black Americans decide not to stand on the front lines and organize grassroots resistance and act as a buffer against the system, boy, these people got stripped of everything with minimal political friction at all. See, now these immigrants, you're realizing what it means to face the full weight of the dominant society's legal apparatus by your damn self without FBA's absorbing the blow for you.
What was FBA going to do against the Supreme Court? What was anybody going to do against a partisan Supreme Court, a conservative Supreme Court? What could anybody do in the face of this? Nothing. That already had their mind made up before they even heard the arguments. You making it seem like if every so-called FBA or somebody you call FBA had been outside marching and rallying outside of the Supreme Court, this wouldn't have happened. This still would have happened. This still would have happened.
Don't feel too good, huh? Wait, nigga, wait. Racism is real, nigga. It is real. I understand. No. Don't wait till the ice truck is pulled up for you to understand. No. Man. See, a lot of these non-FBAs, they fell into the trap of trying to appease the dominant society, trying to compare yourself favorable against us. You see, you get around these white supremacists, cacaing and kikiing, and they pump your head up, trying to get you to undermine us. Hey, Mduga, you work so hard, man. I really love your work ethic. I thank you so much, Brad. I'm not like these FBA niggas. I am not lazy. I'm not a lazy bum. I don't sit around with just one job. I have 4 jobs. I work hard. You sure do. You never ask for a raise or anything. That is right. Because racism don't exist. Those FBA niggas are always complaining about racism. I love you, white people. I love you too, Mdugu. Now go fetch me some water over there, buddy. Yes, sir. Oh, you thought your hard-working narrative was going to get you some clout with the dominant society.
Again, he's doing a fake African accent. This is just about attacking Black people. That's all this is about, attacking other Black people. That's all he cares about. This is beyond cringe. We about to have to move on to something else or speed him up. I can't do this. You are right. Tariq is truly sad. He's a sad individual. I couldn't imagine doing this for money, being so low that I got to do stuff like this for money. I couldn't imagine.
Man, the Supreme Court and this current administration, they don't care how hardworking you claim to be because you got a gazillion jobs and all that. No. Your appeasement failed miserably. And this situation really exposes the one-sided nature about how global solidarity is often weaponized. See, the concept of Pan-Africanism, that's frequently used to guilt foundational Black Americans for fighting for immigrant rights. That's what that is. I want y'all to understand, there's no Pan-African solidarity. Pan-African means basically FBAs come fight our battles for us.
That's wrong. The civil rights movement was Pan-Africanist solidarity. Everything Black people have ever done in this country was Pan-Africanist. You can't argue against that. I challenge you or any other FBA bozos to name anything done in this country by Black people that wasn't Pan-Africanist. I challenge y'all. I challenge y'all. Like, come on. This is nonsense.
That's what that means. Because they can't fight them. They ain't going to fight them. You ain't got the numbers, the political clout, or the spirit to do that. And plus, you're a guest here. We're not. You see? So the thing is, you're so used to trying to guilt us for fighting for immigrant rights, but that solidarity evaporates when we demand support for domestic lineage-based issues. You see? Y'all got to understand, it was Tethers who was crapping on our damn reparations.
Again, lying about reparations. We about to get off this. I'm about to speed this up. We'll get off this. Hey, Hood Mistress. Shout out to you in the building. Like, come on, man. I know Tariq is somewhere cowering in the cut. Like, he already just using my stuff and everything. Let me see. You said you a nationalist and you white, but you're not a white nationalist. What is that? What is that? Of course, like we already said earlier, he's not talking about the Syrians. He's not talking about the Syrians. He's not. He's not. But we about to have to speed him up because again, we're not doing this babble. Like it's the same babble over and over and over again. Same babble.
Every time we try to get reparations, y'all were the main ones hopping up opposing it.
But he's not saying nothing about Trump opposing it. Trump is currently, right now, as we speak, the Trump administration is working with Ed Blum to bring a case before the Supreme Court to stop black people from getting reparations. Right now, he hasn't said a word about it. The Trump administration at the UN was saying that black people don't deserve reparations for slavery because slavery was legal. Like, come on.
Every time we turn around, y'all sit up here talking about what we shouldn't get. Y'all went out of your way to sit up here and undermine our reparations. And now the block is hot for you. And we're sitting over here like, oh, damn. Oh, let me finish my crab legs. I mean, some good, delicious crab legs with corn on the cob. It's so good. Y'all be safe. Yeah.
Shout out to Visionary for the jewels. I just saw it. Thank you for the jewels. Thank you for all the support you're showing tonight.
Come on now. The block is hot. Listen, protection in America is not granted by being compliant. It's maintained by having a powerful, permanent political base.
Yes, it's clickbait. The Syrian flag being there and the word Syrian was clickbait. You mentioned Syrian one time, and that's in the very, very beginning. Like, only reason I'm still listening to this to see if he mentions Syrian again. Just to see if he mentions Syrian again. Shout out to Dread, Naughty Tactical, Nasty Tactical. My fault. Can't see. Yeah, Tariq is a fake pimp. He a fake everything. Oh, you did? Shout out to Lee for sending the Cash App. I didn't see it. Well, I'm gonna take a look at that.
Foundational Black Americans, we've leveraged through generations of voting blocks, cultural influence, constitutional roots, and the immigrants on TPS status, they lack this organic leverage. You can't build a foundation in America on a temporary status while you're simultaneously disrespecting the permanent lineage-based foundation of the culture.
Why he keep saying permanent? The white nationalist is working on getting you up out of here as we speak. And their case is going to go before this very, very same Supreme Court. And they doing it from your place of Alabama. Like, do we got to play the Alabama clip again? I think we got to play it again.
You see? Oh, it's a whole new day. See, the raw, cold political transaction here is that the dominant society, they view temporary labor as expendable. See, once the economic utility of a migrant group has run its course, when the political base demands deportations, the legal protections get revoked. and thinking that the dominant society views you as equal rather than temporary political tools, that was a severe misjudgment. Y'all don't understand how this power system worked. They thought if they come over here and just suck up to the white tea supremacists, they gonna be good. And you're learning it don't work like that. See, they thought they figured it out. Like, what is wrong with these FBA niggas? All you have to do is kiss up to the white man and you will be safe. No, that has never been the case. Never. People have tried that. It don't work. But y'all kept insisting, the white man who helped me, no, they want to elevate you to undermine us. Now that we're not letting you do that no more, you're persona non grata.
All right, he's repeating himself. So I think I'm going to pull up that clip. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. You said we need to start deporting Africans. And I need to put you on timeout. There we go. Put you on. Matter of fact, I'm banning you. Not even putting you on timeout. You just ban you altogether. Get you up out of here. Yeah, this guy's a bozo.
And the Foundation of Black American Prime Directive is validated. Moving forward, this scenario validates exactly why the Foundation of Black American Delineation Strategic Standpoint, it has to remain uncompromising. We have a foundational Black American first lineage-based focus. So we're reserving our energy, our resources, our political power for our domestic empowerment.
Like, again, there's nothing no group could have did to stop what Trump is doing right now. There's none. Like, you have to be stupid. But again, let's see FBA stop this. Can y'all see my screen? Y'all can see my screen. Because again, I know some of y'all have seen this, but I got to play it again for all the people who haven't seen this. This is the Alabama Speaker of the House talking about how they are currently working on, because right now they gutted the civil rights movement. The Civil Rights Amendment. So they was able to wipe out Black congressional representation in Alabama. Now they're talking about trying to overturn the 14th Amendment, get it completely gone. Like, yeah, let's play this.
There's an opportunity to look at those congressional districts again. Gives us a chance at all of them if we get some reprieve from courts, and so we'll see how that goes, and certainly hope that the Supreme Court will overturn Amendment 14 and gives us a shot to revisit those.
What would you say from your perspective? I mean, other than Mr. Pro Tem, everyone was relatively silent on the goings-on. What would you say from your perspective is the biggest misconception about what the bills do, and a message that you'd like to see out there?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the biggest misconception is, the thing about it is, people tend to forget what happened when this thing went to court before. We actually, the Republican Party had that seat in. Yeah,
let's bring that back real quick before we get off this. And y'all heard what he said, right? Let me see. Who was that who just said that? Shout out to PJH Riders. Rods. I said Riders, excuse me. Can't even see. Rods. Yeah, they are currently working on talking about turning back, getting rid of the 14th Amendment. What is the 14th Amendment? That gives Black people citizenship in this country. If they could get the 14th Amendment to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court overturns it, then that means Black people in America are not citizens. The only Black people in America who will be citizens after that are the immigrants. And is the immigrants. That's it. Because they will have gotten citizenship on their own term, not through the 14th Amendment. Tariq has not mentioned this, not spoken one word about this. Not at all. Exactly. FBA is a trademark hate cult. Trademark hate cult. Like, he has not spoken out one word about this. Again, like I said before, with the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, pretty much the only Black populations who still got say-so and congressional representation are the immigrant ones, because a lot of the immigrant populations live in the North. Like, Somalis as a group has more political representation by just having Ilhan Omar in office than most Black people who live in whole parts of the South. Like all this evil that y'all clapping it up for is actually hurting the group of Black people that you say you love the most and you say you want to see have the most good stuff happen for them. Shout out to Visionary for sending those jewels. Much appreciated.
Well, it certainly gives us an opportunity to look at those congressional districts again. Gives us a chance at all of them if we get some reprieve from courts, and so we'll see how that goes, and certainly hope that the Supreme Court will overturn Amendment 14 and gives us a shot to revisit those.
What would you say from?
Look at that neo-Confederate going after the 14th Amendment. That's the last thing. If they get the 14th Amendment, we are in antebellum 2.0. We already in Jim Crow 2.0. Now they're trying to take us back to antebellum 2.0. Shout out to everybody in the building. Nigerian Jesus lover, I didn't unfairly mute you. I muted you because you was engaging in the same behavior as FBA. Like, I don't know if you noticed, we don't fight. I don't fight fire with fire. I fight fire with water and live in the smoke. That's what I do. I'm not going to sit around here and try to say I don't care about people like Carmelo being railroaded in Texas, or black people being killed, or black women losing their jobs, black men losing their jobs, because I'm mad at a bunch of FBA bozos on the internet who don't represent these other black people. I'm never going to just attack Native Black Americans as a whole because of something that the foundational Black American hate group does. I'm never going to do that. Like, again, if you was in the building yesterday, you heard Tariq say it out of his own mouth. Black American and foundational Black American are two different things. And I agree with that. I'm never going to attack Black Americans because of what foundational Black Americans do. Shout out to Visionary for the 199. Thank you for coming through with that 199. Yeah, we got to move on from this. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Oh, I think I know what we could go to right now. We could go to a video that Lee requested. Shout out to Lee. Shout out to Lee. Go to a video that Lee requested. I think this is the video right here. I think this is the video right here. Shout out to everybody in the building. For all you who don't know, Chud the Builder got exposed again, but this time for being in a relationship with a transformer. Like, at this point, Chud is just going to commit BBC aside. That's what it is. That's what this was about. He just in love with meat, especially black meat. And he don't know how to deal with that. He just don't.
Chud got exposed today as a homosexual man with undeniable proof, man. And sir, this is some nasty work. Chud been out here two-timing zest monsters and deep throat in they stiff belly buttons, man. Sir, you are a degenerate. I've never seen nothing like this before, man. Before we get to the new information that has arose today, I just want to say this ain't the first time Chud has been exposed for being a homosexual. All right, last month we covered a member of the flexible community exposing Chud for wanting to stick his woodpecker in his bottomless mimosa. Pause, cuz.
Yeah. Beyond pause. Chud the bottom. Like, come on, man. All this hating on black people was like, that's what this is about. You mad because you like BBC, you like meat, so now you just can't get over it. Like, come on, man. You right, Lagoat. That's crazy. This whole conversation is paused. This whole video is gonna be paused. I just gotta keep the pause sign up. Pause.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm getting too carried away. Pause.
So I don't know if it's already public knowledge, but like that Chud the Builder guy, the blatantly racist white guy that's in Tennessee and like just is blatantly racist. We're from the same town, and multiple times he sent me and my other gay boyfriends nudes on Grindr. So. Oh my God, great question. I don't know if you've ever thought about this, but the world actually operates on a timeline. And part of the timeline is the past. And in the past, I didn't have a boyfriend like I do in the current present tense. So
yes, BBC aside is a real term. There's something going on where you got white people running around here, racist white people killing themselves because they can't get over their desire for BBC. So it's like, I feel like Chud the Bottom is one of those people, but instead of just killing himself, he want to kill black men because he just can't get over his love for BBC. He can't do it. He can't.
Okay, but low-key, I'm happy that my video outing Chud the Builder, aka Dalton Etherly or whatever, is getting like traction because we went to the same high school together, and trigger warning, I was popular on Vine, like that was my thing. And one day I was staying after school for math tutoring because I needed help in math, and I was sitting outside of the school, like on my phone, just like being on my phone, and he took a picture of me, then posted it to social media being like, this is what like the internet popular kids do in real life, like this is what they're actually like. I'm sitting there waiting for my mom to pick me up from after school tutoring, and you're taking a picture of me. Right. So at the end of the day, I won. You're going to jail, if not prison, and your bond was $1.2 million.
Chud don't got a type, man. Chud don't got no type at all. If you got some dookie, he's sniffing. Now, Chud went from being a woodpecking dookie sniffer to a bottomless mimosa. Because a black woman who, he ran across by chance in public and tried to act brand new and embarrass her, she came out with her story about Chud. And apparently, man, according to her, bruh, she was stuffing Chud's belly button with the 19-inch Jason Love, the premium model.
Up to speed. Now, so you were not playing when you said,
hey, yo, this whole conversation is just too AO for me. Shout out to Lee, because if it wasn't for you, I would not be covering this. This is crazy. No, I haven't seen it. I've been seeing Matt Walsh do a bunch of super racist stuff, because he's always doing racist stuff, but he's been doing some super racist stuff lately, and I was trying to think about, should I cover it or not, because I don't want to get the stream boomed. But yeah, I think I might start covering some of the stuff he's doing. Yes, you already know Poetic Flacco is having a lot of fun with this topic. He just coming up with new ways to talk about Chud being on one of those and saying pause after he come up with a new term for it.
that you used to peg him.
Every man that has ever been with me, I have pegged them.
What?
Yes, I'm a top.
Okay. All right. Okay, I know you say you used to have sex parties and stuff, and you and Dalton were very close. Were you guys in a relationship though?
Oh, no, not at all. It's just the homie. It's just the homie that comes and parties sometimes.
And this was only during your sex parties?
Yeah.
Would you charge for these sex parties?
Absolutely.
Her confidence is like...
Hey, yo, I'm a top. That's just the homie who comes and parties sometimes. I charge for the sex parties. Like, this is nasty work. Yes, Kung Fu, this woman is dangerous. Remember, she was out here defending Chud the bozo and was glazing him until he started roasting her. That's when she came out to try to expose him. I know that, and that ain't a bad strategy, WT. That's not a bad strategy. Academics got the bag.
We need more people like you on screen. Just say it. Just say that. Okay, so how did you know that he was into pegging? Like, he just came and just told you? He went from selling weed to saying, hey, will you hit me with a strap?
I'm a very open person, if you can't tell. So whoever decides they want to be in my life, I tell them what I'm on. Because especially as a man, if say I do decide I'm going to wear my strap outside today, if I don't tell you that and you see me with a bulge in my pants, that's going to be kind of alarming. So I tell everyone around me what I stand for, what I'm about, what I do. So if I do decide to put the strap on today, it's no surprise. So then once they find out that that's what I'm on, then they have the choice. Do you want to me or not? And most times they stick around. It doesn't bother them.
So,
hey, yo. But at least she up front and letting people know what she on. I gotta give her credit. She letting people know that she a freaky frog and she like that. And she, like she said, most of the time they stick around. I'm happy she doing that, because now nobody who ever got caught with her can say, oh, she wasn't doing that with me, or oh, I didn't know. Can't say that. Yes, a bulge, because she feel like walking around with the strap on outside in her pants like it's a real meat. Because you just heard her say she a top. Crazy. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, she keep that thing on her like it's an actual strap, but it's the other type of strap. Like, crazy. It definitely is a different world on social media. I was thinking about that the other day. Like, there's whole communities on social media that's super big that I never heard about, I never knew about, and I don't want to know about. Oh yeah, I got you. I'm about to start doing more of those not popular, excuse me. I'm still thinking about the other topic. Yeah, some more positive stories. I'm really gonna try to do that.
Were you the first person to ever peg him? Or
most of my clients, I'm there first.
Chud, I think I speak for all the white supremacists that you idolize. You've lost your right to be racist, man. You can no longer be racist if you squealed out when a black woman stuck a rubber anaconda in you, man, and fractured your prostate. You can't be racist no more, bro. A black woman stuck in a rubber anaconda in you, bruh. A plastic one at that. And fractured your prostate. Nah, come on, son. Now, apparently she did such a good job that Chud decided he wanted to experience the real thing. So instead of going to a chick with a fake strap on, Chud sought out a chick with the real thing. This brings us to today. A woman by the name of T.S. Baby Jane has came out. Now, she has came out and she provided undeniable proof because Chud is known to deny until you show proof. See, Chud denied all the other stories claiming that everybody was just lying on him, but this lady,
yes, the black woman is a biological woman. She just has a strap on that she uses on dudes. I don't remember Lord of Slaughter, but I'll do it over for you. I'll make it its own separate because I think I touched on the topic, but I'll do it over for you. I'll do it over for you because I remember you asked me about something about the difference between the two, and yeah, you could do that over. I'll do that over. Shout out to you.
Whatever we are identifying this person as has provided undeniable proof. Now, she met Chud on Grindr. Apparently, Chud, because we've heard this from multiple people, Chud is apparently, according to his accusers, like a full-time grinder. Like, Chud lives on Grindr. Now, depending on who you ask, Chud is on Grindr looking for dookie butts or woodpeckers.
When he hit me up, I asked if he bottomed. I don't know why he said this. Basically, like, he said, I'm a top. I've never bottomed. I don't want to bottom. Like, I don't do any of that gay shit. And I don't know if it was, like, my fault. Because back then, I was like, I don't like bottoms. And I mean, bottom chasers are a thing. And girl, I'm 6'2". Like, I feel like it was just me. Like, I'm so HSTS. Like, oh my God, like, I'm only a bottom. Girl, you don't even know how to bottom. Not true. But yeah, I've topped some dudes. Especially now that we know we got pegged, it's like, it was either cope or it was a lie. I feel like it was a lie because I feel like that's why he was looking for. But at the same time, like, there was a point in our hookup when my hands got too close to his and he like moved them away. So I'm like, if you wanted to bottom, why not let me finger in it? You know what I'm saying? Like,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, let me put a finger in it. Come on. Look, the nail's broken off. Easy. Okay.
Back on track. No, we're not.
But I asked if he reciprocated, you know, and he said, I mean, I love going down on girls, so like, I don't see why not. Okay.
Listen, I didn't even understand most of the stuff that was spoken by that transformer, and I'm happy I did. Because I don't understand, like, Chud is the bottom, and he said he doesn't like bottoms, but he came and he did the bottom, and then the transformer said that they don't bang with they only top, they don't bang with bottoms, or they only like bottoms, or they a bottom chaser. I don't even know what the hell is going on. This is crazy. This is crazy. Hopefully Poetic Flacco could break this down, because I don't even know what the hell just happened. I don't even know.
Yo, fam. Now, everything about this actually confirms everything we've known about Chud. Chud, in his entire activity online, has been rooted in contradictions and hypocrisy. Chud was out here calling black folks the N-word with the hard R, while in the same breath claiming he's not racist, it's just freedom of speech. He was out here calling black folks the N-word with the hard R. He's seen a interracial couple walk by, and he berates the woman for being with a black guy. He says black folks has nothing to offer. Our culture is trash. We need to leave America, while in the same breath claiming he loves black people and he's not racist. So when you tell me that Chud is out here saying he's not a homosexual because he don't allow his chadussy to get busted, which we now know is cap, but I guess because it's rubber, he believes that it's not homosexual activities because it's the fake thing, but the real thing going in you, he says, that's a tad bit too. Nothing about this guy is rooted in logic.
Know what I really think that the issue is? He just, again, this is go back to my thing. He's obsessed with BBC, because if we listen to Poetic Flacco, he didn't let the white transformer stick him, but he let the black woman with the fake BBC stick him. I'm pretty sure it's gonna come out that Chud done got on some BBC from some black dude. It's gonna come out. It's gonna come out. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he a BBC addict. That's what this is. His hatred for black men comes from the fact that he's a BBC chaser. He just chasing BBC. Like, this whole conversation is paused, but that's what this is about. And he's gonna end up offing himself because all this stems from his love of BBC. That's it. Like, this is crazy.
Reasoning. He believes he's not a homosexual because the chadussy didn't get busted by a real thing, but he can allow this person to stick their stiff belly button down his esophagus and make him choke.
Oh, that's what happened at the end when he was like, I don't got no problem going down on girls. Oh, Chud ain't got no problem giving the transformer top. So he's saying he is a top, but he gives top too. This whole conversation is AO pause. Thank you, Justin Moss, for giving us that pause button. Like, come on. Chadussy? Come on, man. Yeah, some white guy killed him. It wasn't just one white guy. It was a couple of white guys who killed themselves, and it turned out that they killed themselves because they couldn't get over the fact that they love BBC. That's why we saying BBC aside. That's what it's called. BBC aside. Let's go BBC aside.
Deep throat and belly buttons is a straight man activity, according to Chud. Now, this is not only the only thing we learn about Chud. So we found out, according to this person, that Chud and her went out on a date and they was seen together in public.
Yeah, that's hot. Again, he acted like a normal person. He hit all my green flags, at least at the time, where it's like, he treated me like a normal girl, agreed to be seen with me in public, wasn't pushy about pictures. When he agreed to take me out, he said, I don't give a what anyone thinks. My town hates me. They're always screenshotting my grinder, calling me gay and shit because I'm autistic. It was like, that sucks. It's just funny how he framed it in hindsight. Baby, like,
come on. Chud trying to blame his fact that he like beef on autism. What's next? Your medicine, like from The Sopranos. Remember the guy Vito? He said that his his heart medicine was messing with his brain. Now Chud is a mook because he autistic.
They're doing that because you're like racist, like you go into places and say the N-word, not because you're on Grindr and autistic.
It's unfortunate that we had to find
Oh
out.
man, the Transformer was dealing with Chud while he was doing the whole calling black people the N-word. Can't make this up. Can't make this up. But let me show y'all this real quick. Hopefully, everybody, we just gonna take a little peek at this. This is like adult content. It's not nothing nudity or nothing like that, but this is adult. This is adult. Can y'all see my screen? Can y'all see my screen? Yes. I don't know how to make this bigger, and I don't want to like try to make it too big. But let me see. I don't want to click it because I'm scared that I might click it and it might go to something else. But as you can see, this person said this is like the third person to off themselves over BBC this year. Bro, Twitter is not a real place. Yes, people was out here downing themselves because it was all racist white boys downing themselves because they couldn't get over their love of BBC. They hated black people, but they loved black meat, and they couldn't get over it. So they just downed themselves. It was like an epidemic to the point where people no longer, when people commit suicide, they don't say it. They don't bring it up no more that it's being over BBC because people just gonna laugh at them. Like the people was bringing it up and they was like talking about it like as a community. Like, yeah, this is a real problem we dealing with in the white nationalist community, that of our friends killing themselves because they can't stop wanting to be cucks. They can't stop watching interracial porn. They can't stop wanting to be a sissy. They can't stop. They can't stop idolizing BBC. But people keep made so much fun of them that they don't no longer talk about it openly. This is crazy. This is crazy. They can't get over it, man. That's Chud. He loved BBC so much that it turned him into a hardcore racist. Because he hate that he loved black dick. He hate that shit. He hate it. Let's get back to Poetic Flocko. Shout out to everybody in the building.
How that Chud was autistic in this fashion, but this explains his behavior. This explains it all, man. Chud going out saying the N-word in public, calling a black man the N-word and shooting him while trying to claim he shot him because of free speech, going to court and thinking he's the victim, right? Calling himself, I don't know, like the white MLK, trying to be like a spokesperson for. This right here explains it all. The drastic shift in beliefs that fast, going from being like a social justice warrior to being a white nationalist within a span of like 6 months. This explains it all. He is susceptible to brainwash. This man watched way too many Nick Fuentes clips and then became a white nationalist. Chud is autistic. I believe it 1,000%. Now, here's the thing, okay?
Poetic Flocko, we're not going to let you do that. We're not going to let you use, we're not going to let you co-sign Chud using autism as a justification for him being a blade. That's out. Because you're going, this solves it. Chud is actually autistic. No, he's not autistic. He's just a blade. And he's trying to justify being a blade by claiming he got something wrong with him mentally. No, he's not getting that out.
This person got pictures of her and Chud, or them and Chud, or they and Chud on this date. And Chud, you cannot deny this, huh? We are live on this person's Instagram. Again, this is their Instagram. We are live on the Instagram, okay? Live on the Instagram. So Chud can't get to, oh my God, this is live on the Instagram, right? All right. Live, right? Cool. This was posted 48 weeks ago. This was posted July 21st, 2025, 48 weeks ago, last year, okay? So July 21st, 2025, they posted a picture of their week. Not really knowing who this person really was like that, not really understanding why this person was even moderately famous. They was just posting their week. And you know who is a part of their week? You lied to us, Chud. You lied to us, Chud. You was really sucking on belly buttons and stuffing your butt with the rubber, bro. You was really doing that, bro. You did that, bro. You did that, bro. You was really doing that, bro. You lied to us. But it gets more. It gets more flagrant, man. All right, because before Chud get to, the picture's cut off halfway, man. How y'all know it's me? It's just a white guy with a mustache, because you know how they do, bruh. These people are absolutely delusional. They're pathological liars. We got more, Chud. All right, that ain't cut off halfway.
Yeah, so last year, May 2025, I shut the builder.
I ain't never seen Chud this happy before. I've never seen Chud this elate. Oh, Chud look like he is where he belong, guy, man. Ho, 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 ho. Chud apparently put his lips and his mouth on more than just her face, man. Apparently, Chud was fighting for his life in her apartment, bruh. Chud had his esophagus violated.
Unsexy word. Anyway, he went down on me until his clothes were off, and he gestured for me to reciprocate. Remember how I said he was no-fap and smoked a lot of blunts? Well, that first round didn't last very long. I'd never done this before, but in that moment, I let him on my face. I realized then that some things should be kept a fantasy, because being no-fap, it was so much, and it tasted like a bitter ashtray. I swear to God, there was a hint of weed in it, like I'd licked the resin out of a bong.
Hey, yo! Lee, we about to have to, I think I fulfilled my duty, Lee. No way. No way. Like, this is some Marcel Dixon stuff going on right now. This is some Tariq Nasheed, buck breaking, Marcel Dixon gay story time activity going on right now. This is crazy. Too much.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, it tasted like weed, and it was a lot on my face. I toweled off, and we took a break.
Hey, yo, bro. Hey, yo, man. Yo, Chud, Chud, bro. Yo, you is a different type of guy, bro. So Chud loved his experience so much, he actually hit them up as recently as February to run it back. Now, he sent them this picture on Grindr. She sent the picture to her friend like, yo, he just hit me up. Yo. Well, the picture is a picture that Chud has never posted. So if you reverse image search it, it doesn't pop up anywhere. It gets worse though. So Chud's baby mama found out, according to this person, she found out that Chud was out here doing what
you dead wrong, Lee. You dead wrong.
He was doing on Grindr. I don't know how she found out, but she found out. And apparently her and Chud had this argument about it. Chud then screenshotted the argument and sent it to this person that he's dealing with from off of Grindr. Now, in the messages, Chud is just outright telling them, hey, listen, man, I like what I like. It's better than coming home to you. And I'm like, yo, this is not no. Yo, Chud is only lying to the internet. But everybody else, anybody around, it looks like everyone around Chud knows this, because it didn't look like Chud was going out of his way to really hide this. It's not until he became popular on the internet that now he feels like he got to hide it.
He sent me these texts with his baby mama, who was Latina, months later after a date. She said, go live happily ever after with a dude. Get him, girl. And then he said, back in the day, when women were made to be feminine, that's when society was the best and the least gay occurred. Every time women get out of hand, the facts go back to the Roman days and dudes who are more femme than their girlfriends are. Women are so manly. Dudes would rather fuck a femboy than come home to their GF. Who act like dudes will call men gay for fucking femboys who are more feminine than they are. In quotes.
How dare you?
Again, that's another reason why a lot of these white nationalists keep talking about the Roman Empire. That's another reason. Because they want to go back to the days of Rome where they could be blades and then not feel bad about it. Where it's like, well, I'm not really gay because I'm the top. And I'm not really gay because the person who I'm doing it with is feminine. So it's not really gay. And these women out here are too masculine. They think they men. So me doing it with a dude who thinks they're a woman or behaves like a woman or look like a woman, well, and I'm the top, even though I'm giving top. Yeah, that's cool. That's where a lot of this that's why a lot of these white nationalists are obsessed with Rome and ancient Greece and all this Spartan stuff. They obsessed with that.
You know, want to come home and man with.
Sorry, babe. I'd rather fuck a girl with an N-word with a mid like yours. Cry laughing emoji. My friend made.
Look at that. His baby mama, Latino, and he calling her the N-word, saying he rather bang a dude with a whatever he said with a transformer than bang you manly N-word. See, that's another reason. See, being too thirsty for white meat. A lot of Latinas is thirsty, not the majority, but there's a certain segment of the population who thirsty for white meat because they trying to progress the race and they end up having babies by dudes like Chud the Builder because they just so thirsty. They just so thirsty to progress the race that they'll just have a baby by any white man to the point where this is the type of white man you having a baby with. A total blade who's calling you the N-word and screenshotting the conversation and sending it to a transformer he just met. Can't make this up, man.
A good point where she's like, yeah, bro, like you really owned your baby mama. I know it's like not base, like it's very misogynist. Just say you think it's hot, bro. Like that's all. It doesn't have to be this whole thing.
At this point, you really got to sit back and just.
Yes, exactly. That's a lot of reason why they also promote women to look like 12-year-old boys. Like, we not stupid. It's a reason why the people who make the laws will throw you in jail longer for selling drugs than they'll throw you in jail for doing something to a kid. You know why? Because they feel for those people because they just like them. And they thinking to themselves, if we ever get caught, we want to be prosecuted under these laws too. Like, this is crazy. Exactly, Justin March. All roads lead to Rome. Chud the bottom. Can't make this up. You can't make this up. Can't. I think your name is Nicholas. Can't really see. Yeah. We talking about the women progressing the race. We talking about women who believe in progressing the race, which means having babies with a white man. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, Batiman. Like, this is crazy. No, but I think I heard about it. But you know, they did that to all the child actors. Disgusting. Everybody, make sure y'all supporting the stream. Make sure y'all giving the stream thumbs up, supporting it any way you can. Thumbs up, fire emoji, all that other good stuff. And when you get a chance, subscribe to all my channels. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's keep it going.
And just ponder, man, to what kind of life is Chud gonna come out to, bruh? Yo, while Chud has been in jail, his life has been destroyed, has been ruined. Chud, at this point, has been outed as a homosexual. He's homeless. His kid mama is apparently changing his name. He's going to be a felon with a criminal history. He won't be able to get a job anywhere. He's an absolute pariah. How do your life get any much worse? Well, unfortunately, we got some more information on how it could be worse. And that's in the next video. Okay, that's in the next video. All right. So stay tuned. I'll be dropping another video on this probably in the hour max. Okay.
Yeah, that was too much. That was too much. Shout out to everybody in the building who saw that. That was crazy. That was crazy. Lee, you fouled for that. You fouled for that. Yeah, all of them is blades. All of them is PDF files. All of them are blades. But yeah, we got to move on. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. We moving on. Can everybody see my screen? For all you who don't know, Tariq Nasheed is crying about something that has to do with the Hindus in Georgia. I don't know. I'm gonna let Tariq Nasheed explain. Let's get into this.
Report that Georgia became the first state in the nation to pass a resolution in our General Assembly to condemn anti-Hindu hate. I've also joined in supporting a similar resolution here in the United States House of Representatives, sponsored by my colleague, Representative Sri Tharadar of Michigan. Again, I am pleased to be with you today. I welcome you to Washington.
Speaking of...
Okay, so I guess Georgia passed a resolution condemning anti-Hindu hate or whatever the case may be. So I guess Tariq is going to cry about it. So, but you know, that don't mean that's just FBA behavior. Shout out to the visionary for coming through with another 199. Yeah, Chud, he ain't got the biggest L, but he got one of the biggest. He got one of the biggest. For a streamer, yeah, he got one of the biggest. And thank you for those jewels, you son. Let's keep this going.
That, man, did y'all hear in Georgia? Y'all see what they passed? They got a bill in Georgia for Hindu phobia. Have y'all heard about that one, family? They got a Hindu phobia bill in Georgia that they passed. Oh, where my Georgia people? See, this is why we got to pay attention to everything that's happening. Down there in Georgia, I want y'all to look up House Bill 1124, HB 1124, and Senate Bill 375, SB 375. They have formally embedded protections against anti-Hindu bias into Georgia state law. All right. Georgia became the first U.S. state to pass a resolution to officially condemn Hindu phobia. What the hell is that? They already gave the Asians a crime bill. That COVID thing, that was a crime bill for them. Now
they're condemning Hindu phobia. Okay. What's the big deal, Tariq? What are you mad about? The Hindus in Georgia got active, got organized, did some real grassroots work, and they got the government to condemn it. So what's the issue? So what's the issue? Why don't you FBAs do y'all grassroots work, and go get an anti-FBA discrimination hate bill or whatever you call it, whatever you said you wanted? Why don't you go do that? Why are you hating on the Hindus? Keep it going.
The Hindus, Kamala's people, they're giving them a protection bill. Basically, what they did, they established a legal definition for Hindu phobia. And the core function of the legislation is basically to put a specific legally binding definition of anti-Hindu bias on the books. So they define Hindu phobia as a set of antagonistic, destructive, derogatory attitudes and behaviors towards Hinduism. All right. And they defined it in the state code. Lawmakers, they give police and prosecutors and civil agencies a specific framework to identify when the Hindus get targeted, which they are not really targeted like that. And that triggers hate crime penalty enhancements. See, Georgia already has hate crime laws, and I love TikTok Shop. And they allow for enhanced penalties if the victim is targeted based on religion, race, or national origin. These new bills specifically instruct fact finders like judges, juries, or whoever to use these new definitions of Hindu phobia to determine if a defendant intentionally targeted a victim or their property because of their Hindu faith. And if proven, the prosecutors can seek.
What do you mean, Nicholas? Hindus do vote. See, that's another thing. Y'all keep saying stuff like, oh, this group don't vote. This group don't vote. Yes, they do vote. And on top of that, they are politically active. Being politically active is more than just voting. That's about organizing. You know how Tariq is always using this, like, oh, we grassroots. It's about being it's about actually organizing. It's about actually coming up with legislation and then going to politicians and saying, hey, this is the legislation we want for our people. This is why I always knew FBA was a fraud. Because back then when they was down with Yvette Carnell was a staffer at the highest level. She was a staffer in Congress for 2 different congresswomen. She know how bills get passed and stuff like that. If she wanted to see anything she claimed she wanted to see, she knew how to put it together to push it. And she never did. You said they not being targeted. You can't say that they're not being targeted because they might feel that they are being targeted, or they might be putting that in place just in case they do get targeted, or to deter people from targeting them, or because they just want protection. Because you got to remember, a lot of Hindus, a lot of Sikhs have been attacked because people mistake them for Muslims. So yeah, you never know about whether they being targeted or attacked. They doing what they got to do to protect their community, and I ain't got no problem with that. You said it's a total disrespect. How is that disrespectful? Because other groups are making sure that they protected. I'm not, but I just got to address it because I can't have it being said that people are commenting these comments and I'm not addressing it. I got to address it. Because, again, I can use it to teach. They are doing what they are doing to protect their community. They are organizing and they are being active politically. The stuff that Tariq claims that he's doing, the stuff that that ADOS claims that they're doing, but they're not doing it. They're getting millions of dollars year in and year out just running their mouth. Because remember, what the Hindus did, that takes leadership. That takes organization. Things that they say they don't believe in. But somehow they're going to be the grassroots and fix all black people's problems. By what? Complaining online and saying don't vote for the Democrats. How does that work?
Heavier criminal sentences under Georgia hate crime statutes. So basically, beyond criminal acts, the legislation, it impacts civil rights. It mandates that any state or local agency responsible for enforcing anti-discrimination laws against them, like workplace discrimination, housing, or public accommodations, that could reach the definition of Hindu phobia if there's an investigation. Now, why Georgia? First, out there in Forsyth County, where my Georgia people? Where are my people in Atlanta? Right now in Forsyth County, that's home to one of the fastest and largest Hindu Indian American communities in the United States. Do y'all know that? Where are my Georgia people?
See, that's why they doing it. They probably not being targeted as of right now, but you never know what the future holds. So they trying to make sure they secure themselves now. And I ain't got no problem with it. Black people can do the same thing. It's going to be harder for black people to do it because, again, America runs on anti-blackness. It's a lot of Republicans who probably voted for this bill that if black people were to make a similar bill, they wouldn't vote for it. So, yeah, we can do this too. It just might be harder, but we can definitely still do this too. And there's no excuse for us not to do it. But the reason we're not doing it is because too many people don't believe in politics or don't understand politics or listen to bozos like Tariq, who says, we're the grassroots, we're the grassroots, we're the grassroots, but they ain't doing no grassroots stuff. Like, again, what is he doing? Is he going to say, well, the Hindus got this popping, let us see how they did that so we can do it? No, he's just got to complain about it and attack the Democrats. That's all he's going to do.
A lot of them Hindus out there in Forsyth County. Now, Forsyth County was a white supremacist enclave for a long time. All right. It's interesting that they were allowed to move out there, right? It's interesting that they were allowed to move out there in Forsyth County.
Yes, you can ask for laws to be put in place to protect your group, even if your group doesn't even face a lot of discrimination. And also, we don't know what discrimination that the Indian community, the Hindu community is facing or believe that they are facing. We don't know. We just know that they organize and put something together for themselves. And I ain't mad at them. I can see them doing that in New Jersey next. And in California next.
They must share some of the views of some of the people out there. So there was a group out there, Coalition of Hindus of North America. They were lobbying state lawmakers, arguing that Hindu Americans face unique forms of harassment, false narratives, and institutional bias that requires specific legal recognition to properly prosecute and prevent this stuff.
Exactly, WT. We ain't gonna see it. We ain't gonna see it. All we gonna see him doing is crying, and he gonna blame I think he gonna blame black Democrats. No, I know he gonna blame black Democrats. He gonna blame the Democrats altogether. He's going to probably blame black immigrants and say this is why we don't vote. You already know that. We already covered that about how the Jews in New York got their own ambulance service. They got their own police. Yeah, we definitely already covered that. Yeah, that's what I said. Like, and I was making that argument before about how black people can do stuff like that. And you had the bozo, recognized lame, who wanted to argue with me about that. And he's so stupid, he didn't even know that Catholic schools are private schools. But yeah, let's keep it going.
So, Illinois suburbs too. Yes, but people, there's nobody really committing crimes against them. So what's this really about? Now, we sitting up here talking about we need crime bill protections for us, and man, the Democrats are ignoring the hell out of us. See, we got to be very loud about this thing. We really, family on the black grassroots, we have to prioritize the hate crime bill for us. We need a found.
Exactly. What did I say? He's blaming the Democrats. And he said we need to prioritize ourselves on a grassroots level. Okay, where is the organization? Where is the organization? Who is the leader? Like you just heard Tariq name an organization. What is it called? Hindus of North America, whatever their group is called. You see how they had a group, right? The groups have leaders, right? And they put something together to protect their people. Right? We saw that happen. So where is the thing for FBA? It's just a bunch of, we just need to work on the grassroots. What grassroots? What organization? Who's the leader? Oh, we don't have leaders. So how are you expecting to get anything done? Shout out to Visionary for sending the jewels.
Foundational Black American anti-hate crime bill. There's no way around that. We got to press that issue very hard, ladies and gentlemen. See, the political system, they have no problem passing a hate crime bill for groups when there's no historic debt attached to it. You understand? See, acknowledging specific targeted violence against foundational Black Americans, that shows ongoing harm that stems from chattel slavery, which directly strengthens the legal and moral case for reparations. Protecting Hindus, that's cheap. You don't have to pay nothing. Yeah. It gives the politicians a civil rights victory without opening the door to a multi-trillion-dollar debt. You don't owe them nothing. So it's a way to say, hey, look, we protect minorities. Look at it. We protected those Hindus over there. Look, we're not racist. We gave protections to those minorities. It didn't cost you nothing. It didn't cost nothing. And also, this is like a swing state of extortion. You know, Georgia is a razor-thin swing state. So now they got these Indians up there, Indian Americans, and that population is up there in these affluent suburbs, and you know, they hold them.
Tariq don't know what he's talking about. He's just saying anything. He's just saying anything. He's just saying anything. This is just babble. Just babble. And yes, Tariq is the leader of FBA. He just says he's not the leader because he doesn't want the responsibility of being a leader. See, that's what Tariq is all about. He's about getting all the clout of leadership. He's about getting all the money of leadership. He's about getting all the status of leadership, but he doesn't want any of the responsibility of leadership. Because if he was actually a leader, some of those millions he make year in and year out would have to be invested back into the community. They would have to be invested back into the community. You said who's the leader of Jamaicans? Whoever's in charge of Jamaican organizations. That's who. First of all, FBA is a group. It's not a people. Also, top of that, whoever's the leader of Jamaicans, just like who's the leader of Hindus? You know who the leader of Hindus are? The people who are in charge of all these organizations. They're the ones who are leading Hindus. See, that's the thing that y'all don't understand about leadership. Y'all think that, oh, leadership is just one person popping up out the clear blue sky saying, I'm in charge of the whole, I'm the emperor or I'm the king of this whole group. And now everybody in this group got to bow down and kiss their feet. That's not leadership. You must be trolling. FBA is not a lineage. Like we went over this. You know what lineage means. It's a bloodline, right? It's not an ethnic group. It's not none of that. Tariq owns it. He trademarked it, everything. He is just ducking leadership. And this is why FBA is sitting around crying about Hindus getting a bill passed while they don't got nothing passed for themselves. Saying all this nonsense like, oh, leader, we don't have a leader. Like you literally arguing against the concept of leadership while crying about why other people got what they got, who have leadership. And then you're going to say, well, where's the leader? Where's the leader? Well, ask the Hindus. Let me look that up. I'm going to see what's the name of this Hindu group, and we're going to find out who their leaders are. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're going to find out who the leaders of the Hindus are.
Margins. So politicians are rushing to try to give them a tangible deliverable because they know that those people, their votes are transactional. They want something for their vote. You have to earn their vote. You see? See how using your vote to your advantage is supposed to work? This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to make these people come up with something and bring to the table for your vote. They said, okay, listen, you want us, we can vote Republican now because we're up here in Forsyth County already with a bunch of white supremacists. But if you want us to vote this way, I mean, what you giving us? So they demanded a bill for their vote and the state delivered. That's why we got to stop all this silly shit where we're supposed to just vote for the hell of it. And we got a bunch of clowns trying to shame us into voting for nothing. You know? And the only argument they give us, well, you better vote Democrat because you don't want Trump and them to get in office. And that's not a good enough reason. You understand? Where the Democrat shields at? Where y'all at? Let me talk to you Democrat shields in here. Where y'all at? I want to hear you now. Yeah, I want to hear from Rotisserie Martin and all these people. See, these people weaponize foundational Black American infrastructure. See, these immigrant groups, they study the civil rights blueprint paid for by FBA blood, and they take our land.
Again, babble. If they studied the civil rights blueprint and that's why they doing what they doing, how come FBA can't execute the civil rights blueprint now and get something done instead of crying about the Democrats? I didn't hear no Hindus crying about nobody. They just getting stuff done. Where's FBA getting something done instead of just sitting around crying?
language, our legal frameworks, our strategies, hate crime, anti-discrimination laws, and then they apply them to themselves. And they are successfully utilizing the civil rights infrastructure that we built to protect themselves while we remain unprotected. We got one of our damn kids out here, Carmelo Anthony, in jail for half a life sentence for protecting himself against a damn suspected white supremacist attack. That's why we need a crime bill. We can't even protect ourselves from people jumping on us. And these other people come over here, ain't nobody doing nothing to them, and get a crime bill overnight. Excuse me. But listen, family, this is why we have to stand on lineage business. All right? We have to stand on lineage business. See, the thing is that the Hindus out there, they're telling you, you got to earn what you want us to do. You want us to do something, you got to earn it. Politicians, they only give deliverables to groups they have to earn. I want y'all to understand that. Too many Black Americans have historically given 90% of their vote to the Democrats unconditionally for nothing, just showing up just to show up. That is a problem. I keep telling people that's a damn problem. I don't care about them trying to shame us and all that.
This is nonsense. Black people don't give their vote to the Democrats for nothing. Black people give their votes to the Democrats first and foremost to keep people like Trump from getting in office, from doing what he's doing right now. Black people are suffering right now because of Trump. Like, he's making it seem like black people just vote for the Democrats for no reason. That's like saying, well, black people out here supporting the union for no reason. Like, black people just supporting the union for no reason against the Confederacy. Jews just out here supporting the Allies for no reason against the Nazis. Like, what is the reason? Like, they just sitting out here supporting the Allies for nothing. What they getting from supporting the Allies? You sound dumb. You can't make that up.
It's a problem voting for nothing. If you're going to vote for nothing, nobody's incentivized to give you anything. All they do is send their flunkies out here to curse us out and shame us into voting. And when we say, hey, why don't you, if we vote, give us something. We need a crime bill. We need reparation. Yeah, you didn't ask Trump now. Is Trump gonna give it to you? Well, I'm not voting for Trump. Here, y'all must be MAGA. Y'all MAGA in the COINTELPRO. It's a bunch of silly ass talk. Yeah. And another interesting thing that they did, and this is interesting, the Hindus, what they did, they framed the grievance as religion. They didn't go the lineage route. They went religion. They said, okay, the bias is Hindu phobia. Hindu is a religion. So you get religious and cultural protections. See, a lot of the politicians, they want to avoid the radioactive reality of anti-Black systematic racism. So it's easier for lawmakers to pass a religious freedom bill than to admit that America has a genuine, lethal, and systemic hatred, I love TikTok shop, for the Black descendants of freedmen. See, this.
How many names he gonna keep coming up with? Black descendants of freedmen. Now y'all Black descendants of freedmen. But let me pause this real quick, because again, I found the leader. Let me see. What's the name of this group again? What's the name of this group? Matter of fact, we ain't worrying about that. The Coalition of Hindus of North America. That's the name of their group, right? Well, I found their leader. Let's watch something from the leader. We ain't gonna be long. Matter of fact, let me see. Do I want to watch this video? Let's watch this video right now. Let's watch this video. Matter of fact, I don't even want to watch that video because it's about my nanny. We're gonna watch this other video right now. We're gonna watch this other video. Can y'all see my screen? Can y'all see my screen? All right, y'all can see my screen. That's the leader right here. This is the leader of the Coalition of Hindus in North America. This is the leader who just got the Hindus that victory in Georgia. When you ask, well, who's the leader of Hindus? Well, this is the leader right now.
And a lot of people say caste and Hinduism are the same, cannot be separated. So when you have a law when you put caste in a law, it actually targets a particular sector. And as a result of which, if it's included in any kind of law, it profiles a certain group of people, which is a violation of their civil rights in America. I'm talking about as a Hindu American. And it violates my civil rights, my kids' civil rights, my kids' civil rights. It's a permanent law. It applies to yesterday's Hindus and today's Hindus and future Hindus. So when you are going into an employment, when you're going into housing, when you're going into places, people will look at you and say, oh, you look brown, you look Hinduish, you may have a problem here in caste, and I don't think I want to get into this whole issue. I won't hire you or I won't give you. By having this law, you will create another form of discrimination where people, just because of the last names, how they look, if you have the tilak or if you are vegetarian or any such markers, you will be automatically profiled. And
that's enough of that. I forgot. I'm hearing music. I'm like, this music might be trademarked. What the hell am I doing? But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to prove that point. This is the leader. This is their leader right here. This is their leader. I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, well, every time you talk about organization and leadership, who's the leader of Jamaicans? Who's the leader of Hindus? Who's the leader of white people? All right, here's the leader. This is what we mean by leaders. We mean this right here. Organizations with leaders who get out there and push for the people. That's what we mean by leaders. That's what we mean by leaders. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get back to this. Can't believe I was playing that. I hope that music wasn't trademarked. I mean, wasn't copywritten. I hope. You said it was royalty-free music. I hope so, because last time I did something like that, that music was not royalty-free. It was trademarked. Irv Palmer, no. Because Hindus are South Asian, but in America, when we say Asian, we only talking about East Asians. We only talking about people from Korea to the Philippines to Indonesia. That's what we talking about. Matter of fact, Japan is higher than Korea. Japan down to Indonesia. That's what we talking about. Those people. Yeah, that music was booming, and I'm like, oh my God, the music. But yeah, let's get back to this. Let's hear Tariq cry some more.
This is why we need that crime bill. We need that protection based on lineage. We need to be a protected group based on lineage. You understand? And the Foundation of Black American Fight for Liberation, that is inherently disruptive to the American status quo because it demands a total restructuring of resources, justice, and historic truth. Hindus don't pose a historic threat to American power structure. You dig? They want to be safely integrated into it. See, we don't. They know that they're not going to be no trouble. We are. You understand? So the Democrats, they ain't got no excuses. They don't have no excuses, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? They got specific protections for Hindu Americans following that crime bill that was protecting Asians. They have anti-Semitism bills, all that stuff. So I don't want to hear you can't do nothing for a specific group. We can't be specific. The hell you can. They've told us for years what they can't do. Laws can't be written for one group. It always has to be a broad people of color. No, they make sure they have specific tangibles for all of these other little niche groups all the time. They can do it for us. We have to stand on it though. But the thing is, y'all got to stop being so thirsty for the catfish nuggets that Jim Clyburn and all those people bring out every election season. It becomes the damn plantation celebration. Ooh, I got to go vote. They got catfish nuggets and hush puppies. Ooh-wee. It's going to be good eating. I sure is going to vote for Kamala. I'm the K-Hive if I give me some more fish sticks. Come on, man. We got to stop all that silly shit, dude. Man. So, yeah, these people are playing in our faces, man. For real. It's really embarrassing. We got to cut.
What's really embarrassing is that you sitting around here crying about the Hindus getting it done and you not out here getting it done. You've been getting money pushing this FBA stuff since what? 2019. It is now 2026. You have made millions of dollars pushing this FBA stuff. What actual grassroots political activity have you engaged in, Tariq? Nothing. Nothing.
Cut all that nonsense out. Let me see who we got. Y'all raise your hand, man. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hands. I'm going to get a couple of people in here because I'm not going to be on too long because I've been working so hard today. I've been working hard. And again, I'll be in Atlanta this weekend, man. My Atlanta people, let me know what's going on around Atlanta. We got to go to a concert or something out there.
Exactly. You're going to Atlanta, which is in Georgia. And instead of going to Atlanta to actually organize at the grassroots level so you can get your anti-hate crime bill for FBA, you talking about where my Atlanta people at? What's going on out there? We got to go to a concert or something. You going to Atlanta to party. You just did a whole video crying about Hindus, getting it done in Georgia. Now you going to Georgia to party. Now you going to Georgia to party. Exactly, hood mistress. Exactly. Like, this is ridiculous. Oh, we got Carlette in the building. Shout out to Carlette. I ain't see you here. I ain't see you in here. Exactly. Exactly. Shout out to Carlette in the building. Yes, Magi Commander, you can't make this up. This dude literally just sat up here crying about the Hindus putting in work to get a law passed for them in Georgia. And he's going to Georgia now. Is he going to try to put pressure on politicians like, hey, y'all did that for the Hindus? What's up for FBA? No, he's talking about going to a club, going to a concert, going to hang out. You can't make this up, bro. Shout out to AZ in the building. Salute.
I'm going to be out there for my birthday week. You know, my birthday is coming up next week. So I'll be out there in Atlanta kicking it and everything like that. Let me know. Oh, is the World Cup? Oh, yeah. The World Cup is still out there. That's right. How's the traffic in Atlanta, by the way? I forgot about the World Cup. That's right. How's the traffic out there? And all my Atlanta people, what's some good spots to eat at in Atlanta? The food spots be changing up real fast in Atlanta. What's the good eating spots in Atlanta right now? Let me see. You in Atlanta? Fried green tomato soul food. What's up, sweets? Eat at home. Busy Bees. I like Busy Bees. I've been to Busy Bees. Traffic is real. Okay. Southern Fire Kitchen, Fayetteville. Okay. Big Daddy. Oh, yeah, there's a spot that we went to. I got to ask my lady where it is. It was off in the cut. It was like a buffet soul food spot. Good as hell. Man. Yeah, FBA Dynasty. That's real talk. Yeah, that's real talk. That thing that went down with Carmelo, yeah, that wouldn't have flew. Them railroading them like that, that wouldn't have flew out here like that. Let me see. Loft Lounge, your buddy Trey owns it. Chicago Pizza. Okay. Yo, Bree, I'm trying to get you up here. Yeah, my birthday is July 1st. I'm a Cancer. All right. July 1st. Where's TI Seafood Spot?
You are definitely a cancer to the community. That's a fact. You are a cancer, but not that type. You're not just that type of cancer. You another type of cancer. A cancer. Y'all see this, right? This dude is a complete bozo. You literally sat up here crying about the work that Hindus is putting in for their community in Georgia. And then now you're talking about, speaking of Georgia, I'm going to be in Atlanta for my birthday weekend. What's going on? Let's go to a concert. Oh, where the good eating spots at? Oh, the World Cup is going on out there. What you gonna do, Tariq? You gonna buy a ticket to the World Cup? You got it. I know you got it to just buy tickets for your whole family to the World Cup because you got it like that. But this is what I'm talking about. Crying about other people doing grassroots work while you claim to be the grassroots, but you're not doing anything. You about to go all the way to Georgia and you ain't going to say a damn thing to no politician about this. Because again, you said this is your birthday weekend. You're going out to Georgia to celebrate your birthday weekend. You ain't going to say a damn thing. Matter of fact, you probably going to watch this video and then try to make up some, oh, we need to do, while I'm out there, we're going to do a pull-up, family. We're going to do a pull-up. But as y'all hearing right now, Tariq is not planning to do nothing political or no grassroots work for the people. He planning to go to Georgia and party.
Shout out to T.I. Might have to check his spot out. Shakira, I ain't about to go see no Shakira. I don't. And shout out to Shakira. I just don't listen to Shakira. All right. Let me see. It's off Memorial. Okay. Okay. I got to check it out. Let me see. Chosen.
Shout out to Visionary for the 199. Yep. He's more worried about tourism, being a tourist and touring around Atlanta than putting in work for the community. Like, come on now. This is an adult. And people are listening to Tariq say what he's saying right now, donating money to him and saying, that's right, Tariq. Keep it going.
One, hold on. Hold on. Let me get FBA Dynasty in here. But FBA Dynasty. Oh, what happened, Dynasty? Oh, he left. Okay. Let me see. Let me see, ladies and gentlemen. All right. What am I trying to say? All right. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands. Raise your hands. So the bluff. Yes, the bluff still popping out there in Atlanta. Is the bluff still popping? Did they shut the bluff down? What's up, Maria? All right, let me see who we got. Who is that? Let's get Yarn. Yarn, hop on in, Miss Yarn.
Hey,
What's up, Yarn?
what's up? What's up? I'm up here playing around my cricket machine, making magnets and stickers.
Oh,
My
beautiful.
husband.
How long you been yarning?
Yeah. How long I've been crocheting? Since I was 12. I'm in my 40s now.
Oh, wow. Your grandma used
So
to do it?
everybody should go follow me. Y'all should go follow me. No.
Absolutely. So what's going on with you, dear?
So my thing is, somebody made a point in the comments. Where are our lobbyists?
Yeah.
Everybody got lobbyists. Where are our lobbyists?
Yeah, we are our lobbyists. I thought Tariq was supposed to be the lobbyist. Remember, Tariq took money to raise for what's it called? A think tank. Tariq was the one talking about the grassroots doing rallies. Isn't that his job to get the lobbyists for the black community? Isn't it his job? Like, what is he doing? Tariq, what are you doing? Hello? What are you doing? Like, you see how stupid his audience is calling? Instead of calling and saying, hey, Tariq, what are you doing to lobby for our people? Because you said you're going to be in Georgia, right? So what you going to do for the people? They asked Tariq, where our lobbyists at? And they unironically is not asking that question to Tariq. Like, hey, Tariq, you've been collecting all this money. Hey, Tariq, you've been talking all this FBA stuff. Where's our lobbyists to get things done for us? No, they just saying, hey, Tariq, have you seen our lobbyists? Like, what's going on? Don't we have it? Because everybody else got it.
Yeah.
And that's all I wanted to say.
There it
Happy
is.
early birthday.
Thank you, beloved.
And look, and then wished him a happy birthday. So you just heard this man cry about the Hindus and then turn around about the Hindus in Georgia. Now he turning around how he gonna be in Georgia, turning up. He ain't doing nothing for black people but turning up for himself. So now you gonna call him and say, hey, where's our lobbyists? These black elitists or whatever, they abandoning us. And oh yeah, Tariq, happy birthday. Can't make that up. Shout out to Carlette for coming through with the 20. It should be. It should be. It should be. It should be. Like, this is beyond disgusting. Beyond disgusting. This is embarrassing. How other groups can come here and do what they're doing, and we can't, and we are not doing it because the people too scattered. The people too scattered. Yeah, I don't know why you even came in here with that. You about to get timed out. Yeah, I'm not gonna block you. I'm just gonna time you out. You's a bozo and a dweeb. You just hurt because I'm exposing FBA.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to get out there and just lobby our damn selves. That's what we gotta do. We got it. We're the lobbyists. The lobbyist is us. The lobbyist is you. Just like when it was about reparations, people were like, we're the lobbyists. We're the lobbyists. It's up to us. So shit.
You hear what he just said? He said the lobbyist is us, the lobbyist is you. So you putting the onus on other people. So what is your purpose, Tariq? What is the purpose of a Tariq Nasheed if he ain't gonna do the work and he just gonna tell you to do the work? What is the purpose of listening to him? What's the purpose of giving him money if he just gonna turn around and say, you do the work? Where's our lobbyist? You the lobbyist. Now get out there and lobby. And the funny part is, if people actually got out there and did some lobbying for black people and got a victory in Georgia, Tariq would take credit for it.
Let's get out here and just organize a rally for reparations in DC. That's how we put it out there in the public lexicon. We have to do it. We got to get out here and pound the pavement. Yeah. Excuse me. All right. Let me see. Well, let's get one more good call in here. Raise your hand. Raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get one more good one in here. One more good one. Ladies and gentlemen, let me see. Some of these people with these janky accounts, I can't have you on if your account is janky. All right, let me see who we got. Let me see. Straight No Chaser. Let's get Straight No Chaser in the building. Straight No Chaser. What's up, Straight? How you doing, brother?
All right, man. It's 4 o'clock. I'm on the East Coast, and I'm nodded out. But it's gonna be okay for FBAs, man. We're finally coming together. We're waking up.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, we got to watch. We got people in our HBCUs. They're in our established organizations. They come in our communities. And we would have been cool with the Africans if they would have just been nice, be respectful. Okay.
What did I say was going to happen? I said this was going to happen. I'm happy I didn't click off. Because 2 things we just found out because I didn't click off. Tariq talking about doing his birthday weekend in wherever it's called, in Georgia, and now we got a caller calling in blaming Africans. So Tariq just explained to y'all how the Hindus came to Georgia, put in work, and got something done, and then explained to y'all that he going to Georgia and he ain't gonna do a damn thing but turn up and party with the money y'all gave him. And now y'all calling in, asking him like we're our lobbyists, and he's saying y'all the lobbyists. While he go out and saying, yeah, I'm going to Georgia and I will be partying. And now this person is calling up blaming black immigrants. Like, you can't make this up. Oh, Carlette, you about to be out? Well, good night, Carlette. Thank you for the 20 again. And thank you for always showing up, supporting the channel, showing love. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Everybody say good night to Carlette. All right, but yeah, let's
okay, very simple. But now we see who you are. We get it. It's gonna be a new day. They've taken over. We allowed them though. Juneteenth. Our colors are red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
Not just red, black, and green and yellow. That's their stuff. Mm-hmm. We are proud Americans, man. This is our home.
Yep.
Okay. And we gotta take. I travel a little bit. I'm respectful. Now, personally, I don't have any problems, but we got to stand up. We allow too many boundaries to be crossed. The black men, we got to stand up.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Now, I'm tired now. I could give you a lot more, but like I said, it's 4 o'clock.
My man, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, brother.
You can't make this up. So you stood up to 4 o'clock in the morning, fell asleep for what? To get woken up to come listen to Tariq and complain about black immigrants. And red, black, and green is our colors, dummy. That is our colors. Red, white, and blue is not our colors. You want it to be our colors because you want to be down with the white man so bad, but that's not our colors. I'm sorry. What do you mean by that? They got their own government to advocate for them. And black people, we got ourselves to advocate for ourselves.
All right. Let me see who we got.
Excuse me. I said we got our own government. I mean, we got ourselves to advocate for ourselves. Excuse me. We got ourselves to advocate for ourselves. Matter of fact, I'm right. We do have our own government. We have our elected politicians, and we can lobby the government via our elected politicians. And we can come together, create organizations, and put together some bills for ourselves. And tell our politicians to introduce those bills and get them passed.
You're a black nationalist? Okay, brother. All right. All right. Let me see who we got.
How you a black nationalist supporting Tariq? That don't even sound right. Tariq is a Negro segregationalist. He's not a black nationalist.
Somebody in Atlanta. Let's get Tank. He's down in Atlanta. Tank, what's up, Tank? He's down in Atlanta. He got 404. Brother Tank. All right, Tank ain't saying nothing. I wanted to hear from Atlanta. Shout out to the Galaxy gift, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to that one. All right. Let me see. What's up, Miss Patterson? How you doing over there, Miss Patterson? Miss Patterson look like somebody's fly auntie. Okay, who is that? Check it in. Okay. Let me see. One more. Raise the hands. All right, raise the hand, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. Raise your hand. All right, come on now. Let me see. Okay, there's a lot of folks popping in and out. I'm trying to get you.
Oh yeah, we about to speed Tariq up. We ain't gonna let you do that, Tariq. We ain't gonna waste our time like that. Black American homeland. You said you advocate for that? I think I saw your channel before. I'm not too familiar, but I think I saw your channel before. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, somebody said you an ethno-nationalist who hates black immigrants. Oh, they said he's an FBA dude. So yeah, I think you need, if that's the case, if you really like an FBA dude, I think you need to drop that the black nationalism. Because you know FBA don't do black nationalism, and you can't be FBA and be a black nationalist. Those two things don't go together. They don't. No, I don't think this is the Maryland dude. I don't think that's the Maryland dude. I'm pretty sure it's not the Maryland dude because he had Maryland in his name. But yeah, let me speed up Tariq.
Bree, let me see. Let me get Bree. Bree is trying to get in here. Let me see. Bree, make a request. So I can get you. Bree, let me try you now. Hold on. Bree, hop on, Bree. There she go. What's up, Bree?
Hi.
How you doing, Bree?
Hi, I'm doing good. Basically, just wanted to say I totally agree with everything that's going on up here.
Yes.
You know, I'm FBA. It is crazy out here. All the stories that are going on about us just dying and being killed out here. It's
I love
awful,
TikTok shop.
but
I love TikTok shop. Bree, how old are you? You sound very young. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Oh, okay.
Well, 17, 18. But I wanted to basically say
17, 18, which means you really like 15. I can't believe that. The youth getting poisoned, man. Tariq out here poisoning the youth. 15 years old getting poisoned. A 15-year-old young girl getting poisoned by Tariq. Sad. This is like when I saw that, like the 16-year-old boy getting poisoned by O'Shea. Sad.
maybe I can do a little shameless plug in here. I do dance, and I'm been doing dance for like 10 years.
Okay.
And basically I got accepted into a lot of summer intensives this year, but I did need my dance teacher's application, like her letter of recommendation for me to get into some. She's I don't know what I can say on here, but YT woman.
Okay.
Basically, she did not do that. When I asked her to do it, as some other classmates have done, they kind of, she just didn't do it. She does it for other people, not me. It was just a lot. And I kind of lost an opportunity due to that. And I kind of need the funding for that. I have a single mother. I cannot be on a lot of things that people get to do. So this was a big opportunity for me that kind of just got taken away. I have a GoFundMe in my.
Oh, she got to GoFundMe. She asked Tariq for money. Tariq ain't not sending you no money. That's out. That's out. Tariq is not sending you no money, girl. That's out. I could tell you now. He might even cut you off and not even let you finish explaining your GoFundMe.
Cash up on my profile if anyone wants to donate. I know times are tough, but anything that will help would help. So thank you just for having me on. Love you all, family.
All right, Bree. Thank you, dear.
Look at him. He playing the music in the background. Violated the young sister. Violated her. I just know Tariq like the back of my hand. He just violated the young sister for no reason. For no reason. She asking for help. And you playing that music. Like I said, Tariq ain't helping nobody. You crazy?
So much. All right. Boom. There it is. All right. She came up here to campaign. Well, I stopped doing that. When the random folks come in, I'm a teenager. When I'm in school, I need some money. Because there was a girl who was doing that when we were on Instagram and found out her mama was a tether, and this girl, they were finessing. This girl used to do that all the time. She would call up with sad stories, and we'll feel bad for it.
Look at that. Look what Tariq just said there. He's trying to justify not supporting that sister, saying, well, you never know. It might be a finessing tether. You can't make that up.
Send her money. And her mom was a damn little slick tether. Indian, what's up, man? Yo, Indian. Okay, let's do it. He done dozed off. But yeah, we don't want people calling up dry begging, all right?
Shout out to McNasty in the building. Salute. All right, I'm Black American Homeland. I'm gonna look into your channel because people telling me you FBA. So we gonna see about that. They saying that you a xenophobe and you FBA. So we gonna definitely see about that. Shout out to the Visionary for the 199. Tariq don't care about the youth. He don't care about nobody. He don't care about nobody. Look at that. He violated that young sister, and to justify the violation, he told some lie about a story about a finessing black immigrant. Like, yeah, I used to help people all the time until this black immigrant finessed me, was trying to finesse me. He didn't make this up. Also, shout out to you, Visionary, again for the jewels. Yeah, let's speed this up. See what's going on with this. Can't make this shit up.
When people call them all right. Yeah, we had some yeah, I'm cool on that. We have all that. I'm a kid, I'm in college and things are rough. Now we had a type of family who was split shit, and that just, I'm cool. All right. Things are rough. Now we had a tether family doing some slick shit, and that just, I'm cool. All right. Let me see who we got. All right. Let me see. Oh yeah, y'all remember the little dude? Yeah, it's always somebody with a little sob story. Y'all remember the dude from Australia, the little person, the little bitty guy? He's like, I forgot what his name was. Y'all know who I'm talking about. He was like, he did that video crying that he was getting bullied because he was a dwarf. I forgot his name, but he lives in Australia. And he was like, hey, I'm being bullied. I'm going to kill myself. Give me a knife. He kept trying to choke himself. I'm going to choke myself. I'm so depressed. They bullied me. And then he did all that crying and trying to choke himself. His last was finessing. I'm just a baby. Give me a baby knife. Give me a knife. They bully me. I just want.
Come on, Tariq. This is corny now. Come on. I gotta speed you up. You being corny.
To my friends. And he got some GoFundMe money, and then all of a sudden he got all swagged out. He went and got some Burberry sweaters and shit, and wearing some Gucci slippers. Up here posing with Rolexes on. I mean, this little old nigga. He went and got dipped up. Went about a whole bunch of shit. Man, he up here posting all types of player shit. He stopped all that crying. He got that money and stopped crying. He up here posing with Movado watches on and got on some Gucci sweaters. Talking about, and he gonna write his captions on Instagram like, "Lock your doors and hide your hoes." I'm like, nigga, this ain't no damn child. This is not no damn child. This is a grown ass man and finessed everybody. His ass was straight up finessing. Yeah, posting all types of player shit on his Instagram. And come on, I ain't buying none of that. All that I'm a kid shit. That don't work no more. You know, that don't work no more. Oh man, let me see.
Like, you see how he had to do that too. He had to come up with a fake sad story about a white person too. Like, all right, see, that's why I don't really be giving, because you know it ain't just the tethers. You got white people, you got white tees people out here pretending to need help too. So you know that's why I don't be giving.
Yeah, Quayton, right? That's his name, Quayton. That's right. Yep. I'm like, how you getting all this little bit ass Gucci shit? I didn't know Gucci made 2T jeans and shit. Where Gucci making all this little small ass shit from? That's what I'm tripping on. You got some fly shit to be a size 4T, nigga. Where you get all that shit from? The hell? Where you gonna get some damn Louboutins and some size 3? The fuck you get some size 3 Louboutins? Lord. Man. Good grief. All right. Let me see who we got. Yeah, he started flossing too soon. Yeah, he started flossing it up. Let me get Dontina. Am I pronouncing it right? Dontina? Okay, I can. You're kind of blurry, dear. You're muffled. No, you're very janky. Very janky.
I gotta give y'all this news.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you, beloved. Okay, we get her back. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. You must have on some headphones or something. All right. Man. Okay, let's get a couple of more folks in here. Let's I want to see what's happening in Atlanta, because I will be down there in a couple of days.
Again, he just cares about Atlanta because he's gonna be there to turn up and party. That's all he cares about. What's the traffic like? What's going on? Is the World Cup out there? Nothing again about putting on for black people. Nothing.
So my Atlanta folks got to let me know what's happening. Y'all got to let me know what's popping. All right? Y'all got to let me know what's popping. And what concerts are happening down there? What's up, Zandria? How you doing, Zandria? Yeah, let me know what concerts are happening down there in Atlanta. I don't want to go see no Shakira. All right? Dontinia, I can't pronounce your name for shit. Yeah, we couldn't hear you, dear. I don't know. You're not okay. Let me see. You back? Okay, let me see. Let's get you back up here.
Can you hear me better now?
Much better. Yes.
Okay. So I'm in Atlanta. I would advise you to go for breakfast. The Breakfast Boys, they're pretty good.
Is that in Midtown?
And, where are they? They're like in like the West Side sort of historic area. I forgot. Okay. It's like a historic area. Yeah. Black owned, really good. I wanted to say I got on TikTok a couple of times. One Jamaican lady had her son in a hospital bed.
Oh, wow.
And I tried to send her some money when I first got on TikTok, and the place you send the money to, they were stopping payments because she was getting so much money from people.
Oh, you're breaking up again, Dontina.
Can you hear me
now? Yeah. What's going on with your phone, dude?
I'm on an iPad now. I keep changing devices, but let me.
You heard that, right? Two things. She didn't say nothing about the Georgia thing with the Hindus. She talked about telling Tariq, oh, I know where you could get something to eat. You just go to this place. It's a nice FBA place. And talking about, oh, the quote unquote tethers scamming. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Shout out to everybody in the building. Also, family, remember, you can support on the Cash App, the PayPal, or the Venmo. Also, family, make sure you go subscribe to all my channels, all of them, because you never know when I'm going to get flagged. You never know when I got to stream or upload to somewhere else.
Let me hurry up and give you these stories. So did you hear about the Black girl that got hung in Florida on Juneteenth?
I kind of heard something about that. What happened exactly with that?
She was from Detroit. I don't know the exact story, but her name was Tonia, I believe. I'm still reading up on it. And then there was a Muslim woman who was just like,
oh yeah, I heard something about that. Somebody wrote me on one of my other channels. Shout out to that person. And I went to look into that about a sister getting hung on Juneteenth. Yeah.
locked up and sent to prison because she will not sign her property over that she received from family as a descendant. And I am still looking into that. I just saw that today, and she is FBA.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I'm gonna
Yes,
look into
I just wanted to give y'all that news real quick.
Thank you so much, dear. Thank you, dear. All right. Somebody said she was released. Okay, good. Good. I love TikTok Shop. So I got to verify some of these stories. I got to verify some of them. All right. Anyway, let me get up out of here, guys. Listen, go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com.
All right, we're not listening to that.
Make your contribution to the Hidden History Museum, and then go to rootworkstyle.com. Get your Rootwork deodorant, rootworkstyle.com. All right, I'm up out of here. Papi Akute, Lola Movie to the family. Peace.
What the hell did he just say? Let me put that in. Let me slow that down a little bit. What the hell did Tariq just say?
Verify some of these stories. I got to verify some of them. All right. Anyway, let me get up out of here, guys. Listen, go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Make your contribution to the Hidden History Museum, and then go to rootworkstyle.com. Get your Rootwork deodorant, rootworkstyle.com. All right, I'm up out of here. Papi Akute, Lola Movie to the family. Peace.
What the hell? Tariq just created an FBA language that I don't know nothing about. That's insane. Black American Homeland. Can you email me and maybe we could do a show and you could better explain your position? I think that'll be better. I'm about to put the email in the comment section. Yeah, like I think that'll be better. Email me and maybe we can have a conversation about what do you mean. I think that'll be a good thing. That'll be a good look right here. See, email me. We can have a conversation about that. So I can hear it from the horse's mouth. But anyway, Tariq is a bozo, a straight bozo. Shout out to everybody still in the building. Shout out to everybody rocking with me. We can go on to another story. I don't know if I could cover this. I don't know if I'm gonna get copywritten, but I'm covering it anyway. Because speaking of politics, as y'all can see on my screen, matter of fact, this is what we're gonna do. I'm not even gonna say nothing. I'm gonna let them bring it in, and we're gonna go from there. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Dr. Eddie Glaude is here, and I've been heavily critical of you, which I know you know. And so I'm glad that you came because a lot of people try to avoid it. I'm not, here.
I want to understand that criticism, though. I want you to help me out with the criticism.
Okay.
Ready. We're prepared.
All right. Well, I guess that's going on because again, I haven't watched this. But for all you don't know, I believe she's critical of him for the same reason I'm critical of him. He was one of the people out here pushing don't vote for Hillary in 2016. And that's the direct reason why we are where we are today. I think that might be the situation. I don't know. I haven't watched this clip yet. I only saw the title, but we're going to get into this. Shout out to J.K. Perkins for the 2. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. FBA doesn't have a language because FBA is a hate cult that Tariq invented in 2019. But you said it's Tutsinese. All right, cool. Let's get back into this.
Do not give in to fear. We are fearless. This is not.
So when Hillary was running for president, when Hillary was running for president against Trump, I was on these airways every day. I was like, I don't care what she does. There are 3 Supreme Court seats, and that's way more important to us than whether you like Hillary Clinton, whether you think she's a warmonger, whether you think she has children in the basement. And those would be horrible things. But these 3 Supreme Court seats are problematic, and Trump can win if he gets the nomination. I was saying this way before when there were 11 candidates in, because I've been a journalist in New York City. I know what the magic is of that damn platform he was on, The Apprentice. These people out here don't know. And he also represents the kind of white nationalism, whiteness that people have been dying for. Unabashed. They love this. He's not equivocating. I'm telling you what this is. I said he can win if he gets there. So we started something called the Party of Lincoln, where I was challenging people to vote in the primary as Republicans so that we can maybe get Kasich in there, because he can't beat Hillary, or maybe Jeb Bush, but he dropped out so early. Mm-hmm. And then here's Trump as nominee. And you and others thought that he couldn't win.
Right. I did. And I've admitted that, I overestimated white folk. I admit that.
I'm happy you admitted that. At least somebody admitted that, because again, a lot of these black people was running around with this never Hillary. We shouldn't support Hillary. Hillary is the enemy, but they never thought that Trump would actually win. It was like a bunch of political grandstanding. Like, oh, look, Hillary is the worst. Hillary is the worst. I could never support somebody like Hillary. In the back of their mind, knowing Hillary Clinton was 1,000 times better than Trump. And if Trump won, that would be an unmitigated disaster for the world. Not just the country, not just for black people, for the world. See, this is what I'll be talking about when I say you don't win by losing. This is what I'll be talking about when I say that you can't play games like that. If all these games you want to play, that's for the primary. Once we get to the general, it's the Democrat. That's it. Whoever got the Democratic nominee for president, that's who we behind. That's who we pushing. And I'm happy he admitted that he was wrong. I'm happy. At least somebody did.
How long have you been around these people?
No, I never thought that they would elect someone so obviously unqualified to be the president of the United States.
See, now I'm questioning about whether I should listen to you about any race issues, because I have one of your books. I haven't read it yet, but I have one of your books. And the fact that you underestimated racism in America, that's alarming to me, that you didn't think that white people would support somebody like Trump. You really thought that they was above supporting somebody like Trump. Like, yeah, we racist. Yeah, we hate black people. But Trump is just so unpresidential. He's just so unqualified. We'll just have to let the candidate of choice for black people win. And we just let the Democrats put in 3 Supreme Court justices. And now the Supreme Court is like what? Will be like what? 6-3 Democrat, 7-2 Democrat. Yeah. And then that would forever shatter any chances of us ever having our white nationalist fantasy. Yeah, let's just put Trump in there. Yeah, let's just put Hillary Clinton in there and just do that. I can't believe you just said you thought white people would actually do that. Like, insane.
I didn't think that he was going to turn out all of those low propensity white voters at the rate that he did. And I also know this, that when we look at the numbers, that the Hillary campaign, when we look at Robbie Mook and what he was doing, I remember Robbie Mook walking on set and not paying attention to anybody because he thought he had it in the bag. Mm-hmm. And when we look at the way in which black people voted, what did they do? They reverted back to the numbers of 2004, because with Obama's campaign, we voted at historic numbers. We ain't never seen those kind of numbers in terms of black voter turnout. And the Clinton campaign actually thought that they were going to get that, when in fact, what happened, we reverted back to the norm. We voted for her at the same level that we voted for John Kerry. And then at the end of her campaign, what was she doing? I was right there, Karen.
All right, so we're doing this again.
I was right there. What was she doing at the end? She was going for Liz Cheney.
Yes, she's a horrible candidate. Again.
But what I'm trying to figure out is, why is it the case that the black folk who wanted better, who organized, who just simply wanted better, are suddenly blamed for the loss?
No,
candidate. Folk who wanted better, who organized, who just simply wanted better, are suddenly blamed for the loss.
No.
They rightfully so. Y'all suddenly blamed for the loss. Y'all wanted better, but y'all went about it the wrong way. Y'all should be blamed. No. A lot of people want better. Hell is paved. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Like Satan's chariot is dragged by people with good intentions who mean well. Y'all don't get no pass for our heart was in the right place. We wanted better for black people. You don't get no pass for that. You don't get no pass for saying something like that. You knew what was at stake. I don't care about all the stuff Hillary Clinton was doing. You knew what was at stake. Doesn't matter.
No, I wasn't doing that. No. You asked me a question. Let me finish. At the point that we're in the throes, like, so I started November, Trump was elected again. I started November, the next day, talking about everything's negotiable. Everything's on the table. We're going to come for all of the candidates. We're going to do, and we're in the midterms. I'm going out doing a listening tour because this is the time that we do that. Once we got the candidates, once Hillary Clinton is the nominee, it's not that black people, shouldn't stand up and do whatever we need to do. But at that point, we are literally fighting voting rights, Roe versus Wade, all of the things that Supreme Court. And to me, it was a real simple. If we weren't willing to cross party lines and disrupt, which we weren't, I got cussed out, called all kinds of names for even making the suggestion. If we weren't willing to do something that radical, which, by the way, AJ Smitherman suggested people do in Tulsa, I didn't realize how in alignment I was with what was going on there. But if we weren't willing to do that, then we had to vote for ourselves. We're not voting for Hillary Clinton. We're voting for our right to keep fighting. And to me,
exactly. Like I always say, Karen Hunter, you teaching right now. You teaching. That's what I was saying. I told people, I said, all right, Hillary Clinton is not a win, but it's not a loss either. And I always tell people, sometime in life, you got to choose between a loss and putting yourself in a position to win. Like, yeah, you do this, you don't win, but you put yourself in a position to eventually win. But if you don't do this, you lose. And when you lose, you don't get to win. It's over. It's over. Match is over. You done. You lost. You lost. That's what I was saying too. All the Hillary hate going on in the primary, I was okay with that. But once we got to the general, that's done. That's done. Like, again, we got to make sure we win. We can't put the ball in somebody else's court. Like, all right, I'm doing something that I know is undermining black victory, but I'm pretty sure white people would never vote for Trump at those rates that he could win. So it's okay for me to play around in the general and trash the black candidate, because that's what Hillary was, the black candidate. It's okay for me to trash her because she's not perfect. That's unacceptable.
Now, but that election put us in a situation where this person could get elected again, because what he showed us is that there are no rules. And now here we are fighting.
I got that. So, I understand that. So part of what I was trying to do in that moment in 2016, 10 years ago, was to kind of break the cycle of us being a captured electorate. Because the way in which Clintonism moves, Davon was just talking about this. The way in which these Democrats move is that they treat us like cattle chewing cud. Yes. Every 2 and 4 years, they herd us to the polls. And then they tell us that this is the best, this is the lesser of two evils, because if these other folk get in office, all hell's going to break loose.
Which they were right about. If these other folks get into office, all hell is going to break loose. And what happened? Trump got into office, all hell is breaking loose. What did Joe Biden say? They trying to put y'all back in chains. We just watched the Alabama Speaker of the House talk about we need to get rid of the 14th Amendment. They in a position to get rid of the 14th Amendment. All hell is breaking loose right now. All hell is breaking loose. So yes, they was right. You don't like it, but they was right. And again, there's different ways to go about this. The way you go about this, if you don't like this, is you fight harder in that primary. In that primary is where you fight. You don't try to fight in the general election. You don't do that. You don't do that. And also, I got smoke with you because you was out here defending ADOS too. Thank you, Vegeta. You just reminded me about that by saying he's another Tariq Nasheed. You just reminded me about that. He was out here defending ADOS on national TV.
Hearing that for generations.
But
Now,
it actually happened. It actually did happen.
No, it did happen. And then black folk, after the end of his first term, black folk and young folk turned out at historic numbers and got his ass out of there. And then what did the Democrats do? Did they deliver? They knew that they were going to gut the Voting Rights Act. They knew they were going to gut the Voting Rights Act, right? They knew. What I'm trying to suggest.
This conversation every day, I'm having a conversation that has nothing to do with Democrats and Republicans. Matter of fact, I'm dumb with red R's and D's and conservatives and liberals.
We on the same
None of that
page
matters.
now.
None of that matters. What matters is us and our liberation and our common humanity. That's all that matters. And how do we get there? And I feel like there's a lot of chatter and not a lot of sleeves rolled up because we are stuck in this way in which we do things, and corporate media being part of the problem. No. In my estimation. But to get back to that, because I don't want to relitigate that. You asked me a question, I answered it, and I'm not gonna hang that on you for the rest of your life. And I'm glad you said that was a mistake. I think I saw that somewhere. I think you apologized. Yeah, you wrote about it.
I'm not apologizing for
you're not apologizing
for black people. I'm not going to apologize for wanting better for black people, but I said I made a mistake because I overestimated white folk. Right. And then I also understand that the conditions under which one struggled, that it would be better to have Kamala right here than Trump as we struggling. Right. And it would have been better to have Hillary Clinton in place than to have Trump in place while we're struggling for freedom.
Right, because all I was saying is that we need somebody we can protest. I needed us to be able to have somebody that we can fight every day. And these politicians are not our friends. Thank you, Sean and Renee, for bringing that up this morning. They're not our friends. These are servants. They're there to get us rights and resources. And if we don't treat them accordingly, they're to work for us. The relationship, we put these people on pedestals. We put all these people on pedestals. They're servants. We have to treat them like that. And they need to all feel like I can be voted out my next election because here are the things we ask for. We're not telling you come to my church and tell me what you want. No, so that's what we do here.
Ready.
Okay, that was good. That was good. But again, nobody's asking you to apologize for wanting better for black people. The apology is that you made a mistake. You did bad. The idea that you really thought that white people wouldn't do the thing that they always been doing. Like, it's crazy to me. Let me see. Let's see where I can find that where he definitely did defend ADOS. Let's see, Joy. Let's see. Let me see if I can find that when he was out here talking to Joy Reid and he was defending ADOS. Let's see that we can't even find it. Let me see. I think I can find it. MSNBC. Where is it? 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 Shout out to everybody in the building. Where is it? Let's see. Well, I can't find it. I'll probably find it another day. But yes, he definitely was out here defending ADOS. He definitely was. Matter of fact, I think if I type in his name with Yvette Carnell, it'll come up. I think this might have it. No, they don't have it. Yeah, that don't have it. I gotta find it offline. Shout out to everybody in the building for rocking with me. All right, shout out to everybody in the building. Let's move on. Let's move on. For all you who don't know, Tariq was arguing with a Jamaican lady. We got to get into that. Got to see what's going on with that. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see what's going on with this.
Amaranth.
Amaranth. Okay, I couldn't pronounce your name. How you doing, Amaranth?
I'm good. I hope you're good. So
now, Amaranth, I can with that forehead, I can tell. What's up?
Amaranth.
Amaranth. Okay, I couldn't pronounce your name. How you doing, Amaranth?
I'm good. I hope you're good. So
now, Amaranth, I can with that forehead, I can tell you're from East Africa, right?
definitely not. I think it's the pick.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't have a big.
Oh, okay. Where you from,
forehead
beloved?
normally. I'm from Jamaica.
From Jamaica. Okay.
Living in Jamaica. by
Oh,
the
you
way.
live in Jamaica. Okay. Lovely. Lovely. So how you doing, dear?
I'm from Jamaica. I'm a Jamaican living in Jamaica.
Okay. Okay. What part of Jamaica you in?
I'm from Portmore, so it's like a bit outside of Kingston.
Okay. Lovely. So what's on your mind?
So I've been coming across a lot of like FBA content and hearing different things. I'm like maybe like an old school Pan-Africanist. And so I'm like trying to understand this movement and, sort of figure it out. I did watch some, I think it's Yvette Carnell, like very early on, but then I kind of like sort of like left the YouTube space, and I see that there's a lot of evolution going on. And I've come across this word, I keep hearing the word tether. I don't think it applies to me because obviously I don't live in the States, or, that's not my MO. But like, I also see that it's also being used in relation to people who are like half Black American, half, something else. And I was just thinking like, and I posted the question in the chat, like,
hey, yo, who's snoring on the live? And yes, tether is a slur. It applies to all Black people in the diaspora. Tether is a slur. That's why she's getting confused, because tether is in fact a slur, and people are using it that way.
okay, so is Beyonce a tether because her family is like half Bahamian?
No,
the name Knowles.
No, they're not. No,
Yeah.
they're not, sweetie. They're not. Matthew Knowles is from Alabama. They're not from the Bahamas. They're not from the Bahamas.
Oh, this is what they was talking about. Yeah, Tariq don't know what he's talking about. I'm happy she called in. I'm happy she called in and said that. Beyonce's family, her father's side of the family, that side of the line of her lineage is from the Bahamas. That is a fact. That is a fact. Let's let Tariq keep talking, but I'm going to pull up the receipts. That is a fact.
Well, if you Google it, that's what comes up. And
They're lying.
yeah.
That's not true. He's not from the Bahamas. They've been trying.
And
to
you're Tariq, you're absolutely sure about that?
I'm positive. Matthew Knowles is from Alabama, beloved. He's not from the Bahamas.
Okay, so that's something that I was thinking about. But what if he was? Would you still consider, let's say,
if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. I mean, I don't do the if thing. He's not. He's a foundational Black American. Our good sister Beyonce is a foundational Black American. Now, there are other people who are half FBA. Malcolm X, his mother was Caribbean, but his daddy was FBA, and he grew up as a foundational Black American. So what does that mean?
Because
all right. So again, now Tariq is repping Martin Luther Malcolm X, who he disrespected. But for the sake of argument, we're gonna go here. Shout out to everybody in the building. This is Beyonce's father right here, talking about their Bahamian heritage.
Father, checkmate, Tariq, you're done. FBA, you're done. Y'all score up in. You're done. Accounts and connected to the Bahamas, you can.
The biggest voice in the whole.
Donate to me if you can.
As you can see, the Bahamian delegation is giving him his Bahama stuff. They sung the national anthem. I should just bring this whole thing back. Give me a one if I should bring the whole thing back. or I should just go to the part? Matter of fact, I'm just gonna let it play. We probably bring it back later.
Great. Right size.
Oh wow, that's perfect.
We get that.
Lucky.
And we also we bought some, rum cake.
Ooh.
Rum cake for you in the lighthouse. And of course, you have to have your Indian flag.
Oh.
I want the big one.
Yeah, you need a big one for sure.
I will be running for the position of, it's not president, but
Prime Minister.
Trivia question. Who in the Baja Man is my cousin? It's my third cousin.
Now, he's about to ask them a question, some trivia like you heard.
Yeah, you heard him. He just asked, who in the Bahamas is my third cousin?
Who in the Bahamas right now is his cousin? Or how is he related to people in the Bahamas? See, so now I don't want to hear nobody say, oh, he's just saying that because his last name is Knowles and the Knowles' last name is big in the Bahamas. No, he's actually talking about family. He found the family and they have names. Here we go.
No, he doesn't know that.
See, even my staff will know.
Isaiah.
Yeah, Isaiah.
Isaiah, yes, I know.
You're a researcher.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for all the gifts and your warmth. I look forward to working with you in the Bahamas. Hopefully, I see you again. I hope your 5 days here is enjoyable and you get to learn. It's kind of quite hot. Just a surprise that all of downtown, there's a tunnel system.
Oh yeah, see? So again, nobody can say Beyonce's father is not a part of the Bahamas. That's not true. Beyonce's lineage on both sides is not FBA. Because remember, Tariq said the Creoles is not FBA. And as you can see, Tariq, her family from Alabama comes from the Bahamas. Now let's go to Malcolm X. Because Tariq just tried to claim Malcolm X. So let's go to Malcolm X. Let's hear what he got to say about Malcolm X. Let's see what he got to say about Malcolm X. Here we go. Where's that?
And everybody's
Ronaldo Martinez.
What?
FBA. Oh my God, man. YouTube Shorts is freaking stupid. I hate this.
Meaning foundational Black Americans who are the foundation of this country. That's the group. And that group includes Dr. Martin Luther King and many other foundational Black Americans who are prominent. You dig? Because people who got a problem with American descendants of slaves, and you got a problem with Harriet Tubman, you got a problem with Malcolm X, not Malcolm, with Martin Luther King, meaning foundational Black Americans who are the foundation of this country. That's the group. And that group includes Dr. Martin Luther King and many other foundational Black Americans who are prominent. You dig? Because people who got a problem with American descendants of slaves, and you got a problem with Harriet Tubman, you got a problem with Malcolm X, not Malcolm, with Martin Luther King.
As you heard, he said not Malcolm X. But let's hear him right now. Talk to this lady right now. Let's get back to this.
Because a young lady came up and she said that she was half Belizean. I don't know what they call them in Belize, and half African American. And I didn't catch all of the conversation, but I just kept hearing, oh, she's like a tether or something. So I'm like, does it also include people who have that sort of ancestry? But Tariq, I've been like a huge fan of you before even the ADOS movement, like way back. And I know you've evolved, and we all have our evolutions as people.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Who the hell is that snoring?
That's probably Peanut. That's probably Peanut snoring.
My kid needs to get her tonsils. She's gonna get her tonsils removed. It's like 4 a.m. So.
Oh, that's a baby. Okay, how old is she?
It's not a baby. She's 5.
Okay, that's a baby to me.
Yeah. She needs to get her tonsils out soon.
Poor thing. Okay.
Yeah, I know it's tough, tonsillitis. But yeah, so for me, I'm wondering because I love Black Americans. I know people go to the US and they have all this, they believe all this white supremacist stuff, and even some Africans have lived in Africa too. Like I'm an old school Pan-Africanist. I've lived in Africa, I've lived in Ghana, I've lived in Nigeria, I've lived in the Caribbean, I've visited the US, and I kind of always hope for this like global Black solidarity. I know there's a lot of people in the US now who are moving out of that, and to some extent, I really do respect the ADOS movement, or what I hear of it and the initial, and I understand it, because the idea of tethering, even though the term tether sounds kind of, I don't know, I don't like the term. It sounds a little bit on the mean side, but I understand the logic behind it, because there are people that are actually taking advantage, and I feel like foundational Black Americans, or people whose family were brought on boats to the US, have a special right and a special place in the US. Same as me as a Jamaican, I have a special right and a special place in Jamaica. But I'm wondering, is there a way to do this, and in a way that's like better for us as Black people globally? Because regardless of the fact that we have different societies, different cultures, but we kind of are at the bottom of everywhere as a people. I don't know if you've like abandoned Pan-Africanism. I know you were in Senegal, and I was just thinking to myself, gosh, I wish I was there while Tariq was there. I was in Ghana.
Okay, when is Tariq gonna play the music with this lady? He's not gonna play the music because she's like kissing up to him, but it's like, come on now. Like, I think you more like the idea of Tariq than you do like Tariq, because it's like, there's no way you a big follower of Tariq and you don't understand that tether is a slur, or that Tariq has totally abandoned Pan-Africanism. That Tariq is a total bozo who totally lies. Again, like you said, you heard a lady call in who's half Belizean, half African American, and they was calling her a tether. You heard it. Tether is not just somebody coming to America who's a Black immigrant, abusing Black people. That's not true. But yeah, let's keep it going.
At the time, but I wonder, is there a way to actually keep some solidarity while still advocating for the rights and the special place of Black Americans in America? Because I do love Black Americans. I know the relationship is not great right now, but I've been seeing a lot of the tension is intense. And this is why I wanted to get on this live, and I found you on TikTok. I just started TikTok again.
Okay,
can we do this and still keep that OG solidarity, even if it wasn't perfect? How do we do it?
But here's the thing. First of all, nobody really uses ADOS. Nobody uses that. And that's kind of a dead brand. We're foundational Black Americans. That's the term.
Yes, it's a dead brand. Just like FBA is the new washed up brand, ADOS is brand. It's not a lineage. It's not an ethnic group.
Pretty much universally accepted now that that's in the algorithms, and most of us use that, and it makes more sense. Also, when it comes to solidarity, let's be very honest. A lot of Jamaicans, they've come here and they've distanced themselves from us. They've used terms like Yank, stay away from them Yanks. And
Tariq is capping. This is the problem. Jamaicans have been the most accomplished, most celebrated, most important group of Black people to immigrate to America. Like #1 with the run. Like if you were to make a list of the top 10 most accomplished Black people in the history of this nation, at least 3 of them is probably Jamaican. Top 20, at least 7, I would say at least 5 of them are Jamaican. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? Stay away. The biggest leader in the history of Black America was a Jamaican. The most accomplished Black woman in the history of Black America is half Jamaican. The creator, the father of the most important Black American art form, the most biggest and most successful Black American art form is Jamaican. Like, what are we talking about here? Harry Belafonte, Jamaican. One of the most important people to the civil rights movement. Like what are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about here? That's 4 people. I just gave 4 people that if you made any top 20 list of important Black people in America, if those 4 ain't on it, your list is illegitimate. Off the rip, your list is illegitimate.
Stay away from them Black Americans, and they've done this for decades. So when we talk about a tether, we're talking about people who are actively trying to undermine us. We're differentiating the tether class from the immigrants who are cool. So we make a distinction. A lot of
Now it's a distinction. That's fake. It's the same thing when Black people or a white person were like, well, I don't have a problem with Black people. I just have a problem with niggers. And who's a nigger? Anybody Black that I don't like. See, you could be a good Black people or a good Black person, but the moment you say something I don't like, you a nigger. You a nigger. That's what you doing with the FBA stuff. Oh, you an immigrant who say that you agree with Tariq and you give Tariq money? Oh, you one of the good ones. You say, hey, Tariq, I don't agree with something you said. Now you are just a dirty tether. You a dirty tether who fled and need to go back to their homeland. Can't make this up.
Of Caribbeans, particularly Jamaica, they'll come here and just put all of us in the yank box or the...
He said particularly Jamaicans. That's how you know he making this up. So of all Black immigrant groups, Jamaicans are the most militantly anti-Black American is what he's saying. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Lying about Jamaicans.
The lazy Yanks, all those Black Americans are lazy, bomba clot. They be on that shit. And that's been happening for years. All right. We don't trip on it, okay, because we don't really benefit from whatever they're doing anyway. But we just don't want to be undermined by people indefinitely. So delineation is us just recognizing our foundational Black American heritage. That's it. Why do you think that bothers people?
And again, that's a Motley Bailey. That is not all FBA was. See, this is the game. Like she just called in. She talked about the tether talk and all that other stuff. That's what people are complaining about. Nobody is complaining about somebody just simply saying, hey, us as Black Americans are our own separate and distinct ethnic group, and we want to celebrate ourselves. If that was all that was being said, there would be no argument. See, this is a classic Motley Bailey. She called up, raised her issue. Tariq went on a weak-ass diatribe and now asking her something that has nothing to do with what she raised. Talking about, oh, this is all we're doing. That's a Motley Bailey. She never said, oh, I found it a problem that Black people are sitting around trying to celebrate their own ethnic group. She never said that. Never once said that. You can't make this up. But let's keep it going.
I can speak for myself. Delineation is important, and I mean, initially when this movement just started, like it was mostly about like the reparations, and you know, as I mentioned, I was following up initially because of the reparations agenda, just out of my own curiosity and just to support, you know, my fellow Blacks. I think we in the Caribbean too need to get on that train, or at least put some energy behind it. I don't know why people are doing that. I can't like understand the psychology. I think it's maybe like that feeling of like scarce resources, or just hating, feeling like some people shouldn't have special privileges, or having that mindset, you know. I'm for the delineation. I think it's fine, but I really hope that we can get to a better place. I mean, I see people in the comments like using the word tether in like a disparaging way, just being dismissive of each other. I'm for you know, going for your rights and opportunities for your people, and because you've done the work. I wouldn't want West Africans coming to Jamaica claiming that, rights that belong to Jamaicans, for example, or a place in the society that they haven't earned. But I do feel like we are, at the end of the day, we're Black people and we should be supporting each other.
Well, here's the problem. The problem was you brought up reparations. When it came to reparations and we were trying to get our reparations, you know what would happen? A bunch of Caribbeans would hop up here talking about, hey, we Black people don't need reparations.
That's a lie. Yeah, this is like the weakest lie that Tariq keep telling. Like, it's a zombie lie that won't die. There are literally more Black people who would qualify for reparations who are anti-reparations than there are Black immigrants who are anti-reparations. That is an immutable fact. Immutable fact. Some of the biggest obstacles to Black people getting reparations, actual obstacles, people with positions of power stopping reparations, are people who would qualify for it. See, this is the trick bag. You'll find one person on the internet saying, hey, I don't think Black people should get reparations. And then you'll make that a bigger deal than somebody like Tim Scott, who can actually vote on reparations, saying that they would vote against it. Or what's that other guy in Utah, Burgess? Him, who tried to keep HR 40 from even getting out of committee. Or Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court, who, when reparations go before him, he's going to vote against reparations. Or maybe, or also, what's his name? Ben Carson. Ben Carson, who served in the Trump administration. Trump is anti-reparations. Trump is totally anti-reparations. You know how it's funny how none of you bozos to say nothing about Trump? Trump is in a position to stop Black people from getting reparations. And he's actively working to stop Black people from getting reparations. But somehow, some way, some random person allegedly on the internet who may or may not be of a Caribbean background saying they don't think Black people in America should get reparations. That's the bigger issue. So Trump, the president of the United States of America, telling his Justice Department to join a lawsuit with Ed Blum to sue in federal court, hoping to get to the Supreme Court to say Black people don't deserve reparations. That's a non-issue. We don't need to worry about that. But 10 years ago, there was this Jamaican lady on Facebook who said she don't believe Black people should get reparations. You can't make this up, bro. You can't make this up. Like, you know how stupid you got to be to co-sign this? Let me see. He said, yes, he had. Yes, Martin Luther King supported African nations and African nations supported him. Like, the reason a lot of our reparations claim even got to the UN, when I played the clip of that situation when Sheikh Anta Diop's, I think that's not his daughter. I keep saying his daughter. I'm getting them confused. Either that's Sheikh Anta Diop or somebody else's daughter, where they was talking about reparations in the UN. That was because of African nations. African nations working with Cobra helped that happen. The reparations that's happened in Evanston, HR 40, that was being pushed by Sheila Jackson Lee. Rest in peace. Like, that's why it's such a weak talking point. Actual reparations on the ground, work for reparations that's actually being paid out is connected directly to Black immigrants. Real reparations conversations happening at the highest level is connected to Black immigrants. Black people who are trying to undermine reparations at the highest level are Black Americans. But you sitting here crying about some random act that happened years ago on the internet by somebody who don't even got no power. You see how he can't even name the person who allegedly did it. Sheila Jackson Lee, as far as I know, is all Jamaican. She might be half Jamaican, but yeah, that's who I'm talking about. Sheila Jackson Lee. Rest in peace.
We Black people need to stop begging the white man. we start getting that from Caribbeans, in particular Jamaicans. So yeah, we
look how he lying. So look what he just said. He said that Caribbean people, particularly Jamaicans, were the ones pushing black people shouldn't get reparations in America. He is a liar when Jamaicans have been the ones who pushed it, who was pushing it the most. One of the reasons Kamala Harris got bumped by Joe Biden when she ran against him in 2020 in the primary is because she came out in favor of reparations. Like, people was basically handing Kamala Harris the nominations until she came out in favor of reparations. What is he talking about? Sheila Jackson Lee, Jamaican, also, who was the one who was sponsoring and kept sponsoring HR 40. Like you can't make this up, man. You just lying on Jamaicans all day.
Strange as hell. That's strange because we have a strong reparations movement, and you know about Rastafari. Rastafari is about global black movement and solidarity. So we're always, huge segments of our society is pro reparations, but we're always gonna have those kind of people, and it's unfortunate. I mean, and I think it's getting worse because I have come across some people recently. I was in Florida on my way from Ghana. I did a stop in Fort Lauderdale to Kingston, and I spent like a few days in Florida. And I met somebody. They were like, "Oh, I don't like Black America," and I was like, "What?" Like, because I had heard this stuff, and I heard Black Americans saying, or FBA saying, "Oh, there are some people, Caribbean people that don't like you." But in my own family, it was never really about the Black people. It was about the white people that did the things to the Black people. Like, in my own family, that was where the criticism was when it comes on to American society. It was never about the Blacks. But then I did hear it, and that was my first time really experiencing like that anti-American sentiment. And I challenged them. And when I was just on TikTok the other day.
Look at this. Tariq is playing music. She literally is co-signing you and saying she agrees with you and she experienced what you was talking about, and how you actually saying, you are actually right. Now Tariq is playing the music behind her. Like, oh, you babbling. You can't make this up. You can't make this up.
And some guy was like, Black American women are the worst, and that's not my experience. Black American women are wonderful. So I think there's a solidarity that we can still, I see you're playing the music, so it's cool.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, beloved. Thank you, dear. Thank you, dear. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, good Lord. Yeah, she's kind of wearing me out now. Good Lord. Okay, she's kind of wearing me out a little bit. Okay, good Lord. No. Whenever we delineate, everybody start talking about, global solidarity. Ain't no damn, y'all ain't got no global solidarity. Y'all stop that. There's no global solidarity. That only applies when we delineate. When we delineate, now global solidarity has been halted because we're the glue. We are the glue that holds everything together. You understand? We're not doing anything to nobody. Ain't nobody got no damn global solidarity. They got a caste system in Jamaica now. You go down to Jamaica, you got dudes sitting around on the corner, cake soap on their face, looking like Vibes Cartel. Dude, there's no solidarity. You got the Coleys, you got all types of different little racial caste systems over there in Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean, over Africa, the tribalisms. Ain't no solidarity. Notice the responsibility for global solidarity only falls on foundational Black Americans.
That's a lie. That's a lie. The lady just told you how she lived all around the world. She lived in Ghana. She lived in Nigeria. She traveled all around the world. She never once said that it's only Black people in America who has to have solidarity. He just be making up stuff. Exactly. I think your name is Fatal's turn. I can't see. Fatal's. I can't even see your name. I think it's Fatal. I see Fatal, but I can't see the rest. Yeah, he's a total weirdo. Total weirdo. Matter of fact, let me share my screen. Look at this. Look what it says. February 21st, 2019. Warren Harris backs reparations for Black Americans affected by slavery. Like, come on, Tariq. Like, people just be making up stuff. Just be making up stuff. Stop saying. Let me go back to this. He just making up stuff. Like, come on now. Like, this shit so corny and weak. You just be making up stuff. Exactly. Let me see. Exactly, Eric. I was about to call you Erica. My fault. Exactly, Eric.
It only falls on us. Everybody else is good to go out and get what they need to get for their ethnic group. You understand that? When Jamaicans come over here and set up the Jamaican Chamber of Commerce and all of these damn Jamaican organizations, do you know how many Jamaican American organizations there are over here? Come on now. They come over here and get our tax dollars and hoard them resources for themselves. Man, look up the Jamaican American Chamber of Commerce in New York, the Jamaican American International Chamber of Commerce in Georgia, the Caribbean American Chamber of Commerce in Florida, the Caribbean American Heritage Foundation of Texas, the Jamaican American Association of Central Florida. Look up some of these. It's just dozens and dozens of these organizations where they come over here and get our tax dollars and look out for them damn selves. Look up some of them those just some of the ones I could think of off the top of my head, man. They got too many organizations where they just look out for themselves. And when we say, hey, we have to look out for our ethnic group, oh, global solidarity, bomba clad, global solidarity, nigga. Okay, stop it. Yeah, Byron Donalds. Don't tell me about no damn solidarity. And Byron Donalds got his ass on the Breakfast Club talking about he ain't for reparations because his family's Caribbean and they can't get it. And that's what we supposed to be into solidarity with? No. Wes Moore, Caribbean tether, the governor out there in Maryland, crashed out a reparations task.
This bozo, he hates Wes Moore for so. And oh yeah, I'm Wes Moore, the highest ranking Black person at the state level in America. Governor Wes Moore. And again, he's attacking Governor Wes Moore, saying that he crashed out our reparations task force. What Governor Wes Moore said, that if we had enough studies already, we don't need no more studies. How about people give him a reparations bill to put on his desk? We don't need no studyings. See, this is the game. That's how you know it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you talk about we need a study, oh, you a tether, you wasting time. We don't need no study. If you say we don't need no study, oh, look, you a tether, you crashed out the reparations.
Force undermined it, vetoed it, or tried to veto it. No, did Byron Donalds just lose his House seat? Good. Kamala Harris, Jamaican. That woman sat up here, ladies and gentlemen, and told us with her whole chest, I ain't gonna do nothing that's only gonna benefit Black people. No. She didn't say that about Asians. They did something that only benefited them. They did something that would only benefit the LGBT community. They did something that would only benefit immigrants and Hispanics and all that. Winsome Sears, the Jamaican tether, lieutenant governor, out there in Virginia, that woman talked so much crap about Black Americans. She said, we complain about racism.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. The thing went on mute. I didn't see it. It went on mute. I'm sorry. But what I was saying is Tariq Nasheed, the bozo, is complaining about certain Black immigrants. Like, you see how he's naming people. One, he's misrepresenting a lot of people he's naming. Two, the people he is naming, a bunch of those people that he is naming got their game from Black Americans, like Larry Elders, like Ben Carson, like Thomas Sowell, whatever his name is. That's who taught them that Black people don't need reparations. It was them. Like, you a bozo.
Too much. We complain about slavery too much. We need to pull. Her daddy came over here with $2 and pulled himself up. That's the solidarity? Look up Winsome Sears, Jamaican. Oh, we can run down all of the Jamaican tethers who come over here and talk crazy.
For every one Jamaican person he can name that allegedly talk crazy or did talk crazy, I can name 2 that didn't talk crazy and did way more for Black people. Because again, like I said, you couldn't put together a 20 most accomplished Black people in American history list without at least 4 Jamaicans being on it. Not possible. Not possible. And the accomplishments of those 4 outweigh anything of those you just named that has done something quote unquote bad to Black Americans. Or, as a matter of fact, they haven't even done anything bad, said something bad.
Come on. Yeah, we should have been delineating. I don't want to hear all these people cop and please now. Now that we done made the block hot for everybody, we done snatched the tablecloth from over the table. So now everybody, the gravy train is stopping. Everybody's not going to eat on us no more. Everybody's not going to eat off of us. We didn't stop the exploitation. We didn't stop the tethering. We didn't stop the finessing. Now people want to cry foul and talk about this fake unity. No. Y'all just want us to be an undefined, exploited class, which we're not going to be. Us delineating, it's not doing anything to anybody. I want y'all to understand. They always try to equate delineation when we do it to division. You notice that? When we delineate, they immediately try to make delineation synonymous with division. I want you to understand something, family. Delineation is clarity. Division is conflict. To delineate, that means you have to simply trace an outline. You have to define precisely and to specify boundaries. That's an act of historical bookkeeping.
This dude just be saying anything. Like, this is garbage. I got to speed him up. Matter of fact, I'm just going to let him go for like 2 more minutes and then we got to get off this.
Division, on the other hand, that implies hostility, severing ties. We're not doing that. We're just recognizing we belong to a specific ethnic group with a unique ethnogenesis on this soil. We're not separating ourselves from humanity or nobody. I'll still go to a Jamaican restaurant and get me some jerk chicken. But I'm going in there, I'm not going to pretend to be Jamaican. I'm a foundational Black American. Give me some jerk chicken and some festival bread. Shit. You see? We're just stating our historical coordinates. You understand? You can't meaningfully interact with the world if you don't first know exactly who you are and where you stand. And understand, we're just being specific about who the hell we are. That's it. Specificity, that does not require segregation. When you acknowledge your distinct culture, your lineage, your history, that don't mean you're building a wall to keep, to just not interact with people. No. We're acknowledging that foundational Black Americans, we created the culture of America. The blues, jazz, hip hop, culinary traditions, civil rights struggles, civil rights.
This is a lie. This is not what you're doing. Nobody is attacking this. People are attacking you for your disrespect and your bigotry. But again, I'm not getting this. Like, I'm just not getting this. Like, this is what you do every day, all day, and people just co-sign this. People are listening to this. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Exactly, Starbright. Like, this stuff right here doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure y'all go subscribe to all my channels. Make sure y'all go subscribe to all my channels. Make sure y'all support me. If you don't want to be seen, you can support me on the PayPal, the Cash App, the Venmo. I take it all. A whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Make sure y'all getting them likes up too.
Rights gains, the linguistic framework, all that stuff. We're just telling the truth. You can sit at a global table and respect everybody else's culture, but you have to have your own plate to eat from. You understand? And we claim it our own plate. That's not knocking everybody else's food off the table. The problem is everybody feels like they're entitled to our damn plate. That's the problem. You understand? Everybody is entitled to our plate at the table. And we're saying, no, hands off. Eat your igusi. All right? Get your hand off my plate. I'm not taking nothing off your...
Tariq is such a liar. And another thing, FBA is trying to take things from people because y'all trying to claim that nobody had anything to do with hip-hop. Jamaicans didn't have nothing to do with hip-hop. That is a bold-faced lie. You just said the civil rights movement. Some of the most accomplished people in the civil rights movement were Black immigrants. What are you talking about? Again, Marcus Garvey, the biggest organizer in the history of America, Black America, was Jamaican. Like, what are we talking about? You just be saying anything. Shout out to William Johnson for the 10. Yes, they are brain dead. This dude is like, he did a complete 180, and he just, and everything he claimed to have said he believed, and he just like, again, repeating himself and telling a bunch of lies that can be so easily debunked. It doesn't even make sense.
Plate, don't take nothing off mine. Why, nigga? What is this? Because everybody's so used to eating off of us. You understand? And this nonsense idea that delineation is divisive, that relies on the false premise that all Black people globally are exactly the same, with the same history, the same cultural markers, and the same political needs. No other race is forced to operate as a monolith. Asians, they delineate, Japanese and the Koreans and the Chinese.
One, again, here come that white nationalist talking point. Two, Tariq, we talking about Black people in America. You do know Black people in America's consciousness has always been racial for 500 years. Remember, the first time Black people ever got brought to this land was in 1526. It is now 2026. Our consciousness has always been racial. We have always identified as a race. We live in America. Our identity works different than every other Black person's identity. That's why when people come into America, we see them as us. We always tell people, you in America now. You are Black just like us. The police come here, they're not asking no questions. If the Ku Klux Klan comes here, they're going to just kill us all. They're not asking who are Jamaican, who Haitian, who Nigerian, who biracial, who dark skin, who light skin, who went to college, who work as a plumber. They're not asking those questions. That is a Black American teaching, because that goes with the Black American identity. What you are arguing literally goes against that. There's never been a time in the history of Black America where they ever abided by what you teaching. You even acknowledge it yourself when you say we are delineating, or that's why we are delineating. Like, you know how the English language work, right? You do know how it works, right? When you are about to do something, or you are in the process of doing something, that means it wasn't done yet, because it's never been done. I challenge you or any other FBA bozo to name a time when Black people just had an ethnic consciousness and didn't see themselves as just Black. Like, how many times we got to go over this? How many times? You just be making up stuff. You just be making up stuff. Like, these are lies.
They respect each other's ethnic boundaries. Europeans.
And again, what is the ethnic boundary? That's another thing. What is the ethnic boundary in the black community that's not being respected? What is the ethnic boundary? Like a name the ethnic boundary. I want to hear this ethnic boundary. Inquiring minds want to know, where is the ethnic boundary? I'm going to give you a hint. There are none. That's why Marcus Garvey was the biggest black leader. Remember, matter of fact, let's play that clip. Let me play that clip. I'm going to let you keep talking, but I'm going to find that clip.
They have Irish, Italian, Anglo-Saxon. Now they get under the banner of white supremacy when they can. But they build coalitions after, ladies and gentlemen, acknowledging their distinct ethnic boundaries.
You saw how he just talked about the white people, right? He just debunked this whole division by saying, yeah, the white people got their own ethnic group, but they all clicked up under whiteness, though. And now he's trying to justify it by saying, well, they all do that after they respect their own ethnic boundary, which is a lie. Everybody knows white supremacy and the white identity crushes ethnic boundaries. That's what it's about. It's not about keeping ethnic boundaries. It's about crushing them and getting away and doing away with them. That's what race is about. This is why Donald Trump is sitting around rolling the red carpet out to any European. He don't care about their ethnic boundaries. He just see them as white people and a part of the white race, so he bringing them in. Like, yeah, you are people because you're white. Ain't no respect of ethnic boundaries. You just made that up. You just made that up.
Foundational Black Americans, we demand the same universal right to ethnic specificity. That's it. We don't hate nobody. I love TikTok Shop. See, family, true unity requires distinct entities. You can't have a coalition if other groups refuse to acknowledge their specific identities.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Right now, when has you saw Trump sitting around doing ethnic boundaries about his German Scot heritage? Donald Trump is surrounded by Italians, Irish people, Russians, Eastern Europeans, Russians, all white people from all around the world. Elon Musk, a South African. He's surrounded by all these white people from all these different ethnic backgrounds. And you wouldn't know it because they just moving as white people. You wouldn't even know it. You making this up. But let me play this clip real quick. I got to play this. This is from another hater. This is from the goat meat. Right here. Let's play this.
Department of Justice, January 27th, 1923. 26 days after Rosewood. With regard to the attached, Marcus Garvey, a Jamaican Negro and British subject, is head of the biggest Negro organization in America. I know they don't like this.
Yes, mind you, this document is from over 100 years ago. 1923. 100 years ago. At the time, this is a contemporary document. Marcus Garvey had the biggest black organization in America. And to this day, over 100 years later, nobody has managed to put together a black organization as big as the UNIA. No one. No one. No one. No one has managed to put together a bigger movement or a bigger organization than Marcus Garvey to this day. To this day. We're going to keep going.
And let's be honest. Shouldn't the Justice Department be looking at us like there's something wrong with us, Black Americans, that the biggest black movement in America is under the direction of some fucking Jamaican? I'm sorry, man. Maybe everybody...
Exactly. Like, you see how mad he is? But again, that's the point. That's the point. Like, this is debunking Tariq. This whole, we got ethnic specificity and people not respecting our borders and we different and blah, 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 blah. That ain't it. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton for coming through with the 10. Exactly, Lee D. Clinton. Exactly. Trump brought a bunch of white South Africans to America. Why? Because they white. That's it. That's it. Just like Trump is trying to get rid of all the people here with a T PS, a TPS. He ain't talking about getting rid of the Ukrainians who are here with that. He ain't talking about cutting their funding. They white.
Black, so it don't matter where black man came from that's lead me. No, nigga, you look fucking stupid to this white man in America. It's documented how stupid you look, nigga. The biggest organization in America is ran by a fucking Jamaican? Are you serious? But not just any Jamaican. The biggest Negro organization in America is being ran by a Jamaican under indictment in federal court. He's under indictment in federal court with black Americans willing to testify against him. So we look like fools. We look like fools to the feds. Fuck what people got you believing. Go read it for yourself. We look like fools to these people. In some ways, these people think they saving your black ass. This nigga scamming motherfuckers, killing folks, and y'all still following him.
You see the pain in his voice? Because black people never turned their back on Marcus Garvey, even to this day. Even to this day, he's hurt. Wait, I think we got some comments. Let me look up and see some of these comments. Exactly, Vegeta. Crying about black immigrants working for the white man. I get, yeah, their plate is the white man's plate. Let's see. Richard says, I'm a Canadian. What is the purpose of this? The purpose of it is to create chaos. Remember, FBA is a white nationalist psyop. Remember, FBA comes out of ADOS. ADOS comes from PIFA. PIFA comes out of FAIR. FAIR is a part of the John Taunton network. It was about creating division. That's what it's about. It was about creating that division. Shout out to you for that question. I forgot to. I got to go over the origins. Like, we got to do a video. I'll probably do it. Dang, it's already about to be 4 a.m. I'll probably do that like tomorrow or today or whatever, whenever. We're going to do a day to break down the history of this. You heard him crying, right? Crying about black Americans following behind Marcus Garvey, a Jamaican, and how white people couldn't understand why would black people in America want to follow behind a Jamaican. And he agreeing with the white people, like, yeah, man, why would these niggas want to follow behind a Jamaican? That don't make no sense. And like he said, like mocking the black people, like, oh, it don't matter where a black man come from. He could lead me, saying that we sound stupid for saying that. No, we don't sound stupid. We sound correct. We don't care where a black man is from or a black person is from. As long as they got the hot hand and they talking that stuff and they leading people to a better place, you damn right we're going to follow them. You damn right. Somebody else asked another question. Let me see. I'm trying to find it. The mighty one. No. One mighty and strong, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yes, Marcus Garvey had a bigger movement than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Way bigger. Like, I don't think people understand how big the UNIA was. I don't think people like comprehend how big it was. Like, people just don't comprehend it. Yeah, it was bigger than everything. Civil rights movement, everything. Black power movement, everything. Exactly. Yeah, most of their leaders of the wasn't even Russian. Most of the leadership of the Soviet Union wasn't even Russian. But yeah, let's let him finish up.
True unity, ladies and gentlemen, that's a collaboration between defined, self-respecting groups. So trying to have a fake, artificial sameness and trying to project that onto diverse populations, that's not unity, that's erasure. You understand? People don't, what they want from us is us to erase who the hell we are, which we're not going to do. They want us to not recognize that we are from this soil. They want us to not recognize that we built this country from the ground up. They want us to not recognize that we are the driving culture of the United States. They don't want us to recognize that. They want us to be generic ass Africans so they can leech off of all of our accomplishments while erasing us out of the mix. That's why this delineation has that ass hot. That's why people are tripping on us delineating, because we're letting you know who exactly is the culture, who we are, where we're from, and what our history is. And we are not generic. We're not undefined. We're a very specific group, and we're foundational and pivotal to the United States. And we're not guests here. You understand? That's what they got a problem with. And when we talk like that, that keeps their hands out of our plates. You understand? Delineation is the prerequisite for mutual respect. You have to know who you're shaking hands with.
Oh, yeah, you teaching tonight. Yeah, you teaching. Yeah. Like, that's why I keep saying these FBA bozos are dummies. They say stuff that can so easily be debunked, not only throughout history, but with our own history, with Black American history. You could debunk them just using Black American history. That's how you know this was a movement created outside of the Black community. So easily debunked. This is why people instantly knew this is not from the Black community. It's not.
And understand, delineation, that's the preservation of an ancestral blueprint. See, our ancestors endured chattel slavery, survived Jim Crow, engineered the civil rights movement. They bled on this specific soil to change the Constitution of the United States. We changed the Constitution. We have a constitutional relationship to this country. The 13th, 14th Amendment, that was a Black grassroots movement. You understand? So delineation is simply honoring that specific bloodline. To refuse to delineate is to dishonor the unique sacrifices of these ancestors, us pretending to be something else.
Speaking of pretend, Vegeta, you was right. Tariq Nasheed is a generic Black American pretending New York culture is. Hey, did you write that wrong? Oh yeah, I see you wrote that. Yeah, he's just pretending he's a part of New York culture. A bozo.
I don't do that. I don't do that. Our foundational Black American ancestors were too phenomenal for me to sit up here and ignore them and act like they weren't great and act like they weren't the survivors that they were. We always got to put respect on our foundational Black American ancestors. We got to put top dog respect on them all the time. You understand? That's why now that we're acknowledging those ancestors, we get a certain level of spiritual protection to a certain degree.
Like, he just be saying anything. You right, Richard. That lady ain't shown him nothing but respect. She was even glazing him. But he disrespected her and lied for no reason.
You understand? It's very important to recognize those ancestors and not sit up here and overlook them for some distant African ancestors who probably sold some of us. You see? See, when Nigerians celebrate Nigerian Independence Day and wave their flag, and they honor their Yoruba or Igbo lineage, they celebrate that as multiculturalism. When Jamaicans, like that sister, call up and they celebrate the island heritage, or they have the Caribbean Day Parade in the Bronx or whatever, in Brooklyn, it's respected as cultural pride. It's never called divisive. The moment foundational Black Americans, we trace our lineage to the U.S. South, the U.S. soil here, we claim our ethnic specificity, suddenly it's a threat. You see? Because, see, we, looking at our culture, we force.
You said, did anybody have a, yes, and he lost every one. Like, that's one of the reasons he stopped talking about white supremacy so much. He tried to debate white supremacists on neutral platforms and lost every debate. Made a fool of himself in every debate, every last one of them. But yeah, I'm about to put him in like double speed, and we're gonna get off this. Because we're not gonna listen to him babble. Like he's like full-blown babble mode, just repeating himself and saying different things.
This country to look in the mirror. We are the truth. And when you look at us, we're gonna remind you of some of the wrongs you've done. See, they want to have this nation of immigrants narrative because, see, that gives the illusion that this country, hey, we're just loving, open arms. Everybody come on over. See how welcoming we are? No. You're not going to ignore this slavery that we had to endure to build this bitch up. No. We're not going to ignore that. We're not ignoring that whatsoever. You're not going to ignore that. And we ain't immigrants. You see, we ain't no damn immigrants. We ain't like immigrants. We ain't African-American because that term was put out there to make us de facto immigrants, which we are not. We should never, ever use that term again. That's an epithet. That's a disrespect to our ancestors. You understand? We are foundational. We are pivotal to this nation. You understand? See, they try to say our delineation is divisive because of the American debt. Delineation.
That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Shout out to everybody still in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Exactly, Godfrey. All this FBA talk. Don't got an FBA name. Don't got an FBA wife. Got a white Jewish woman living in his house. Like basically most of his business partners is non-FBA, but he talking all this FBA stuff. Like you can't make this up. Yeah, there was some sellouts who got those people, but they wasn't FBA. FBA is a hate cult that Tariq Nasheed created in 2019. That is a splinter group of ADOS. Exactly. How could we be disrespecting our ancestors by calling them what they call themselves? Yeah, we getting off this. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got to move on. For all you who don't know, Charleston White has gone to full coon mode like he always does. Full coon mode. Now he's running around selling t-shirts that say watermelon felon with Carmelo Anthony's face as a watermelon. You can't make this up. He's doing that. After that white man, what's his name? Jeff Metcalf. Austin Metcalf's father put out that video throwing shots at Charleston White and warning him. He been on the extra super duper hate train for Carmelo. Matter of fact, I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna let him talk.
Called content. I gotta make content over here for the Camelo fans. Then I gotta make content over here for the Metcalf fans. Then I gotta make comment for the hate racist heart people. So I gotta make something for everybody. He don't know what he wanna do. I make something for everybody. I say Mello, I say Jeff, I make something for everybody. So I got fans. So guess what? My views go up, my engagement go up. Now if I just stayed over here with Carmelo, I'm gonna lose people. Aiden Ross hate Charleston. He's a murderer. I can't have Aiden mad at me. That's my nephew. Then I got my other people over up. Man, you ride with the white folk, man. Listen, the white man came in peace and love at first. I was with him at first. Were you with the white man at first? Yeah. I came and got with the nigga. I satisfied everybody. Now it's time for me to make money off everybody I'm satisfied. Don't get mad, nigga. I'm finna have some free Carmelo shirts. I got the watermelon felon shirts for the Metcalf people. I'm finna have free Carmelo, no touchdown, no peace. I'm finna have them shirts for the poor niggas that want to beg for something. I got something for everybody. I swear to God, I do. Everybody can get it. Anybody can get it. Everybody got it. Anybody can get it. I got it for everybody. Anybody can get it.
Hello, guys. Yes, I just wanted to play that clip real quick. Y'all see this? This is what I've been saying. I've been telling people that Charleston White is a fraud, and people try to justify listening to him talk about, well, he do say some good stuff. I'm like, a broken clock, and they'd be like, oh, a broken clock is right twice a day. I tell people like I always tell them like this. Broken clocks may be right twice a day, but we do not keep broken clocks in our house to get 2 minutes of correct time. Who does that? If you had a broken clock in your house, what would you do? Throw the broken clock away and get and use a clock that works all the time? or just leave the broken clock in your house, because you never know when you need those 2 minutes of correct times. Or you could have a clock that gives you 24 hours of correct time. Like, that's the nonsense. Like, this is what I keep saying. No, a lot of y'all bozos can't hear somebody say 2 + 2 = 5, water is wet, the sky is blue, without making them a leader and ignoring all the other stuff that they've been doing. The fact that he even felt that comfortable to make a watermelon felon shirt and say that out, not only make that shirt, wear that shirt, and try to justify it, knowing that you stupid motherfuckers gonna still follow him, that shows the problem right then and there. Watch, they're gonna still be black people following Charleston White because, yeah, he do some bad things, but he be right about some things. So you can't find somebody who right about everything or right about most things, and when they wrong, it's an honest mistake. It ain't a grift to disparage and hurt black people. Shout out to Q Dawn in the building for the 7. I said Q Dawn for the 7. Excuse me. Q Dawn for the 5. Is it Q Dawn or K Dawn? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother. It's kind of late, and I've been up for a long time. Is it Q Dawn or K Dawn? Exactly. These bozos was begging for the debate, got washed, and Jason Black, the dude with the weird cases, brought that man to his house to sit him down, show him his face, to do a documentary with him. Bozo, weirdo. Thank you for the 5, brother. Shout out to the visionary in the building for coming through with the 199. Thank you, visionary. Been rocking with me all night. Yes, he been a grifter, but the thing is, he shouldn't have nothing to grift. Nobody should be rocking with him. He should have this should be a point of no return for him. There should have been multiple points of no return for him. But if this ain't a point of no return, that just show that the community is everything he ever said it was. And others say it is. Because he couldn't have got away with this in a white community. He couldn't have got away with this in an Asian community, a Latino community, no other community you find a Charleston White. None. Just like no other community you could find a Tariq Nasheed. That ain't tolerated, homie. That ain't going like that. That is not going like that. Matter of fact, let me play a little bit of this person. Let me see what they got to say about this. Because I didn't watch this clip of this person talking. Well, we're going to watch it together.
You all are good. He tends to jump on any lane, anything trending, any wave or topic, and connect himself to it just so it can benefit him financially or boost his relevance. But hold up, when you go this low and start capitalizing on situations this serious, mocking people and turning real pain into content, that's where it gets questionable. Play with your own people, and even coming online with imagery like watermelon, listen to this. That's not just targeting one individual, fam. That's tied to a history where it was used as a disrespectful stereotype toward black people in different periods of American history. It goes way back, slavery era and post-slavery times, where those kinds of references carry deep racial weight and meaning. So for anyone to bring that back today and try to turn it into merch or jokes, that's not funny at all. That's not comedy in any form, because what people call commentary in some cases is really just opportunistic behavior. It's more like an attention-driven persona than real insight, a performative entertainer pushing reactions instead of truth. And the reality is, it's often fueled by engagement rather than anything genuine. The way some of these voices speak makes people feel like they're getting game or knowledge. They package criticism in a way that feels educational, but it can blur the line for the audience. And a lot of viewers don't even realize when they're confusing entertainment with sincerity or pure monetization. And
this person is teaching. I don't know who this person is. I'm about to give him a thumbs up already because he's teaching. He's saying everything I was just saying. It doesn't make any sense, bro. This doesn't make any sense. It's not clicking. It's not clicking for me. How it's not clicking for people, because he said it sometimes they blend together and it's hard for people to tell. What are you in 5th grade? How is it hard to tell that Charleston White is not sincere, that he's a bozo, that the black community don't need people like him claiming to speak for us and represent us? We don't need that. We don't need that. Like again, like, are these people adults or they not?
Logically, people will ride with certain creators for so long that they don't want to admit when they might have been wrong about them, because admitting that feels like losing credibility on their own end.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's why a lot of people still justifying and trying to defend Tariq, even though they know he's wrong, because they pushed Tariq for so long that to say Tariq is bad, they feel like that's a knock against them. Same thing with Umar. Umar still got followers because people done rock and supported Umar for so long that they don't want to just say, all right, my bad, I was wrong. Or, you know what, I wasn't wrong in the past, but Umar went bad, so I don't bang with him no more because he went bad. He was official at one point in time, but he went bad. But, you know,
At this point, behavior like that starts to look like opportunism in every situation. I didn't even need anyone to tell me that. I could see the pattern early on. A lot of the talk around community work and positivity was always part of the narrative. In some cases, it's used as a strategy to build influence, visibility, and income through positivity branding. And to be fair, many people operate like that in different spaces. Some are genuinely coming from a sincere place. And yes, monetization can come from doing good work. But at the same time, there are situations where it's still authentic, still has real intent behind it. In this case, though, that sincerity wasn't fully there. He stepped away from that original mission. He completely abandoned that direction and then shifted into a more negative lane. At that point, it just looks like someone is losing direction. The path starts to feel misaligned, and ultimately, it comes across as straying away from the original purpose.
There's nothing honorable in that, plain and simple. That doesn't make it right at all. Listen to this.
Is this AI? Because it kind of sounds like AI a little bit. Oh, WT, the angry hoe is out here talking about FBA stuff right now. Can't make it up. The last time I saw the angry hoe, he was on his live stream complaining about donations. So I guess them donations is drying up. So now he got to go do the FBA thing. I guess that's the situation. Like, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Let's see. Let me see. You saying? I guess you arguing with somebody in the chat. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, let me get back to this.
I was on a positive path, but I wasn't getting paid for any of it, and nobody wants to hear me out. So I switched from a positive mission to a darker route, even getting accused of disrespecting deceased kids, family members, and other lost loved ones. Now I'm coming online just spreading confusion, chaos, and noise everywhere. God doesn't respect people who flip from positive to negative like that. And God doesn't respect anyone who shows up as an antagonist, someone pushing destruction and pain onto others. There's no real positive message in that at all because there's zero real reinforcement behind it. This is somebody who jumped online saying, man, I can't even make my nephew Aiden mad. Your nephew. And at the end of the day, anybody putting money in your pocket gets labeled as family. That's what you...
Like, come on, yeah, you're right. A lot of people is like this. A lot of these people are like this. They came on the internet trying to be positive, and then they realized they couldn't run up a bag being positive, so that's when they got negative. And I don't respect nobody who does that. I'm sorry. I don't respect nobody who does that. Yeah, I know he was on the black conservative grift. I know that. But I'm talking about right now, he getting on the FBA grift. Because again, that black conservative money must have dried up. So now he got to get on the FBA grift. I think so too. I think so too. Like, I didn't think so before. Because again, like I said, I didn't watch the video. I just saw that beginning part. So I said, yeah, let me use this. But yeah, it might be AI. But we're going to continue to rock with it. We're going to rock with it.
Call a certified grifter right there. That's a certified D-rider, no question about it. And I already know some of y'all are still going to defend it regardless. This is the type of guy who thinks he's above the system and tries to tell everybody how to move and live. But nah, I already told y'all before, bro. I don't have all the answers. I'm not a leader out here. I'm not a role model out here. I'm not an activist out here. I don't speak for the black community, but I will speak up when something needs to be said. If he just wanted to be a sideshow clown on the internet, I'd just say we got another joke, another hate grinder in the mix. We got somebody using negativity just to get into the game. That's what they're rewarding now, right? You can really just jump on your hate grind and run it up. As my boy BP says, you can really become a full-on hate grinder. And for some people, it actually works out for them. You even see others trying to hate their way into the industry too. So if that's the lane you choose, that's your business. But when you start using the Black community as the excuse, like you're doing it for our betterment, nah, we're not going for that. What you're doing isn't a we thing at all. That's a straight me thing for personal gain. And somebody has to call it out exactly how it is. He just went out and called Camelo's father weak. But no matter what's going on in that situation or whatever actually happened or didn't happen, he still couldn't be as weak and pathetic as you for the simple fact that you got punched because of your own mouth. Because what you say reflects who you are, and the power of the tongue shows what's really in the heart in God's eyes.
Yeah, this might be AI, but again, whoever wrote this script is teaching. Whoever wrote this script is teaching. Like, again, he's a total clown. He's a grifter. He's not needed in the community. This again, I don't understand why anybody would still be rocking with Charleston White after this. There ain't no way. This is not a situation where it's like, all right, it's a disagreement, or I feel like he went too far, but he's still cool. No, he crossed a line, a real line right now. A real line. And to say that, well, I'm playing in people's faces for a bag. I'm just saying whatever I got to say to get paid. I'm just doing it for a bag. Like, no.
These are the things coming out of your mouth because deep down you feel like you have to do that just to make a dollar since you don't want to grind. You don't have real talent. You don't have real skill. So you choose the lowest lane possible and become the type of person who will step on others just to get paid. Anybody can do that.
Oh, it said it is made with AI, but I don't care.
Go out there and try doing something real, something live, something creative that not just anybody can do. Anybody can copy negativity, but not everybody can build something real. But you end up facing consequences for it, like getting punched in the head, and then you're ducking and hiding behind your wife. You're supposed to protect your wife first.
Yes, Umar is talking FBA and stuff too. Yes, but instead of just using FBA, he's using Freeman. And we all know Freeman is also a splinter group that comes out of ADOS. It believes the same thing. That's why Umar was literally saying that it was a Jamaican who was stopping him from opening the school. He said it was a Jamaican stopping him from opening the school. Can't make that up.
Especially based on your own actions. That right there is one of the clearest signs of cowardice I've ever seen. And then on top of that, you're out here bragging like you're someone ready to go to jail or even die, but clearly not, because when it was time to face the consequences, you were involved in crimes with your friends, something I've never done in my life. I've never handed anyone.
Yeah, that's over. But yeah, Charleston White is that's another reason why people shouldn't be following behind Charleston White. Charleston White convinced a bunch of people that he said out of his own mouth was kids who had mental issues, who weren't being taken care of by their family, to follow behind him to commit crimes. And he had them committing crimes. And when they got caught for the crimes that Charleston White told them to commit, he snitched on them and got them sent to jail. And because they didn't have no family that cared about them, because they had mental issues and they couldn't really defend themselves, while Charleston White's family got a lawyer and all this other stuff, they allowed him to put all the blame onto them, and they got all the time in jail, and he got the escape. He got the escape. Disgusting. But anyway, I'm ending this stream. Shout out to everybody in the building who was rocking with me to this point. Much love, much appreciated. We got a lot of love and support tonight. Also, family, before we go or anything like that, please make sure you hit these links. These are links right here. Hit them. These are the links to all my channels. So you can go subscribe to all my channels so you never miss a live. Because sometimes they don't send the notification out for this channel, but they'll send it out for another channel. And also, I upload all original content to those other channels. Shout out to Visionary for just sending me some more jewels. Yeah, I upload original content to those other channels. So make sure you check those out. Oh, we got 24 in the building. Shout out to you, 24. Thank you for coming through with the 10 pounds. Much appreciated. Yeah, you coming through. I was just about to get off. But since you just came through with the 10, I ain't getting off. Shout out to you. I think we could do one more video. I think we could do one more. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, I think we could do one more. We could go one more. Shout out to you. For all you who don't know, Tariq is arguing about being African. I didn't watch this clip. We gonna watch it together. You know, I don't watch Tariq on my own. But yeah, let's do this.
Let's get his story.
Oh, good morning, Tariq.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. How you doing?
I'm good, sir. Now, where are you located?
I'm in Ivory Coast, Africa. You know.
Okay. Respect.
You know,
Respect.
okay. Let me say something. I don't like the way y'all always bring Africa to all your BS. Right now, you're talking about smashing someone, and you gotta bring Africa. I don't know why. I'm here. I got nothing to do with your BS. And y'all keep calling out us in your. You know, I don't understand. I'm trying to understand why y'all always talking about us. I'm in Africa. I'm not talking about you. Why always bring Africa to your shit? Y'all is American. I'm African. I'm from Africa. Why, beside the fact that you are dark skin, what make you always talking about us? You far from me. Leave us alone. What's going on? I don't understand.
No. And oh yeah, look at the thumbnail. Look at the screen. Look at this depiction of an African woman. Like, you can't make this up with Tariq.
How old are you, Mr. History? Mr. History, calm down. You're talking over me, sir. How old are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm 30 years old.
You just 30?
Yep.
But why do you sound so old and decrepit? You sound very old, sir.
Because I lost my voice.
How'd you lose your voice? Did you choke on some bush meat and you lost your vocal cords? What happened? How'd you lose your voice?
I'm telling you to stop. Stop.
But how did you lose your voice, sir? Were you attacked by a meerkat? What happened? Why'd you lose your voice?
Please stop trying to make me, mad. I'm telling you, you should leave Africa alone. Last time I was here, you was talking about African, how we African, keep bringing y'all American.
Okay, we haven't really talked about. We talked about Ghana, but we're not talking about Africa. We're talking about totally different stuff, sir.
I'm just telling you to leave Africa alone. Just speak about America. What's wrong with that?
How long have you been over here in America?
I'm not in America, and I don't want to go there.
You're not in Africa. You're not in Africa right now.
What are you talking about? I'm in Africa.
No, you're not, sir.
I'm telling you, I'm in Africa. I'm telling you, 6 months ago, I did not understand one word. I went to school listening to English, but you know how I learned English? On internet. I swear to God.
Now, why your voice is changing? Now, are you an African stud? You sound like a woman, kind of.
I'm telling you, leave Africa alone out of Y'all have many problems right now.
What time is it? What time is it over there right now?
It's 7:42.
AM or PM?
What?
AM or PM?
In the morning.
Oh, okay.
7h42 du matin. Je suis à Abidjan.
It's 7:42 in the morning over there. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
And if you want me to speak in Mandinka, I can speak in Mandinka too.
Go ahead. Now, how do you say good morning? How are you in Mandinka? Okay, that's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. That's why I'm telling you, leave us alone.
We've left you alone. We're not thinking about you. I promise you.
But you always bring Africa. You're talking about somebody smashing some I don't know, some dog there in America. And you're talking about African doing that. Why would you do that?
You called me, sir. You called us. We're not even talking about you.
I'm here. I was passing by, and you was talking about somebody smashing some dog, and you there and saying like that must be some African.
Oh, shout out to 24 for coming through with another 10 pounds. Yeah, I don't know what this is about. Like, yeah, I guess the person is trying to get Tariq to stop talking about Africa, but I'm about to fast forward this a little bit. Matter of fact, we could keep listening to this. Shout out to Flavor Sweet for saying hi. For some reason, I can't see your comment on my StreamYard, but I can see it on the YouTube. But shout out to you for that.
Let me say one thing. Y'all think everybody wants to go to America. You believe I'm in America. That's the weird stuff here. I'm not in America. I don't want to go there and stop bringing Africa on your shit. That's what I'm saying.
Are you a West African punk?
I'm no punk, sir.
That's Tariq's favorite word, punk. That's his new favorite word, y'all. He replaced bussy with punk. Now everybody, it went from everybody being a bussy, now everybody a punk.
Are you wearing a leopard skin thong right now, sir? You sound kind of sassy.
What the fuck you talking about? Please respect me, please. I did not disrespect you. I'm just telling you to leave us alone.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Anything wrong with that?
Yeah, I think you have an African gerbil rummaging around your boy hole, sir. Some weird stuff going on.
See, this is why I tell people, don't call into Tariq. Don't call into him. Because look, he's gonna disrespect you. The brother called being respectful, just asking him to leave Africa alone. Keep Africa out of his nonsense. And what is he doing? Being disrespectful, accusing him of being gay and all this other nonsense. Shout out to Godfrey for coming through with the 5.99 pounds. Much appreciated. Thank you. Yes, Tariq is a hateful bigot. He's a hateful bigot. A hateful bigot.
Let me leave out of here.
Okay, sir. I'm gonna let you get back to your gerbil, Dudu Tunde.
I'm happy the brother is leaving. See, that's how you supposed to do. See how he tried to have a conversation with Tariq, and then Tariq immediately deflected and just started calling him gay. And then he said, "You know what? I'm out of here." He asked him not to disrespect him. Tariq kept going. He just left. That's how you supposed to do it. Shout out to the brother.
All right, you sound. This is another punk. His voice got real high pitched and weird. All right. Yeah, I don't even want to turn on. I don't want him to turn on the camera. I don't want to see all that peppercorn. I can hear the peppercorn crunching all in the back. I don't want to see it. Yeah, I think that's a punk. I think that's a West African punk. Well, the punks are very upset. Don't talk about me. Don't talk about Africa. What the hell? Don't talk about Africa, nigga. I'm a nigga. What today? Oh my God, get freaking grief. Oh, goodness. We just getting punk attacks just all over. Global punks, domestic punks. Good grief. All right. We're just having it's a global punk attack. God. Okay. All right. And I don't argue with no punk now. I don't fight punks. I told y'all. It's too much to lose fighting a punk. I don't want them running up on me with no smoke. How come you don't like a thyroid? No. I ain't got no problem with y'all, nigga. I don't want y'all running up on me.
He do this every time. Again, the dude asks you a simple question, how to have a simple conversation, and this is what you do, Tariq. This is what you do. You do this all the time. This got to stop.
I defer, nigga. I defer to you punks. I don't fight punks. I don't fight them niggas. Hell no. I ain't fighting no nigga who be wearing a skirt so his balls can be rubbing all on me. Hell no, nigga. You got that. Take the wallet. Take the wallet and just leave my house key, nigga. Take the car. Take that shit too. Don't rub them nuts on me, nigga. I ain't about to tussle with this punk. I defer. No. No. I'm cool. All right, let's see who else we got.
I'll speed you up.
Shit. All right, who else we got in here? Let's get Blessing. Blessing in the building. Blessing and peace in the building.
Oh, I came up on mistake. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Blessing. Thank you, dear.
No.
Oh, Blessing's still talking. I know you want to talk. Okay. Let me see who we got. Let me see. Let's get Atonga. I think that's your name.
Yeah.
Hey, Atonga.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I seen always you hear trolling African people and all that. Not sure it's for views or all that. That's fine. It's all good. But I'm just curious. I see that your name is African name, Tariq. This Arabic, not even it's an Arabic name, an African name. And you being a product of Africa, out of Africa. How
Oh, she pressing him. We got to bring that back. I'm bringing that back. Of her pressing him about his name. Remember, Tariq crashed out last time when a Somali woman called in and pressed him about that having that Arabic name. Got to bring that back.
I'm good. I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, Blessing. Thank you, dear.
No, I was.
Oh, Blessing was still talking. I didn't know you wanted to talk, Blessing. Okay. Let me see who we got. Let me see. Let's get Atonga. I think that's your name.
Yeah.
Atonga. Hey, Atonga.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I seen always you here trolling African people and all that. Not sure it's for views or all that. That's fine. It's all good. But I'm just curious. I see that your name is African name, Tariq. You know this Arabic, not even it's an Arabic name, an African name. And you being a product of Africa, out of Africa, how are you trolling Africans?
What do you mean being a product of Africa?
Based on history, right? Without the manipulation of history and anything else, how you denying yourself, or people here now denying themselves in America that they're not African, whatsoever. Your ancestors probably looking at you guys and just laughing. But I don't understand how you guys always trolling Africa, but to reality, you are actually an African. So you're just laughing at yourself.
Exactly. No, I made this point before, and I haven't made it in a long time, and I'm happy she made it. Black people, you cannot attack Africa without attacking yourself. There is no separation. Anytime you say something about Africa being backwards, being poor, or Africans being stupid or having a low IQ, that applies to you. That applies to you. No amount of, well, I'm not an African because I was born in America, or my family was in America for these many generations. None of that saves you from that. You still African. The same way Europeans in America, those white folks, are still Europeans. They understand that they can't denigrate Europe without denigrating themselves. They can't do it.
We're not continental Africans, ma'am. How are we African?
Do you know your history?
I know it very, very well.
I cannot tell you history if you don't know. That's not on me.
I know my history very well. Now, you from East Africa, you're from East Africa, right? By that
I'm
name.
South Sudanese.
South Sudanese. So you from Myron Gaines' land. Okay.
I'm from like originally the heart of where, Black people are.
Okay. Okay. And it's colonized by the British, but yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
All right. South Sudan was colonized by the British, and Black people in America was enslaved by the British. Like, what are you saying? That and the British people that enslaved us turned into Americans and enslaved us. And then after we got out of slavery, they oppressed us and segregated us. And now segregation ended, and then they still oppressed us. And then they brought segregation back, and now they're trying to bring us back to the antebellum South. What are you saying? Like, you see what I'm talking about? Tariq be trying to throw shots at people in Africa, not understanding that any shot you throw at people in Africa could be thrown directly back at you in multiple directions. One, you are African. Whether you deny it or not, whether you like it or not, you are African. So if you can't talk down on Africa without talking down on yourself, that's one thing. Two, all the problems that Africa suffered, we done suffered some version of that in America, and vice versa.
Yeah, Britain split you up.
Didn't he say before that colonization is the same as being enslaved? Because he talked about when somebody said Black people in America was enslaved. He said, well, y'all was under colonization, and colonization is its own form of slavery. Didn't you say that before, Tariq? Like, you sitting here trying to deflect from what she's saying. She's saying you are African, and you talking down on Africa, but you talking down on yourself. Now you asking her where is she from in Africa and about the colonial history. What does that change what she's saying? This is a pure deflection.
British colonized everyone everywhere. So
right,
that's not even
right. But yeah, but talking about the original place of Black, but yeah, it got colonized.
I'm still the darkest person on earth, because even though British couldn't make it to South Sudan, and where we can all be, mix and all that stuff. So that's like the purest, blackest color you'll find ever in the whole world. But that's not the point, though.
Right. But Matonga, you're over here though. You're here with us, aren't you?
But see, this is not even the point, whether I'm in America or in Africa.
You're here with us. You're here with the.
Yes, that's not the point. Whether she here in America or Africa, that's not the point. That is not the point at all. The point she's making is that you are African. So her being in America don't mean nothing. South Sudan is going through a lot of problems they're going through right now because of America. Like, you do know that, right? That's what makes Americans crying about immigration so stupid. They cry about all these groups being here, but these groups are only here because the U.S. government is playing a role in the destruction of their country. That's it. Like, how did all these Filipinos get here? How did all these Dominicans get here? How all these Puerto Ricans get here? How all these Cubans get here? How all these Vietnamese get here? How all these Laotians get here? How all these Cambodians get here? How all these Nicaraguans get here? How all these El Salvadorians get here? How all these Afghanis get here? How all these Iraqis get here? How all these Syrians get here? How all these Somalis get here? How did all these people get to America? And why are they all in America? What happened?
Foundationals.
But you didn't answer my question, though.
Yes, I did. I'm answering it now. You're over here with foundational Black Americans. You had to.
But I'm African. I know where I'm from.
Yeah,
I don't
you are.
deny that.
I completely agree. I didn't immigrate from Africa. Nobody in my family did. Nobody's been in Africa in my family for centuries. We had an ethnogenesis.
So again, can a European say this to you, Tariq? Can a Mexican say this to you? Like, again, y'all be calling Native Americans Siberians. Native Americans been on the continental United States longer than any Black person could claim their ancestors was on this land. But you'll still call them Siberians, even though they've been here for thousands of years. White people been here for hundreds of years. Asians been here for hundreds of years. So have Latinos. Been here for hundreds of years, but somehow, some way, they still connected to those places they came from. But somehow, you saying nobody in my family been to Africa in centuries, that makes me not an African. Well, somebody from a Native American could say, well, nobody from my family has been to Siberia in millennia, but you'll still call them a Siberian. You're a weirdo.
Yes, ma'am. We are foundational Black Americans.
Okay, so can I explain something to you? I came here to America. I have kids that are born here.
Okay.
Right? That's like the history repeating itself. But my kids will never, just because, the whitey in America tried to diminish the Black history with their ancestors and everything, right? So, but my kids will never claim that they're American or Black American. They're always going to say, hold on, let me just finish explaining this part.
Because they're not. They're African like you. They are.
So that's the same thing that happened to you. The ancestors.
No. Thank you, Nano. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Came here, right? No, and then you were born here. That does not make you here, because even whitey don't even want any Black here. So I don't understand why you guys are so proud to be American. Like, seriously.
I'll tell you why. First of all, we had an ethnogenesis. We have indigenous ancestry here. There were Black people already here that mixed in with the Africans who were brought over, and that became an ethnogenesis, ma'am. So we've got lineage that's been here for thousands of years. So this is our land, ma'am. We're not guests. We're not immigrants here. You see how that works?
You said this is your land?
Yep, it is.
So I see also you all the time here trolling African on TikTok, which is part of business. Maybe it's fine. But so if that's your land, what are you doing? You're supposed to focus on how to dismantle the system, for Black here in America, the struggle and all that stuff. Those are the things that you should be fighting. Don't you think so? If this is your land?
We do that all the time.
You can hear yourself.
Our culture does that. We have a culture of resistance.
Look at Tariq. He deflected. She asked a simple question. If this is your land, why are you not pushing it to get what you need on your land? Now you saying we do this all the time. It's a part of the culture. We have a culture of resistance. It seemed like that culture of resistance ain't working, because Black people definitely going backwards in America. We are literally in Jim Crow 2.0. The majority of Black people in America have no political representation. The majority of Black people in America can't vote. And even if they could vote, their vote has no power. So they effectively can't vote. Because what's the point of voting if your vote doesn't even count? It has no power. No matter how you vote, you'll never be able to affect the outcome. Your vote has no power. That's like basically not having the ability to vote. That culture of resistance ain't resistant enough. It failed.
We're the only people whose culture is resisting white supremacy. We've never made a deal with white supremacy. Y'all did. The Sudanese, y'all signed little deals with Britain and your tribes over there signed.
The white man ain't have to sign no deal with his slaves. Like, this is another thing you keep saying that's so dumb. Like, oh, we never made a deal. Of course you didn't make a deal. You were the enslaved. The white man made the deal on you. The white man made the deal on you. You didn't, like, you keep talking like y'all some independent nation. Black people ain't never been no independent nation in the history of this country. We don't get to make deals. We get deals made for us. We get deals made on us, and we just got to accept it. Like nonsense. Oh, you made deals with the British. Yes, because they had some sovereignty. And you can only make a deal with somebody who's kind of an equal. White people would never make a deal with us. What deal?
Those little janky deals, and that's why you got colonized on your own land like that. But that's neither here nor there. We've never made a deal with white supremacy. That's why everybody has to come over here to us, the real fighters. That's why you're safe and you can anchor your children here because of the 14th Amendment that we fought for, beloved. So yeah, we're the ones doing the fighting, man, and you should be saying thank you.
So do you,
again, somebody who's pro-MAGA, who's currently trying to dismantle the 14th Amendment, is saying somebody should be thanking him for the 14th Amendment, something he never fought for, something that he's on the side of the people who is trying to take it away from us. Like, you can't make this up.
also know that, and when I called you earlier, product of Africa, do you understand that if you go way back to history and how America's built, you will understand?
All right, we got a bozo in the building. Black Sand, you're a bozo. Pan-Africanism can't be dead, because if Pan-Africanism is dead, that means Black America is dead. Black America's whole existence is Pan-Africanist. I challenge you to name one thing in Black America that's not Pan-Africanist. You bozo. But yeah, let's keep it going.
That is built by our people who are Black people, and also our resources where we're talking about gold, silver, all the minerals. Hold on, let me finish, please.
Who?
Yeah, that's what I'm explaining. Let me explain it.
Let me hear this. Let me hear this.
All right, cool. So now I'll go back and say this again, because I was born in Africa, raised and everything, and came to America, you know, and I don't go by whitey information. I don't follow their stuff. I don't follow their books.
Exactly, J.K. Perkins. If y'all was indigenous Black tribes, then who made the deal with the white people? Who said the white people could be here? Didn't y'all say that y'all was the ones showing white people how to survive here? Y'all the ones who helped them get it popping? So doesn't that mean y'all made a deal with them? Of course, Tariq can't go mainstream no more. It's over for him. He already got cooked too bad. The only way he could go mainstream at this point is to, you know, be a little puppet for Tucker Carlson. Like, he could come on his show and be a little lapdog or be his little token Negro. That's all he could do.
I read the scholars' books here, like the Black American or African American, whatever you guys now wanted to call yourselves.
Foundational Black American.
Okay. So now, because again, the word's Black itself, it could be
nobody calls himself foundational Black American except people who are members of the foundational Black American hate cult, and or some people who get confused because they got tricked. And then once people give them the real knowledge, they drop that FBA stuff real quick.
description, because it's an English term, like black, white, orange, whatever. So that's not even like I will never accept someone else to define who I am. But let's go back to what I was gonna say. Anyways,
they defined Sudan. Yeah, they defined Sudan. The British.
Nobody. Black American or African American, whatever you guys now wanted to call yourselves.
Foundational Black American.
Okay. So now, because again, the word's Black itself.
Oh, the video skipped? Because I didn't do that.
It could be a description, because it's an English term, like black, white, orange, whatever. So that's not even like I will never accept someone else to define who I am. But let's go back to what I was gonna say. Anyways,
they defined Sudan. Yeah, they defined Sudan. The British.
Nobody defined Sudan means black. The originals.
Yeah, but they created Sudan and North Sudan. They broke
No,
y'all
that's
up.
not a description. It's the history of the original of Sudan. That means this, like the originality of who we are. But black is a term that I'm from Sudan, but when they see me in Europe or here in America, they will call me black. See, so it's just an English term, right? Description. But anyways, let me go back to what I was saying, before I get distracted. So like I was telling you that I've been here and I've been there back home. So I kind of.
Let me see something real quick. We stop her from talking. Black saying you didn't answer my question, so I'm not answering your question. You like a true FBA bozo, you are deflecting. Oh, thank you, 24. Thank you. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying to make sure I put out information to counterbalance and eventually overcome this FBA nonsense. Not just that, just all forms of division. All forms of division. What you say? Okay, I can, and since we're not the same, I can go ahead and put you on timeout. Get you up out of here. Bye. Come back tomorrow. Because you can't answer a simple question like a true FBA bozo without deflecting.
Of understand everything, the system and how everything works at the end of the day. So, you cannot erase everything, just to claim that, oh, I'm here, I'm foundational of Black American. And some people claim that, oh, they were already found here and all of this nonsense, where the same people here or in Europe, they don't even.
Exactly. Nonsense. Nobody talking that Black people was already here and we was indigenous. We came here. We got no connection to Africa. Can stand on anything. It got no information they can stand on. Shout out to you, WT. That's a fact. That's why you think ABC took down that segment of FBA. They had that foundational Black American segment. That shit was gone in less than 24 hours. They're like, oh, this is what FBA is? That shit gone. Bye.
They don't give you guys that.
Stop. What nonsense? What do you mean? What's nonsense about our history? You're a guest here. How are you going to tell us, the people who built this country? We built this country, foundational Black Americans. How you just got here? How are you going to tell us about our history?
Thank you. Now, again, you didn't hear what I said earlier. You're talking about build the country. You're product of Africa. They brought you guys here to build, and also they brought the resources. So today you guys are talking. Okay, I'll tell you what resources. Let me explain to you. So the resources, it's the gold, the silver, like how American when they first
didn't build this country with gold and silver. No,
let me just finish. Let me explain to you.
No.
Yes, they did build the country. So they didn't build the country with taking resources from Africa. They didn't build the country with taking raw materials and people from Africa. America never plundered Africa. America is not plundering Africa right now, building up their tech industry. Silicon Valley is built off the plundering of Africa. That's building up America. Like, this boy be trying to play so many semantic games and it be just so corny. Like, just for once, I want to see, matter of fact, I know it ain't going to happen. He ain't never going to not be genuine. He don't know what to be but disingenuous. But I know one thing, he's scared of a neutral platform. He's scared of that. He's scared of that. No,
you're not just going to say stuff that's not true. They didn't build this country with gold and silver. It was built with our labor, ma'am.
Okay, but can I finish? Then you can correct me if I'm wrong.
But I'm gonna correct you in real time.
Okay, no problem. We can agree to disagree at the end of the day.
Not agree, disagree. This country was built with foundational Black American labor.
All right, so Tariq, let me tell you something. You only know this country. I know Africa and I know America so far. I've been here for 20-something years. So let me just tell you my side.
I've been to Africa.
Okay, so let me tell you my side. You don't see that Black Diamond? Do you see those movies you think is joke? Those things that went and happened way back then. All these diamonds, the gold that we have back home.
Nothing to do with us. Nothing.
Wait a second. Till this day. Wait, I'll prove you wrong.
Okay, that was the De Beers and Cecil Rose and those people.
How that ain't got nothing to do with America? That got something to do with America. So again, the cobalt don't got nothing to do with America. She didn't just say the diamond. She naming multiple stuff, and you trying to cut her off and just trying to focus on one thing that you are bringing up disingenuously. Like, this is disgusting. There are really adults who follow it. So I got no mercy for no FBA bozo. I don't want to hear nothing about no unity. I don't care nothing about nothing that happened to nobody from FBA. If the tables turn and FBA get officially labeled as a hate cult and people start losing their jobs or getting kicked out of school or getting refused housing and stuff like that because they was FBA and they was rocking with Tariq hard, I don't care nothing about y'all. That'll be a good day that happened to y'all. Y'all don't like, y'all no good to the community. Period.
Well,
okay, if you don't get triggered, let me hear
I'm
my
not
side.
triggered, ma'am, but what does that have to do with us?
So can you hear my side? Because if you don't cut me off and you don't get triggered, you let me finish.
Okay, ma'am, what you're doing is just throwing crap at the wall that don't make no sense, and you're going to have to make sense, ma'am.
Okay, let me just finish, okay?
Slow down. No, ma'am. You have to make sense of what you're saying. What does those diamond blood have to do with us here?
Okay, let me ask you a simple question then, because I'm not going.
And it does have something to do, because again, those diamonds are getting sold in America. They are part of the American economy. Also, we live in a globalized economy. What happens one place affects everybody. You see the Strait of Hormuz being shut down. That affects everybody. That affects everybody. Ain't nothing that happens somewhere don't affect everybody. It affects everybody. Nonsense about what that got to do with us here. What does European powers along with America and their investors and corporations raping and robbing and looting the continent got to do with people here while we are using the products? How many diamonds is being sold in America right now that are blood diamonds? How much gold is blood gold? How much oil is blood oil? How much cobalt is blood cobalt? How much platinum is blood platinum? Blood silver? Blood uranium? Blood cotton? Blood cocoa? And the list goes on. Blood rubber.
No, ma'am. You said something that didn't make sense, and I'm telling you to clarify it. And now you're trying to change the subject.
That's the part of colonization, but I want to make it easier for you. Let me make it easier.
What does that have to do with us, ma'am?
I'll tell you what it has to do with you. The phone that you have today, hold on. The phone that you have today, if it's not for Africa, it wouldn't even be talking.
No, ma'am. No.
No, I'll give you examples. You want me to go there with you? Let's do it. But without you cutting me though.
Look, she's giving him the examples right now, which is true. There are no phones without Africa. There are no phones. The phones we have right now only possible with Africa. And look, you just said, what does those diamonds have to do with us? Now she's saying, okay, since you want to play games, we're going to talk about the phones. Now he's talking about no. Again, grown folks watching this.
Ma'am, some of the early phones, the blueprints for the first telephone was Lewis Latimer, a foundational Black American who worked with Alexander Graham Bell. If you want to get real technical.
I'm talking about right now.
Yeah, no, ma'am. We've been dealing with technology way before some damn blood diamonds.
Is he serious? We talking about smartphones. We talking about smartphones, and he talking about some rotary phones. You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up. And she just said the phone in your hand. The phone in your hand. You don't have a rotary phone in your hand. The smartphone. Like, this is disgusting. Like, there are adults watching this, by the way. Robin, that may be the case now, but that wasn't the case. That probably wasn't the case before, because I remember before Kanye made the song about blood diamonds in the Blood Diamond movie, nobody was checking where none of those diamonds came from. They only just started checking where the diamonds come from. And again, I don't believe what people saying. I'm not jacking these numbers. I'm not going to let the person stealing the diamonds tell me, well, the diamonds, they only 1% of them came to America. I'm not jacking that. I'm not jacking that 1% number. Not jacking it. Exactly. No Afro-American inventor called themselves FBA or would fuck with FBA. That's a fact. You trying to appropriate inventions from people who would never, ever, ever deal with you. ever.
And all that.
Seriously?
Yeah,
And who got
really,
you?
ma'am.
Where you guys
Really,
got all
ma'am.
this stuff if it's not for
Really.
Africa?
Ma'am, we were over here creating most of. What are the patents you got
hear
over
yourself,
there?
dude?
No, ma'am. What patents do you have? What patents do Sudanese people have? We have hundreds of thousands of patents as foundational Black Americans in the
One, a lot of these patents that you claiming, a lot of it, because again, they don't quote unquote delineate. If a Black person made something in America, it automatically is a Black American accomplishment or a Black American invention or a Black American patent. So you have not quote unquote delineated this list. Also, that's because we live in America. Again, when you live in the center of something, you got better access to do things. Like I'm from New York. I'm the media capital of the world, of the country. I can do something in America, in New York, and it'll get around faster and go broader than it would if somebody in Alabama did it. Like that, see, that's the game right there. Like this whole, what did you get? We got patents and all this other stuff. They didn't have access to that. Now that they got access to it, they doing a bunch of great things. You do know they just had a whole article, it was like some years ago, about how none of the male Black doctors are African Americans. That they having whole classes graduate of Black male doctors and not one of them are African Americans. Not one. Like, you see how that works, right? People didn't have access to that before. Like, for example, you're talking about all these patents. White people got way more patents than Black people. But for a long time, Black people didn't have access to the technology. They didn't have access to the education to actually even put any work in to make something, to create something. That's why for a long time, a lot of times when you saw a Black person create something, they was a biracial. They was an octoroon. They was a mulatto. They was something like that. They was a quarteroon. Like the Black guy who Most Def played in the movie, who did open heart surgery, that dude was like an octoroon. He was like 1/8 Black, maybe. So what are you talking about?
By the 1940s, we had over 50,000 patents as foundational Black Americans. Name one patent you got in the
We had a lot of patents. You're not there.
Name it.
Have you raised in Africa?
Name it, ma'am.
I'm asking you now one simple question.
What
You
is
didn't
the
even
patent
answer
that
me.
you have? If we got all this shit from you,
We have all of the resources that you could think of, Tariq.
The ground has
one of
that's
them
already,
is you,
that's
but
in
you
the
don't want to
ground. It's
accept
in the
that.
ground. That's the ground. It has nothing to do with you as a person. It's in the ground. You don't have access to it until they come over there with the machinery to get it up out of there.
You said they look what he just said. They don't have access to it till the white man come put machinery to get it out the ground. And Black people didn't have access to none of these things to create any patents until the white man came around and gave people education, gave people access to the patent office, gave people access to these schools. Because that's another thing I keep saying about you FBA bozos. When the way you talk, you are delegitimizing all Black creation in America. Because a white person could turn around and say that to you. What patents you got outside of white people? What inventions did you invent that a white person didn't teach you, that didn't educate you about? What school, what tool did you use that white people didn't give you? You are delegitimizing all Black progress. All Black progress. You delegitimizing all Black progress in America. All a white person got to say is, show me you doing something in America without speaking English, without the education you got from the American educational system, which was set up by Europeans for Europeans, that Black people were allowed to use later on in life. I mean, later on in the history of this country. Show me one invention you did without working in a lab a white man built. A school without you being educated in a school that a white man built. Show me one. Show me one. You can't do it. You can't do it.
You don't have nothing to do with what's in the damn ground, ma'am. Stop that.
That's not true.
It is true.
So
We
why?
have
So
something to do.
now you
We
agree.
have
So
something to do with the technology because we created. You up here talking about a diamond in the
again, technology. What technology did you create that you wasn't using the white man's science to create? What technology was being created in this country that wasn't an improvement on something that white people created? Because a lot of times y'all be talking about, oh, black people invented this, they invented that. No, they didn't. They just improved on a white man's design. A black man did not invent the light bulb. He improved on the existing light bulb. A black woman did not invent indoor heating. She just made a better design. Indoor toilets, they just made a better design. They didn't create this out of thin blue sky. Like, come on now.
ground that your ass can't even get access to, because when they send y'all to go dig those diamond mines up, they
So you
check all
confess that you guys came and took those stuff right now.
No, ma'am, you can't even access those diamonds. They check y'all booty hole, your mouth, your coochie, and everything, and you can't even access your own diamonds over there. Don't you sit here trying to front about some damn resources you got that you can't even use. What are you talking about, ma'am?
Okay, so how about you change your name to begin with, so it's not confusing.
How about you change your bush meat and flip it over and grill the other side? Because
Without being mad.
That's what you're doing when you got all them diamonds you can't even access and you living in a damn shanty town. What you
Let's
talking
start
about?
with your name, Tariq. Let's change
talk
that
about
name
you
because I
living in
don't
a
like you talking
let's
about
talk
us and you
living
like
in a
African.
shanty town with all them diamonds you bragging about. You bragging about diamonds and you sitting over here grilling hyena hush puppies living in a damn shack. Talking about some diamonds you ain't got access to. What you talking about?
Oh my God.
Oh my God, nothing. Have a good day. You, ain't
You
saying
too,
nothing.
Tariq.
Bye, Abasola. The hell you talking to? Come on. We got all the resources. We got ma'am, you sitting over there making bush meat in a shanty town with a mud hut door that you done glued together.
Again, see the xenophobia coming out of Tariq's mouth? Again, that's also an attack on Africa. That's also an attack on black people. But another point that is so important about this bozo. He's talking about people living in shanty towns. Black people was living in shanty towns in America and up until we started moving into cities that white people built. His audience is so stupid that they don't know that. Not only are they disrespecting their African ancestry, they disrespecting their Black American ancestors. Not only that, they're disrespecting their Black American family. Because for all you who don't know, because again, we could get off this right now. Matter of fact, let me show you this. I know I did this already, but for the sake of argument, we're going to do this again. We're going to do this again. We're going to do this again. We not playing. We not playing. Ain't no jokes. Ain't no jokes. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're going to do this right now. For all you don't know, what's on you see on your screen? That's a raccoon. Bush meat. Bush meat. Wait, time out. My audio is, it says my audio is not good. Let me stop sharing. Let me do this again. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me share my screen again. Let me see. Let me see. Matter of fact, let's get out of this. Let's get out of this. Oh, let's
put it in there. Let's see. Let's go, man. Okay. We good? All right, where's my top at? Real like fried coon. Fried coon for the first time. Put it on me. Watch me drop that. I'll put it in there. Let's see.
As you saw, we got fried raccoon, fried coon, deep fried coon. That's Tariq right there talking about bushmeat. Niggas out here deep frying raccoons, and you talking about somebody eating bushmeat. Like you can't make this up. Tariq is from Alabama. Alabama. Matter of fact, let me see something real quick. Since Alabama boy want to talk about bushmeat, let me see something. Alabama. Since Alabama boy want to talk about bushmeat. Wait, let's see. Where we at? Since Alabama boy want to talk about bushmeat. Where that bushmeat at? Oh, look, we got white people eating a bunch of bushmeat. Tariq he ain't gonna say nothing about this white family eating a raccoon.
Everybody, 3, 2, 1.
This is my family. I don't know what the hell's going on. Double, double, toil and trouble. Stir the raccoon in the
In there.
Let me get off this because again, I don't know if this is what you call it. You know, a lot of times these things, these music be like trademark or copywritten, and then they'll mess up the whole stream. But let's look at this.
Here we go. Ooh. Now you feel right off, y'all. Been cooking it for hours, boiled it, then I baked it. There we go. Hood in the east, baby. Got a little hair right there. Ain't that wrong with a little hair though? Ain't that wrong with a little hair? A little hair right there. Here we go. Ooh.
Oh, my fault, y'all. Let me bring that back. I had the thing blocking it. I didn't know I had a comment up. My fault. Here we go.
Here we go. Ooh. Now you feel right off, y'all. Been cooking it for hours, boiled it, then I baked it. There we go. Hood in the east, baby. Got a little hair right there. Ain't that wrong with a little hair though? Ain't that wrong with a little hair? A little hair right there. Here we go. Ooh. Hold on. Try it one more time. Ooh, got a little hair right there too. Try that one more time. Ooh, that's some red looking meat.
Oh, let's look at some Alabama possum meals. Look, we got white people eating possum. Tariq gonna talk about these white people eating bush meat? He gonna talk about these white people eating bush meat? Is he gonna talk about these white people eating bush meat, or the black people eating the bush meat? Look at these possums. Woo-wee, people eating good tonight. They eating good. Let's watch, bro.
Okay, I got the possum out. I know. Here's its baby. It's hanging on to its back. Oh. Okay, I got the possum out. I know. Here's its baby. It's hanging on to its back.
Look at that.
Oh.
You're about to eat some possum. Let me see. Somebody frying up some possum. Oh, music. Let me mute this. Here we go. Again, yeah, bushmeat boy. Talking about somebody eating bushmeat.
Nah.
Swear to God.
Who fed that to you, bro?
He's out with Modesto. He was in the backyard and he was fucking with all the plants and shit. Dog food. So he went and got hot.
Oh, talking about eating. So let's see. Woo, we eating some possum, man. People eating good. We eating possum. We eating. Oh man, we eating some good bushmeat. But yeah, let's get off this. Shout out to everybody in the building. She like always talking about some bushmeat. Bushmeat this, bushmeat that, bushmeat. Talk about that bushmeat. You from Alabama, Tariq. Say you never ate a raccoon before. You from Alabama. Say you never ate a possum before. Say you never ate a squirrel before. Say you never ate a muskrat before. Say it, Tariq. Most likely, he definitely did cook that baby too. Ain't letting no good possum meat go to waste. They ain't letting no good possum meat go to waste. You already know. You gotta hit it with that chicken flavor. You gotta hit it with that chicken flavor. Oh, shout out to 24. He just gifted people 5 memberships. Family, if 24 and gifted you a membership, make sure you thank him. Make sure you thank him and make sure you keep it going. You can lower it, you can raise it, but make sure you keep it going. Thank you, 24, for gifting that. Like, come on, man. Come on. Exactly, Magi Commander. Exactly, SSB. Come on, man. We know what we getting into. Talking about somebody eating bushmeat. That's what I said. Like, all the stuff he be saying that's supposed to be disrespectful, and these bozos be laughing about it. They disrespect themselves several different ways. Several different ways. It's disgusting. But let's let him finish up so we can get off this.
Talking about some diamonds. You ain't got access to them. That phone you are using with our diamonds, that ain't got nothing to do with you. The hell you talking to? We got hundreds of thousands of patents that we've created as foundational Black Americans. And some of the technology, some of the cell phone technology comes from us. The hell you talking to? Hell, even the first telephone, with Alexander Graham Bell, he was working with Lewis Latimer. He was the one who drew up the damn blueprints for the first telephone. Let's talk history, for real. The hell you talking about? We got diamonds, we got the resources they use African resources. What resources? They just throw crap at the wall to see what sticks, thinking we don't know history. Yeah, flies and lies. They're not using a resource. We have the gold, the diamonds.
Get connected. You already know. Rabbits, that go without saying. You already know they eating rabbits. That go without saying. That's like saying, oh, they eating deers. That go without saying.
This country wasn't built with the gold and diamonds from Africa. It was built with foundational Black American labor. It was our labor building this country. It ain't got nothing to do with no damn gold from Africa or diamonds from Africa. That's some shit later, and it still didn't really benefit us. These folks think we don't know history. They think they just gonna throw some shit out there. No. Kind of weird lie you trying to tell? Why are you sitting your ass over here with us? Let me tell you something, man. These folks, man, they want us to be African immigrants so bad. FBA family, I want y'all to understand something. People despise the fact that we are foundational to this nation.
Hey, shout out to Purcell in the building. Yes, Purcell, they definitely do that. They definitely do that. And again, this bozo is like making fun of that. Like that's a joke. He's disgusting. Exactly. Ogun. Tariq Ogun. I think your name is Ogun Mitchell. I can't really see. I think it's Ogun Mitchell. Yeah, Tariq is debunking his own documentaries. He's debunking his own documentaries. I know. That's why I said most people don't consider rabbits a bushmeat. Even though I guess rabbit is technically a bushmeat. That's why I left rabbit out, because I felt like, one, rabbit go without saying, and two, a lot of people don't consider it a bushmeat. Exactly. Remember, these bozos used to say, oh, the white man ain't invent nothing but the patent office. Now Tariq is hanging his hat on patents. Can't just like debunking everything he got to say. Like this weird little Alabama boy hating on people for what's going on with you, Tariq? Like, you need to be Alabama all the way. You need to stop trying to cosplay a LA person and just embrace Alabama.
They despise the fact that we are not immigrants, ladies and gentlemen. That's where a lot of this dumb shit comes from. These people are so vitriolic that we are not immigrants. Do y'all understand that? I want y'all to understand how much vitriol they have behind that. We can't get deported. We can tell the white supremacists to kiss our black ass without fearing anything. They got to walk on eggshells. You can't say nothing. You can't do nothing. You got to be quiet. You
That's a lie. That's a lie. But we're going to let you keep going.
got to tiptoe. Listen, an immigrant by definition is a guest in a host country. You are expected to keep your head down. You're supposed to be compliant. You have to accept whatever the dominant society hands to you because you migrated your ass to a pre-established system. Foundational Black Americans are not guests. We are not you.
Black people are the eternal outsider. This is the white man system that we were slaves building. We just as much an outsider to the white man system as the mules they use, as the horses they use. We not a part of their community. We tried to integrate into their community. We just as much guests as an immigrant. This is not ours. You keep talking like this is ours. This is not ours. We the eternal outsiders. Eternal. We never gonna fit in. Like people from like other people from other places who haven't been here as long as us are more part of the American society than we are. You see? Oh, you said put all the accounts again? Shout out to you for that. Oh yeah, let me put it up. Here it goes. This is all my accounts right here. All the accounts. Make sure y'all go subscribe to all those accounts. These are all my channels, by the way. All my channels. Just click the link. You subscribe to all my channels. I'll be putting up original content on all those different channels. So make sure you tune in. Make sure you tune in. Yes, disgusting. Weirdo.
We are the builders of this nation. When we speak, it's with the authority.
Fake authority. Where's this authority to speak and get us reparations? Where's this authority that we can speak with to stop them from sending us back to Jim Crow? Where's the authority that we can speak for them to stop sending us back to the antebellum South, antebellum 2.0? Like this weirdo, we speak with authority. What authority? Authority to do what? Get what done?
Of people who are owed a multi-generational debt. We ain't visitors asking for a damn favor.
You begging. You are the descendant of enslaved Africans in America begging the white man to give you something that he already told you no for. You begging. That's what you're doing. You are begging. Let's bring that back. You are begging.
Migrated your ass to a pre-established system. Foundational Black Americans are not guests. We are not you. We are the builders of this nation. When we speak, it's with the authority of people who are owed a multi-generational debt. We ain't visitors asking for a damn favor.
That sound like some weak ass begging to me. When we speak with the authority of people owed a debt. That sound weak. When that authority gonna get you paid? When that authority that you speaking with gonna get that debt paid? When it's gonna get that debt paid? Inquiring minds want to know when it's gonna get that debt paid.
Other groups have an issue with this because our posture demands structural change. We change laws, we change policies here because we are the foundation. Immigrant posture.
Who is we? That's what I want to know. Who is we? Like Tariq, you French now? What do you mean we? The black people who change laws and stuff, you make fun of them. You attack them. They would never associate with you ever. You ain't changed never a law in your life. Who is we? Who is we?
Just relies on them fitting into the existing structure. So they want us to adopt that de facto immigrant mindset because that neuters our political aggression. You understand? See, they really want to hijack the foundational infrastructure. See, these immigrants of color, like that woman, They come over here, they set up a business, they get a corporate job, they enjoy the basic civil liberties. They're walking through doors that were battered down by foundational Black Americans, by our blood, sweat, legal battles. You can't get shit popping over here because we got it popping for you. We opened those doors for you. That's a historic fact. You can talk all that shit about you pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. They weren't fucking with no immigrants, especially from Africa and the Caribbean. We had to smash down on these white supremacists to help get y'all over here. That's a historic damn fact. Brothers and sisters from Tuskegee was stomping down early 1900s, and in the civil rights movement, we were stomping down to help.
All those movements that you just named had Black immigrants in it at the forefront and in the position of leadership. Matter of fact, for the edification of the people, we're gonna go look into that right now. Let him keep talking.
Get y'all over here. We did that. You understand? So when you acknowledge our unique foundational Black American lineage, you have to acknowledge who helped build the infrastructure that you were able to come over here and get safety to. See, you want to bypass that respect and go right to the white ass kissing. You understand? And then try to push this thing where we all basically from somewhere else. We all African. Y'all denying y'all African. Family, we didn't get a goddamn thing from Africa. We didn't get protection from Africa. We didn't get resources from Africa. We didn't get saved from Africa. Nothing. Sanctuary from Africa. We had to get that shit out the mud over here among ourselves. We don't owe you shit. Do you understand that? I want y'all to we don't owe Africa a damn thing. We don't owe you nothing.
Oh, look. Simple Google search will show you that there were Black, Afro-Latinos, and people from the Caribbean in the Tuskegee Airmen. Look at that. Simple Google search will show you that. Simple. A simple Google search. Like, you can't make this up. Like, come on, man. This is what I keep saying. Like, what's the point of even trying to debate this bozo? He's just saying stuff. He's just saying stuff. Yeah, I'm about to let him go for like another 2 minutes and then we out of here.
At all. I don't know what makes you think y'all can come around and try to pull rank and tell us we gonna have to pay honor to Africa like you the godfather. Fuck you. I love TikTok Shop though. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. You understand?
He got to shout out TikTok Shop to make up for his cursing like a little hoe. Tariq, you a bozo. You talked all that authority stuff, but you saying I love TikTok Shop. You gotta say it because you're afraid of what TikTok gonna do to you. With that authority, with a foundational Black American authority.
But damn that, we'll show respect for those who are respectful to us. But this thing about y'all coming over trying to pull rank and tell us what we are, you're trying to tell us who the hell we are? No. You don't do that. You didn't do nothing for us to do all that. You ain't done a damn thing for us. You understand? We had to get everything out the mud on our own right here on our land. You understand? So the thing is, these people who just got here want to be on some we all just Black, we all from Africa. They want to claim equal equity in the civil rights legacy without you having to pay the price of admission. No, you're not.
Like, yeah, we got to stop it right here. Yeah, like, I don't know why people still listen to him. They super uneducated. Exactly, Godfrey. Tariq talked like he marched with Martin Luther King. In fact, he talked like Martin Luther King marched behind him. He don't even talk like he marched with Martin Luther King. He talked like he taught Martin Luther King how to march. Even though he disrespects the civil rights movement every chance he get. Every chance he get. Yes, FBA is an ego project. That's what he's doing. He's stroking people's ego, making them feel like they somebody because they nobodies. Like FBA, his streams, it's like a form of a church for a lot of these bozos. This is their church. They just come in here trying to get a spiritual high. They're not coming here to actually try to learn or better themselves or whatever the case may be. They just coming to just let loose for a little bit and then go back home. They ain't trying to put nothing that they heard the preacher say in practice or nothing like that. Like, come on now. Yep, all that authority ain't got to say, I love TikTok shop, whatever. TikTok shop, like a little hoe. Exactly. I'm going to tweet that comment.
Not going to just ride on our damn coattails and then try to redefine us. You ride on our shit. No, we're not going to erase our specific non-immigrant lineage to make you feel better. No. We ain't immigrants. We ain't remotely close to being immigrants at all. We built this thing from scratch. You understand? And look, politics is about resource allocation. So when Foundational Black Americans, when we assert our unique lineage, especially when we recognize us being descendants of freedom and the foundation of this country, then the tangibles and the reparations, the specific political protections owed to the people for those specific crimes have to go directly to us. See, they want to lump us into this broad, monolithic, pan-African, global African category, casting us as like another displaced diaspora group. Then the resources owed to our lineage gets watered down. That's why you see these diversity programs and minority grants that were supposed to be to repair the damage done to us. We can't get to them because it's scooped up by tethers. They are jumping in the front of the damn line. That's why.
Yep, we saw that. He saw him get worked by Jarek Taylor, and he tried to save himself from getting worked by pointing out how smart Nigerians are and how successful Nigerians are. Exactly, Dano. Exactly. That's why I asked him before, what is your FBA language? What is your FBA language? Because you keep saying that y'all got treaties, y'all got y'all records and stuff like that. Excuse me, they said they got their records for their genealogy. In what language?
Ghana's doing all this old bullshit they're doing. And they're mad because we're shaking them off. Like, no, we ain't the same like that. You understand? So they want us to view ourselves as a vague, landless diaspora so they can maintain access to the political and economic set-asides created by our ancestors' struggle. No, this is our joint right here. We're not lost Africans. They keep trying to push this lost African shit. No, we're not. See, that's a lot of psychological projecting that they're doing. It's like a blank slate myth. See, these immigrants come to America. See, they arrive with a clean slate. You give up all your shit. You come over here with a clean slate thanks to us.
That's enough of Tariq. AAV is not a FBA language. That's out. That's out. But anyway, family, I'm about to end this. This was like my longest stream ever. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody who came through. Like, they ain't gonna say that part. Shout out to everybody who came through. Family, before we get out of here, I'm gonna say this again. Make sure you hit these links and go subscribe to my other channels. Also, if you want to support because you like this stream, the best way to support is PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. I take it all. A whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. I also take requests. So you can also hit me up and pay me and be like, well, I want you to look at this video, or hey, can you do this video for me? Because I do pre-record videos too. But again, you can make the request even without paying me, but I can't guarantee I will do it. But if you pay me, I can guarantee I will do it. And I guarantee I will see it. And also, you make sure you email me. Make sure you hit me up on my email. I'm about to put my email in here. You know, email's open. My email is open. My email is open right there. Matter of fact, let me do that again. Put that everywhere. My email is open. Shout out to everybody who came through, everybody who was rocking with me. Much appreciated. Much love. Much love, much love, much love. But now it's time to do some shout outs. Shout out. We got to do some shout outs. Before we get started, I got to thank, matter of fact, we're going to do it in order. Shout out to Justin March, my first moderator, for coming through and gifting 20 memberships. Family, if Justin March gifted you a membership, make sure you thank him and make sure you keep that membership going. You can upgrade it, you can downgrade it, but keep it going. Family, you can also hit that join button and get your own membership. Shout out to the visionary. Shout out to the visionary for all the support. You gave a lot of support tonight. Shout out to you. He hit me up with a bunch of gifts. A bunch of gifts tonight. A bunch of gifts. He sent a lot of jewels tonight. Thank you, visionary. I can't even count all of it. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Shout out to the visionary for sending 20 gifts tonight. Much appreciated, bro. You already know. Red, black, and green, BYB. Shout out to Red Pill Zulu for coming through with the 50. Shout out to the visionary for coming through with the 199. Shout out to Bushmeat Bill for coming through with the gifts. Let me see how many gifts did Bushmeat Bill send. He said 1, 2. Let me see that again. Shout out to Bushmeat Bill for coming through with 2 gifts tonight. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Shout out to Romario for coming through with the $2. Shout out to the visionary for coming through with the 199. Shout out to Brandon for coming through with the 5. Also, shout out to Brandon for coming through with 2 gifts. Let me see. Yeah, Brandon came through with 2 gifts too. So shout out to Brandon for that. For the 5 and the 2 gifts. Shout out to the visionary for coming through with 199 again. Shout out to Lee for hitting me on the Cash App. Family, if you hit me on the Cash App, just let me know and I will shout you out. If you don't want to shout out, cool. I won't shout you out. Or I will just say thank you for hitting me on the Cash App, but I won't say your name. But shout out to Lee for hitting me on the Cash App. Shout out to the visionary for the 199. Shout out to the visionary for another 199. Shout out to the visionary for another 199. Shout out to Carlette for coming through with the 20. Shout out to the visionary for coming through with another 199. Shout out to Perkins for coming through with the 2. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Shout out to William for coming through with a 10. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton for coming through with a 10. Shout out to Q Dawn for coming through with the 5. It's either Q Dawn or K Dawn. I forgot how to pronounce it because I ain't see his name in a long time and I'm not good with names. If I don't see you in a long time, I'm gonna forget how to pronounce your name. Shout out to the visionary for coming through with the 199. Shout out to 24 for coming through with 10 pounds. Shout out to 24 for coming through with another 10 pounds. Shout out to Garfrey for coming through with 599 pounds. Shout out to 24 for coming through with gifting 5 memberships. Family, if 24 gifted you 5 memberships, make sure you thank him. Make sure you thank him and make sure you keep it going. Shout out to everybody who donated, man. It was much appreciated. Much love. And shout out to everybody who dropped the fire emoji. All support is support. So if you drop fire emojis, if you just dropped the comment, you shared it, you liked it, that's all support. All support is good support. If you just watch the stream, shout out to you for that. Much appreciated. Thank you. You see something? I want to see something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shout out to the visionary. He shot 199 8 times. Shout out to him. Shout out to 24 for coming through with 3. He came through with 2 super chats and he came through with a gifting. Shout out to everybody who gave multiple times, man. Shout out. Shout out to everybody who gave one time. Shout out to everybody who wished they could have gave, but they didn't have nothing to give. Shout out to somebody who came through, with $1. All love. Triple Crown streaming. Triple Crown stream. Much appreciated. But yeah, everybody, just make sure, again, like the stream. Thank you for all the support again. Much appreciated. Thanks everybody for rocking with me. This was my longest stream. Oh man. I was here for what? Over 6 hours. Yeah, I gotta go. Shout out to all of y'all. Thank you. Hopefully I can see y'all again tonight or tomorrow. And on that note, family, peace.